are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and
awesome.
I'm ready to play the first game. I'm very excited for today because for me also it's very special that all the influencers came on board with me, and I think we are all ready to have great fun on this couple of hours of journey, and some of them are good friends of mine. And I think we want to show to the world chess can be really fun. And I think it's also very important to point out that we can have fun also using our brain and think and chat and discuss the viewpoint, and also for the streamers with their communities. I don't have help, but who knows? Maybe I will ask from you, Tanya.
I feel that there is such a strong telepathical connection between the three of us that I get what she's saying, right?
It's gonna be a party. It's gonna be a party is what she's saying. Well, a lot of our chat has been asking, what are the rules? What's the format? And to explain it all, Greg, we've got a video for you.
And we are going to show it to you right now. How about that?
Join your favorite influencers and help them to beat Judit. In the circle of chess, the invited influencers and their communities are playing against the strongest female chess player of all time, Judit Polgar. She will be located in the Hungary Pavilion at the Expo 2020, and the influencers can control the chessboards remotely from their locations. Want to be part of it? Follow the stream on your favorite influencer's Twitch or YouTube channel and help them to pick the best move. Can we beat the world's strongest female chess player of all time if we join forces? One board, thousands of players. Judit will be in the Hungary Pavilion at the Expo 2020, and you can join the game online. Make your moves on the virtual chessboard, then the computer will accumulate the votes, and after each move it will make the most popular one on the physical board. How can you join? Register on our website, follow the stream, and play. Let's unite in an epic game. How to join? Visit the events website, scroll to Vote Chess. In the upper right corner, sign up by clicking on the registration button. After filling in your data, confirm the registration by pressing the Validate button. After registration, you will receive a confirmation email to the given address. Confirm the registration and enter your password. Then click on the Login button to enter the interface. After signing in, you will see the following interface. Judit Polgar will play white, and the audience will play black. You can see the chessboard on the left, and the previous moves will be listed on the right. You can check out history on the board too by navigating with the buttons below the board. For voting, make your chosen move with the black piece and confirm the move in the pop-up window by clicking on Confirm. Summarizing the votes takes a certain time. After that, the system will carry out the move that got the most votes. After that, it is Judit's turn to make her move, and then the viewers come again, and so on until one of the parties wins the game.
Welcome back. All right.
Welcome back, everyone.
So we know how to join now. Just go on chessconnectsus.com and it will give you all the information that you need to sign up for JP versus the world. We do have an influencer joining us really soon. And I see in chat, a lot of people are actually concerned about the whole engine situation. And as Judith mentioned herself, you got to use your own mind. And don't forget, it comes down to the influencer deciding which move that they go for. I think it's not going to be super easy for either of the sides.
You think not super easy? I mean, imagine that you are part of a community and you've been following that certain influencer for maybe the past couple of years, and then all of a sudden, that influencer brings you this. I think people are going to be all over the place about this one. We are preparing to introduce the different influencers and their communities. We have trivia about their favorite openings. Where are they coming from? And I do realize that you actually know some of them, right?
Yes, a lot of them are actually chess players and they've been playing competitive chess for a long time. We are going to be introducing them one by one. But before that, everyone in chat, you can tweet to us using the hashtag JP versus the world. And 3, 2, 1.
JP versus the world.
JP versus the world. And the hashtag Ask Judith. Send us your questions, the ones that you want to ask Judith, and we'll pick a couple and get her to answer them during the show. And Greg, I do hear that we've got our first influencer with us. She's a dear friend of mine. She's been part of the Hungarian national women team several times, representing Hungary at the Chess Olympiad. We've got Anna Rudolph with us.
Can you imagine?
And there she is. Hello?
Okay, I think we can hear her. Yeah, yes.
Anna, can you hear us? And there we have it. So her favorite chest opening the French.
Oh,
and
there she is!
Whoa, we did it. We made it. We made it, chat.
All right. Hello.
I was worried for a second that I disappeared. Hello, everyone.
Oh my God, Anna, by the way, loving the background, loving the setup, everything looks fantastic.
Yeah, national colors and everything.
Thank you
are
so
really there
much.
representing all of us. Amazing. So, first and foremost,
I decided that. Sorry, I just wanted to say that I put on the Hungarian Olympic uniform because that's where we became teammates with Judith, and that's how I got to meet her and become friends with her. So I'm really honored to be here today. I've never played against Judith ever since we have been friends and colleagues. So
Okay. So this is also part of chess language. This is how you guys communicate in between yourselves usually, right?
That felt like, you know how in a nightclub you've got that whole DJ swing going on? We somewhere lost Anna.
She got looped at somewhere, like she's so excited.
All right,
Okay.
we have her back.
Oh, we still have her.
We can still hear her. Anna, you were mentioning that you met Judith for the first time at the Olympiad, and I think that's so true for all of us. We've been so inspired by her growing up, watching her games, and now the opportunity to give your community a chance to play against Judith. That's just unreal, no?
Yeah. What is the general vibe in between your followers, in your community? Like, how are they taking such an amazing opportunity? What's going on in your side right now?
I think my community, it feels that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play against the greatest female chess player of all time. It's huge for each and every tomato that is now live on my Twitch channel. And we have been preparing for today by watching some of the best games of Judith. So we studied her game on Thursday against Vishy Anand in Dos Hermanas. And we learned that if we will be a piece up or two, we might be in trouble. We might be in trouble if we are 2 pieces up.
You know, that is so true, Anna. When Judith Polgar sacrifices a piece, you got to be so careful about taking that one because you'll find yourself in big, big trouble. Now, I want to ask you, what's your game strategy? Are you going to make a sole decision? Will you take your community into account? Will it be a mix depending on the position? How are you going to go about the game?
I'm going to try to make a poll for each time it's our turn, but I'm just hoping that we will not bonk cloud. As a amazing.
What an absolute blunder. I love her voice though.
It's
she has
coming
this...
in bits and pieces right now. I prefer it when it's all together. All right, I think we're hopefully going to have her back because
Magnus I'm just
She's
I
persistent.
got Magnus Carlsen. That's what I got on.
today is not a bone cloud day. I don't think it survive with the king on his side.
So
Okay.
Anna Rudolph hoping for no bonk cloud. So if Anna's community is watching this, guys, don't try that at home. Bonk cloud is never a good idea. Anna, I've been wanting to ask you this question. Your community in the streaming world is one of the most wholesome ones. You guys are known as the wholesome tomatoes. How did that name come into being? Okay, I think this time we lost her.
We might have. But let's give Anna and the Wholesome Tomatoes a huge applause and wish them the best of luck. Before we go on, however, there are still a few things that we are going to discuss about the show. For example, the format.
I see the signs. I see the signs.
She got the applause. That's all that matters.
Okay.
She got the applause. Okay, so you were mentioning that before we go on to the show, we do have a really
Can you
cool...
repeat your question? I don't know if I have lost the... Oh, I hear
Yes,
I hear
Anna's
you now.
back.
I hear you
Anna
now.
is back. Anna's back. Or is she? Inventing Anna. All right, Anna,
Anna, we are going to get...
we will join Anna shortly. We're going to try and fix that technical issue. We've got a very, very cool animated video, by the way, about Judith that I'm super excited to check out. Have you seen this one before?
Well,
You were
that's a
supposed
trick
to.
question. That's a trick question. Obviously, I know every single word of it. We are going to check that out. And also, before you guys start to riot because of the internet connection, we are going to start talking about giveaways. That's how we will win their hearts back.
Yes.
Right? That's usually how it goes.
Yes. And all that you have to do is be on Twitch and you'll know exactly how to win some very cool prizes. Check this out.
Okay.
Hey guys.
Every hour during the show, we are going to give away a Chess 24
So
branded
I just
mug,
want to go live
t-shirt,
for a minute to say hi. We are excited for things to get started. Oops. Hey guys, I just want to say hi for a minute to let you know that we'll get started shortly. Uthra and I are here and ready to go. Seems like they might be having some light technical difficulties getting things started, so it's possible that our game will start a little bit after 10 a.m. when we were hoping to start. So Uthra and I were talking about what openings we'd play before we got started. And I have to make the first move before we talk as a team. And Judith normally plays e4 on her first move. And so we were thinking we would play the Sicilian. What do you guys think about that? Should we do the Sicilian? What do you guys think? Hey guys. Alright, so we've got some votes for the Sicilian. Alright, we've got a vote for the crab, it looks like, from a few minutes ago. You know, I don't know if Judith is ready for the crab, but I don't know if I'm ready to play the crab. So the crab is would be 1h5 or 1h5, I believe. And then you slowly advance your claws on the edge of the board. Uthra, how do you feel about playing the crab? Do you think it's like the chance to surprise a super grandmaster?
I'm sure some of the influences will be already there to surprise Judith. So it's better if we stay stay safe and then just go with Sicilian or whatever, the safe defenses.
Reasonable. I'll mention that Magnus is known for playing kind of surprising openings. And he'll often play things that are slightly unusual or offbeat. But the crab might be a little too unusual and a little too offbeat.
Yeah. And I see Samuel, like that is GLE Sam says Fianchetto, no crab.
I don't think I can play the crab. I think that as long as I'm wearing a shirt that says Magnus on it, I'm not allowed to play either of my rook pawn moves as my first move.
Yeah, I agree. No crab. No guys, no crab.
All right, let's see. Let's see. Drew's worried that the claws will get cut off the crab if we try it. Let's see. So what Uthra and I talked about was playing the Khan, which goes something like e4, c5, knight f3. And then do you do d6 or you do e6, right?
E6.
Yeah. And then d4 takes, and then it's a6?
A6. So the idea is to completely stop the knights from going to b5 and then to d6. So yeah.
So the idea is d6?
The idea is to stop the knights, like in case if they are developing the knights to c3 and they go to b5. Once the knight is at b5, they will be going to d6. So we definitely don't want the knights to go to d6. So that's the idea of playing a6.
Got it. Let's see. We've got a vote for the Najdorf. Yeah, I think I'm happy to play the Khan. We'll be using Coach Uthra's prep on this because I am not a Sicilian player. However, I would be a little bit intimidated to play the Sicilian against Judith because she is a fairly fearsome attacking player. But I don't know that there's any opening I can play that will level things out against Judith. She's quite good. Okay.
So I have seen Judith throw the pieces onto the board. Here, take this piece. Here, take that piece. And then, so that's how fierce she is.
And so what normally happens against the Khan? Like knight c3 and then
Queen to c7.
And then in this position, does white have like a bunch of choices? Like here, some sort of one of these moves. Okay.
We do have choices whether to go attack on the king side, a very rare king side, or we can also attack on the center or the queen side. It depends totally how Judith plays.
Got it. Okay, we can see what she does. Let's see. So it looks like the mainstream is still figuring out the details. I'm gonna cut back over there, and then we'll be back live in a couple minutes, hopefully.
Sure.
Let's just say that I like playing against the French. And by I like playing against the French opening. Let's just be correct here a little bit. I think as black, if I'm playing black, I would not play the French defense. It's just an opening that for me, I find it a bit too passive. But of course, strategically, it's very interesting.
So when you have the tempo at the very beginning, it's a good one, but maybe not when you
I
have
would
the
go
black
for the
one.
Sicilian and not the French. And that actually, I'm very interested to see what our community and what our chat thinks. What is their favorite opening? So guys on Twitch, on YouTube, tell us which is your favorite opening. Anna Rudolph mentioning hers is the French defense. We have also got our next influencer, Pepe Cuenca. And he is going to be handling the Chess 24 Spanish community. He is a great commentator, and of course we all know his victory dance. You take in a deep breath, and this is how he does it, Greg. I want you to try this out. You take in a deep breath, and then in one breath you have to say ra-ta-ta-ta-ta for the maximum amount of time that you can. That was brilliant. And that is his speciality. Of course, he's also a grandmaster, apart from that.
And a PhD.
In ratatouille.
In ratatouille. Oh my God, we never talked about this. Why are you putting me into these challenges? You are trying to...
I've spent a little time with you in the last couple of days, and I think you're the kind of person who's always up for a challenge.
Okay, that's definitely true. And the sooner you take the wind out of my sail is probably the better. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the third influencer of ours and just talk about his profile for a little bit.
Pepe Cuenca, grandmaster in chess and in ratatouille. He is from Spain, and he is the official broadcast. He's the official commentator for the Chess 24 Spanish channel. He was there at the World Championship as well. He spent a lot of time with Judith there, and he is not just a grandmaster, he's also a civil engineer and has a PhD. I mentioned in ratatouille in actually mathematics.
Which is crazy when you look at the different streamers that Judith is going to face. You know, some of them are coming from all sorts of professional areas and fields. But then we have someone with a PhD in applied mathematics. That is a little bit frightening. Could be frightening for, obviously not for Judith herself, but when you think about this...
She is legit the most fearless human being on the planet.
I do understand that.
A PhD in math has got nothing on her.
It's just when you look at all these different streams that are going to happen today, I think the vibe, the general vibe are going to differ. And I'm wondering, and chat, please tell us what you think about this. Will any of you will try to jump in on between the different streams just to check what is the general vibe out there, right?
Yeah, because you can be part of not just one streaming community, but all of them, and including the global board as well. As you mentioned, going to be interesting to see the vibe and the gameplay at Pepe's board. Let me tell you one thing about him. He's super aggressive as well. So I'm expecting a lot of fun on that board.
Judging by the profile pic we just seen, he's going to be super aggressive. What about our next player and the community behind that player? Let's check this one out.
I think everyone in chat is trying to ratata in one breath as well. That's what I see. Keep going, chat. That's amazing. Tell us for how many seconds did you keep that up?
By the way, I could have gone longer, okay? It was just
I think you were really pushing.
I wasn't nearly a half point.
You know what? We're going to do this at some point again, and we're going to get Pepe to do it. Oh my God, we have to do that. We have to get Pepe to do
There are
this.
so many assets at our disposal. we have Judith, we have all the influencers. We are going to have a few special guests later on, but right now let's talk about Jennifer for a second here, coming from the USA.
She is a former US champion and an absolute inspiration for so many young girls to take up the sport in her country. She is a brilliant commentator for the St. Louis Chess Club. She loves hula hooping and poker. That's quite fascinating, no?
Yeah, it is.
Have you tried hula hooping?
Not recently.
Don't worry, I'm not going to put you on a spot with a hula hooping.
I'm getting a little bit anxious. Like, what is the next possible challenge that you are going to put me through? So yeah, hula hooping is one thing. And you know, what's interesting is when you have someone who's a serious chess player, but then you also realize that she's making it big in poker, where you certainly have hidden information. That's a different vibe. That's a different sport. Like going into a place where you have to figure things out that are not on the table, versus playing chess where it's not going to be about surprises. It's going to be about how well can you figure out what the other player is thinking.
That's a really important point because, Greg, there's always this argument and this discussion about the similarity between poker and chess. And I think the one thing that sets them apart is the concept of hidden information.
Yes.
In poker, yes, it's, there's skill involved, but you still have something that your opponent can't see. So there is that element of hidden information. But in chess, it's all on the board. Everything that your opponent, all the resources is just in front of you, as is your own. So it just comes down to pure 100% skill. So I think that's a bit of a factor. But here's a fun fact. So many chess players have actually transitioned into being professional poker players with a lot of success, actually.
I think one of the reasons behind that is the tremendous emotional and psychological pressure that both of these sports are putting their players on, right? I mean, if you think about it, just gathering from your experience, it's quite crazy what you go through at tournaments, for example, regarding, blood pressure, the calories that you use up, etc.
Yeah.
I might want to stop talking about all of these different things, and maybe we should check out the next
Let's
influencer.
bring our next influencer on.
All right.
And we've got Daniel from the Magnus Chess Academy, also based out of the United States of America. Now, Daniel's Magnus Chess Academy, named after the world champion Magnus Carlsen, has trained over 100,000 kids. How cool is that?
100,000 kids.
And they're all going to be here participating. They get the opportunity to play against Judith. I mean, when I was their age, when I was young, Greg, about 100 years ago.
Oh, come on.
If I had the opportunity to play against Judith, I would just have been, it would have been the happiest day of my life.
Would have been?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, a fun story how I met Judith for the first time, and I got reminded of this when Anna was speaking of it. It was back at the 2014 Tromsø Olympiad, and Judith was playing for Hungary, of course, for the open team and not the women team. And I think she was board 1 or 2. And I remember I was having this massive fangirl tournament. I've grown up with her name, studied her games, and then here I am playing for India, and my idol is there. And then I was going for a walk at night with one of my friends, another colleague of mine from my teammate, and we saw Judith walking down. And that a crazy groupie moment happened. I was like, oh my God, we need to get an autograph. We need to get a photo. So we kind of stalked her for a bit.
You were kind of starstruck, weren't you?
Oh, massive.
Massive
Okay. Starstruck moment. And then I got a photo and an autograph, and it's a memory I cherish. And that's why it's so special for me to be here today as well.
And it's so amazing that a couple of years later, only just a couple of years later, you are so casually Instagram living with her, talking to her. Yesterday when we were getting prepared for the show, they were talking like old friends. And I was like, okay, this is going to set the pace for today's show. Let's get back to the player that we were talking about. But there are just so many things to discuss that sometimes
we have it, Daniel, as you were speaking. 100,000 kids. That is just amazing work. And look at his favorite opening. It's the orangutan. That's 1b4, I think, and chat, check me if I'm wrong on this. But I think the orangutan opening is 1b4. And there's a really cool story behind this, by the way. Again, I know because, this happens on streams. You say something and you're completely not accurate about it, and then chat just takes your case. That's not how it happened. But here's a fun fact about the orangutan opening. Legend goes, and I think it was Capablanca who went to the zoo before a really big game, and he asked an orangutan what should be the first move that he should play. And came the reply, 1b4. He played that and won the game, and that's how the opening got its name.
Oh my God, okay.
Do you think that's a legend story? Do you think that's exactly how it happened?
Based on what Jane Goodall went through with all them, primates, it's quite plausible, I think. But then again, you can turn around any given situation if you're good enough and you can put enough pressure on your opponent. I also love the fact about this player that it's very important for him to prepare students in an engaging, fun way. When you have that of an instructor, when you have a style that it's not just all about the game in all seriousness, but you also have an engaging human being, that's always an interesting addition. And their game is going to be about 2 players like this, because as you can see based on this show, Judith has the same persona. It's very important for her to spread the word of chess. Let's check the next player. I think we are nearing to the point where we can do it.
Oh my God.
Rey
Look
Enigma.
at that enigma. That is super mystery man. He is from Spain. Rey Enigma, he is a Twitch streamer and loves chess. He's a big chess enthusiast. And his aim is to bring chess to the streets. And he goes around playing games on the streets with just random people. That's a very cool way to spread the message of chess.
It is, while maintaining this enigmatic persona all the way. I mean, that you put a lot of work.
Hey guys, I figured that Uthra and I would pop back up for a bit. So they're having some technical difficulties, as you can tell. So we haven't quite started yet. I'd like to mention that after a long-standing internal to Magnus Academy dispute on the name of the opening after 1B4, I think it's officially been settled by the professional broadcasters that this is called the orangutan and not the Polish. I don't know. Should we try playing a blitz game as a team while we wait for them to start? I think we probably have at least 10 minutes. Should we do a warm-up game? Let's do a warm-up game while we get started. So I'm just going to do a 5-minute... Oops. Alright. And I'll play the orangutan to get us started. Uthra, do you approve of... Oh my goodness. Am I on mute? Oh my goodness. Well, one sign that I'm not a professional influencer is that a professional influencer would have not been on mute while they were talking there. So, all right, guys. So everybody can hear me now, I assume. Uthra, do you want to say hi?
Hello, hi everyone.
All right. So Uthra is audible too. That's great. Why don't we... So, as you guys heard from the professional broadcasters, 1B4 is officially called the orangutan. And I said that it was our favorite opening in the thing. But I figured we could practice by playing a blitz game as a team while we get started. So I played knight f3. Where should we go next after bishop c5? What do you guys think? Uthra?
So I would
Suggestions?
normally do pawn to e5 or b4. Oh, so for e4, okay. e5.
Where should we go?
Let's do the knight c6 or knight f6. Okay, bishop c5.
No, we're white in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, we're white here. Once we get to the actual event, we will be black. So let's see. All right. I guess I should take this pawn, right?
What will happen if we take the e5 pawn?
There's a. If I take the e5 pawn now, I think probably we just have more pawns. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you guys like bishop c4 here? I feel pretty good about bishop c4. I don't know. Thoughts? What do you think, Uthra?
So of course, Cheryl, there is a lag, and I don't know. I think I'm one move behind. So yeah.
Oh, you're. Uh-oh. Well, it's good that we're getting these. We're ironing these kinks out. All right. I'm just gonna castle by hand here. So, what position do you guys see on the board?
So they just did the castle.
Okay, so somehow it's a move behind, and I don't know why. So have I played bishop b3 yet?
No, you just played rook f1.
That is perhaps a bit of an issue. Because we're actually several moves behind, huh? Okay. I'm just going to resign this game. Oops. And see if we can get this so that we're somehow synced up so that we're on the same position. Because the chat also seems to be a couple seconds behind. Luke, is there a reason why there might be Coach Lucas helping out in the chat? Is there a reason why we might be like 10 or 15 seconds behind? Or is that just how it works potentially on the stream? So you guys can see and hear me. Oops. All right. I have the official challenge. Okay. I am accepting the official challenge. And the official game board is live. All right, guys. I'm going to transition us back to the main stream. And then, but I'm going to go ahead and play 1c5 here. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take us back to the main stream so that you guys can see what's going on there, and then we will be back in just a moment.
Biggest role model, and here I am being friends with her and participating in all her events because she's absolutely amazing as a human being and as a friend. So I would never miss a Judit Polgar event.
All right.
That is amazing.
That level of enthusiasm and love for Judith is something that's going to carry this whole show today, I think.
100%. And Anna's also commentated alongside Judith.
Okay.
So that's been amazing to watch. And Anna, we know that I was asking you this previously when you joined us, but we couldn't hear each other. Your community, it's known as the Wholesome Tomatoes, and I really want to know why, where did this name come from?
Tanya is all about this for days now, so Anna, let's just cut to the chase. What is happening with that name?
It started as a meme, basically, as everything on the internet nowadays about
guys,
the tomatoes.
so
we changed
a
song, the Homegrown Tomatoes song, into Wholesome Tomatoes because
I believe that our game has officially started, but I'm only about 90% sure of that. So I'm going to get the board set up so that it looks right, and then we can get going. So she, in fact, has played knight f3 here. Should we stick with the plan and go e6 on move 2?
Yes, we would go for e6.
All right, let's go ahead and play e6 here. I'll fix the board so that it looks right. All right, everything looks good. I think we sound good. And we are off and running. All right, so it looks like Judith is in the main hall and she is playing. You can see that they are doing a small interview with looks like Anna Rudolph, and then we will be live in a couple minutes on the main channel, and when that happens I will swap over.
So Judith is playing over the board there in the expo?
Yeah, so it's actually, it looks pretty cool. I wish they had a picture of it up, but she has 10 physical boards in front of her. And when we make a move on Lichess, it will make the move on the physical board in front of her. So she will be able to like almost like the wizard chess set in Harry Potter, like the piece will just kind of move itself. And like if you take something, the piece that you take walks itself off the board, and then your piece moves to the empty square.
That's so cool.
It is extremely cool. I think they are having some technical difficulties from something. But I think we will be off and running shortly. Do I have the board clipped off?
I think the board is fine. I can see.
Okay. Let's see.
Maybe the bottom is clipped off a little bit.
Is it the top or the bottom that you can't see?
The bottom, a little bit. Coach Luke says it's good now, so.
Let's see. Relatively more technical difficulties than I was expecting, so I'm hoping that we will start soon. I'm not sure if this is the official start of the official game yet, or if we will have another official game, but this is kind of what I would expect the first two moves to be in the official game once we get there. And I expect that she'll play here, she'll take, and then we'll play a6. And then it seems like she has a couple choices. All right. I'm going to transition us back to the mainstream, and I'll be back in 45 seconds. I want to get some more. One moment.
Obviously the best opening in the world. I'm not biased or subjective here, and I'm happy that we got that on the board.
All right. Well, stay tuned about all of this, but I think we have word about our next
Anna, thank you so
player.
much for joining us, and all the best to the wholesome tomatoes.
Thank you guys, and have an amazing time at the show. This is such a huge event, and I cannot wait this to be part of a world record too, potentially. So we are writing history here.
All right. Fracture limb, best of luck. See you later.
See you guys.
Bye.
Let's have another.
We're going to have Anna back shortly as well. We'll get an update from her on different positions. We've got one more influencer with us. We've got Ketty joining us with her community. Let's get an update on how things are going there. Hello, Ketty.
Well. Another nice setup. Love it.
Hello.
Huge applause to her as well. Hello.
Hello. Me as well.
Oh, wow.
Is that a crocodile?
Is that your mascot for today?
Oh yeah, not today. This is our mascot for the channel, and it's actually a chess theme. It represents pair of bishop, the strength of the pair of bishop. Don't ask me why. It's just a long story.
So, Ketty, are you hoping to get a pair of bishops in today's game?
We hope to survive. We hope to survive as long as possible, because guys, while you were talking, we had a little bit going on over here, and we have a bet between the influencers, and the bet is the chocolate. So the one who stays longer in the game wins the chocolate.
Oh, wow.
So we really want to stay longer.
Wait a second. So all the influencers are in on this, and the one who lasts the longest wins a chocolate. Is that what it is?
So far we're 4, but
yeah, everyone's
open.
welcome on this
Everyone
one.
can join. Yes, we really do love chocolates.
100%. Katie, I see your position. You've had a Royal Lopez. Are you happy with the opening and the start of it and how your community has handled it so far?
I don't play this. I don't play the Ruud Lopez. I don't play Ruud Lopez. I play Sicilian, but I have seen a lot of Judith's games in Sicilian, so that was not an option for us for sure. We don't want to be checkmated on the king side, and this is the moves my chat actually voted. On this side, you can see here some options. Those are the options we have for the chat, and they're voting, and we're making the move which gets most of the votes.
Oh, so you are doing it the democratic way, okay.
And
yes,
you know what the
but
fun
I
thing...
still have to control because they want to play some king moves, which I'm not going to do.
Okay, so there is a limit to democracy even on your channel. Like up to a certain point, if folks are suggesting nice moves, then let them have it. But then again, you have to cross the line at some point.
Yeah, no
Yes.
bomb cloud here either. And I have to say that this opening approach that they've had, the chocolate bet, so far, Katie, seems to be going well. Seems to be going really well for you.
Yay!
I mean, look at her. She's super excited.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
So I figured we would pop back up to while we wait for our next move. It seems like the games have started. I believe that this is our official game, which is good and is progress. So we're I believe that soon we will kind of be going and playing. So Judith has started some of the games. I was told that we should make moves fairly slowly rather than quickly. I thought we only had 2 minutes per move, but maybe we have a little longer than that, so we can do a little more discussing. So let's see. So how are you guys doing today? I would say that one of my goals for this game is to not lose in a miniature. I'd like to lose like a respectable 32 move game rather than a tragic 23 move game.
We will hold as much as long possible.
It's true. That's the plan. I spent a while practicing, reading up on Judith's books. I'm ready if she plays the Benko Gambit or the King's Gambit, but I guess we avoided those.
Yeah.
And also, I'll mention that at some point during this game, one time we're allowed to ask her for help. And so, at some point, if we get to a tricky position, we can ask Judith for a suggestion and for help.
So, do you think she'll be playing a d4 here or a c3, knight c3?
So Will says that the broadcast says that she played, the game went knight f3, knight f6, knight g1, knight g8, and then Judith resigned on all the boards. I can confirm that is not what happened. That was the test game to make sure that the magic chessboards were working. So we're going. She's I believe that she's playing one of the other boards now. Let's see. Like, my guess would be that Judith will just play d4. That seems like if she were playing this game seriously, that would be what I think she would do. I am not sure that she'll do that, but that would be my guess. Is for like when Judith plays a serious tournament game, that's the move that she wants to make. Let's see.
If it is d4, then we are safe.
We're safe. Nah, she might surprise us. We'll see. Alright, it looks like Anna Kremling is doing her intro, so we're still a couple intros away. Let's see.
A lot of pressure on you guys, right? It's one thing to do your own play style, but when you are facing
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm hoping that we can play tactically. I think that's the way I'm gonna go. Because I mean, you have to do what you're best at. So, I think we're gonna be doing that. And I have a few things with me. I have a couple of things. I saw that Katie was bringing some things. I also have a few things that bring me luck in this channel. So I have them around me just to really have that luck during this game. So I hope they work.
Yeah, try to put them in the front of the camera.
So it seems like Anna Kramling and Ketty, who are some of the other competitors, brought stuffed animals to help them. Did I make a mistake? Should I have a stuffed animal to help us? Uthra, do you have anything that you can...
They also have a name for their stuffed animals.
I have like some live cats, but they're not that cooperative. One of them would be furious at me if I tried to bring her in here, and the other one would probably be okay with it for about 30 seconds, and then he would like take off running. So I don't know. I'm not sure I have a stuffed animal who I can bring to help us out here.
That's the octopus. Is that an octopus?
I believe it is an octopus that she has there. Teddy, who had a stuffed crocodile earlier.
So when I was playing in the World Championship matches, Katie would be playing along with me.
Oh. So have you played her?
No, I haven't played with her. I think she's younger than me, so she'd be playing in the lower category. But yeah, we'll all be like...
Interesting. I have not... I feel like that the other competitors are... a couple of them are like kind of around our level. One or two of them are grandmasters or close to or international masters. And then one of them is a comedian from India who I've never heard of. And so I would like to do better than him. That would be my target, is I want to do better than the comedian who I don't think is a tournament chess player.
Right now.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, I think he will be having some team of players who will be helping him.
Interesting. Okay, so he's got some help with him. Yeah, well, that might help him out a bit. Looks like the other games have played about the same number of moves that we have. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so one of the competitors is named Ray Enigma, and he wears like a weird white suit thing. And I actually don't know. It's not clear to me how good he is, but like he probably seems like he's an international master or something, right?
So who have seen Ray Enigma? Have you all seen his attire? Have anybody searched for him?
I can show you what he looks like.
Yeah, that would be good for the kids.
He looks like this. And the only reason that I'm sure that it's not Coach Luke is that Coach Luke, in fact, is here. And it's true that I haven't seen them both in the same place at the same time. but I believe that Ray Enigma is wearing the Enigma thing, and Coach Luke is wearing a Magnus Academy T-shirt. Will says that he's rated 2,800 in Lee Chess, which does suggest that he's quite good. It says he beat Karpov. He's probably a grandmaster then. I'm going to say the combination of 2,800 on Lee Chess and winning a game against Karpov. Maybe it's a grandmaster. Maybe it's an international master who had a good day.
And even in his interviews, he is wearing the suit. He has never removed the suit.
I wonder if he removes it to sleep. Maybe he doesn't sleep. Maybe he's a robot. There's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah.
All right, so I am up next after Jen Shahad, who it looks like is going now. So I will be I'll be up next on that one. All right. Coach Uthra, have you ever played Anna Rudolph or Anna Kramling? I guess.
Guys, hello.
Hey!
How's it going? How's the game going? Because looking at you, it just looks like...
Let's mute that one. My headphones stopped connecting briefly, and so the audio from the other computer popped up briefly.
Yeah, so I haven't played with Anna Rudolph or Anna Kramling.
All right. Well, we'll try to outlast them today. All right. I'm going to transition us back over to the main stream because I will be there in about a minute or 3.
Play the Sicilian, I mean, the positions just get so messy, and against somebody like Judith, you might want to start a little safe and take a safety first approach, so that might be the strategy, Jen.
Yes, I know. And Alessia likes to play double king pawn too. So I know, I used to play double king pawn when I was like 10 or 11. And you know what caused me to switch to the Sicilian? Gas.
Judit Polgar?
Yes!
Judith Polgar, the woman herself.
I can imagine. Jen, we've been speaking to all you amazing influencers, and I think the one thing that stood out and that's in common is just how inspired we have been in our careers by Judith. And you've done this incredible work around the world, bringing more girls into the game, and undoubtedly their idol has also been Judith. So this opportunity at this young age to play against someone like her just means so much to them, no?
Totally. I mean, everybody is just so excited. They can't believe that they get this opportunity to play against Judith. I've been asking them about what inspires them most about her, and we have such a wide variety of responses. People say, that she beat Bobby Fischer's record, that she was the first woman to crack the top 10. I say first, also the only, but the only so far, as I think that some of the girls in my club might change that.
Okay, a lot of confidence in that. I love that.
Yeah, and also one of them actually brought out a quote from Grandmaster Susan Polgar, her older sister, saying that when Susan became the first ever woman to qualify for the World Championship overall, she famously said that she's never beaten a healthy man. And of course, they always have a headache. So one of the girls knew this famous quote.
Wow. Jen, before we let you get back to the game, because I know things are heating up on the board, I want to ask you, what was your piece of advice, or what was it that you told the girls for today's game, or helped them out in what way?
I told them to be confident, because that is the thing about Judith Polgar. She is so confident. She actually came to speak to my girls club a year ago. And the girls were asking her, like, what do you do when you have imposter syndrome? What do you do if you don't feel like you're good enough? And, Judith's response was so shocking to me. She said, I was the top player in the world at 12 years old, either gender. I really haven't suffered from a lack of confidence. And if I ever do, I go over some of my amazing games, like the one that I won against Alexei Shirov. If you don't know that game, look it up.
Look it up.
So I think the important thing is to be confident and never feel like just because you're lower rated or your gender or where you come from that you can't win.
That is some great advice.
That is one of the
there.
most important messages so far today.
Confidence is key. John, thank you so much for that. And we will be checking in on you soon again. But all the best for the game. And we'll catch up soon.
We definitely
All right,
will.
awesome. The girls
In
say
the
hi.
meantime, cheers, guys. In the meantime, we are about to hit up Daniel as well, right? Are you with us?
Daniel from the Magnus Chess Academy. There he is.
Hey guys.
Hey there.
Nice t-shirt.
Plus to your community as well. How's it going so far?
It's going great. I wore my special T-shirt for the day. We're excited to play with Judith.
Absolutely. And Daniel, we hear that you have coached more than the academy has coached more than 100,000 kids. That is amazing stuff.
It's true. We've taught a lot of kids over the last 10 or 15 years.
And what does it mean for them to play against Judith?
We've had Judith visit our club a couple times to do guest lessons and do Q&As, and the kids always get a lot out of it. And the number one question every time is, can we play her? So this is their chance.
Love it.
And how do you feel about the opening so far? Are you happy with the way things are going against the greatest female player of all time?
I'm actually not a Sicilian player, but Coach Uthra, who's helping, is a Sicilian player. And so we are playing the con, and I'm trusting Coach Uthra's expertise. But, Judith's pretty good, so I don't think that crazy about our chances.
I just love how each and every one of you is like, well, Judith is pretty good at this, and then Judith is pretty good at that. Then all of a sudden you realize that...
she's pretty good at every single thing.
She's going to give you an interesting time in today's show, definitely.
And
she's tough.
She's tough. Greg, your question, the one about which moment the community chooses to use the call a friend, or in this case, call Judith for help. Any thoughts on that, Daniel? When do you think will be the key moment in the game when you'd like to ask Judith to come to the rescue?
That's a really good question. One of the challenges is that I sort of think that by the time that we realize we're in trouble, it might be too late. And so it makes the timing a little bit tricky because, if I'm like, uh-oh, this looks bad.
What Daniel is saying, that at a certain point you might be like, we still can't turn this around, but Judith is going to be...
Checkmate in 3 moves.
So,
that's the case.
You can never actually know where the game is headed, right?
Yeah. Is that a lot of times with somebody who's a stronger player than you, by the time you realize you're in trouble, they're like, this game has been over for a couple moves. So
thank you so much.
I want to ask before we get there.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's exactly what needs to be done. And we will check in on your game, Daniel. So thank you so much for joining us, and to your community as well. All the best, and have fun while you play against Judith.
Definitely,
Bye.
yeah. Thank you so much. We only have a short time to check in with you guys because we definitely have a lot of ground to cover.
Yes.
And before we jump on to the next one, what is your experience so far? We talked to most of the influencers. They seem pretty happy. It's, I think, not because of the state of the game. It's mostly because of the fact that they can face up Judith. And the other thing I like about our show is that we are seeing people who have their own fan base, right? So these are...
Another sign that I am not a professional influencer. Every single time I come back, I just start talking without unmuting. So Judith has officially played d4 against us. So are we still good with taking?
Yes, we will go take it.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and capture this pawn for us. And then soon things will get a little bit trickier in terms of us making choices. So let's see. So we think that she's probably going to take back, and then we're happy with the plan of a6, and we're ready with the con.
That's right.
All right.
In the short video, she was telling checkmate in 3 moves. I was like, what? Checkmate in 3 moves? Yeah.
So you can see Ray Enigma in the corner up there, as discussed, wearing his strange white and black chessboard face mask.
I see him now.
Let's see. So the crab would prefer that we play a5 here. Need to get in an early crab defense. I feel like the crab needs a little bit more of a claw attached with something like this. I think that if you can only have 2 pawns involved, like, that's not a real crab claw. Like, that's more like, and you want the full claw for a pincer motion. So I also, should I set up a study board so that we can move the pieces around while we're considering our moves?
Yeah, that should be good. And there's a little bit lag now, so the chessboard is a little bit laggy.
Okay.
And
all right, so this is our game so far. It's e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4 takes, and we are expecting her to recapture. And so the plan after she recaptures, the study board is a little bit off from the main board on my screen. Let me see if I can figure out how to fix this. All right. There was a request for me to make the study board open so that people can look at it. So I can go ahead and do that. All right, if you guys are interested in seeing the study that I'm using in Lichess, it's here. All right, I'm going to make this so that we can see the whole board. There we go. All right, so I believe that we have Coach Asa joining us, which is exciting. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Asa to help us out. One moment while I update things and get everybody visible. One sec. I have to figure out how to set this up. A sign that I am not yet a full influencer is that these transitions are slow and awkward and clumsy. So one sec. One sec. All right, that's good enough. Well, actually, it's not because I have the board cut off. Let's try this again. There we go. And we are, this looks fantastic. Let's see. I'll make one more change to make it so that I... There we go. That looks fine. Okay. Hey, Asa.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Asa, do you want to introduce yourself so that people know a bit more about who you are, the chess you've played, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so my name is Asa. I've been teaching at Silver Knights for like the past year, and I've been playing chess since I was like 5 years old. So, yeah.
Cool. And I'll mention that Asa is rated a
It's
little
around
over 2,000.
2060, yeah.
Like the last couple times I've checked, your rating has gone up, so I don't want to sell you short.
I think it's 2060, yeah.
All right,
I didn't
2060.
quite cross 2100 yet.
All right, let's see. There we go. Now I even have people's names on this. Oh, I didn't get Uthra's name. So let's see. So Judith is still thinking, but we'll. You can see the position we have on the board, and I think that probably she will take, and then we'll play a6, and then we'll be off and running. Oh, I didn't grab Uthra's name yet. Uthra, do you want a name tag?
I think. Yeah, no.
All right, Uthra, I'm going to give you a name tag. One moment. All right, we all have name tags now. So we're now identifiable.
Thank you.
All right, so Judith is still thinking on her end. And I'm going to set this up so that we can see when she moves, so that I can have the board pulled up. There we go. Okay, so still waiting on Judith. Let's see. Looks like in the simul room, Judith is thinking in front of one of the other boards. So, Asa, what opening do you play against e4?
I play Shashnikov Sicilian. So it's like E c5, knight f2, knight c6, and then I play like knight f6, then e5.
So that's so that would be like here, knight c6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here takes, and then e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
E5.
then d6, and then whatever.
Knight b5, and then it's like wait, I can't see the board for some reason.
There's a little bit of a lag between when I do things on the board and when they show up on the board.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, and then knight db5, d6, and like bishop e7.
Right.
A6, b5, yeah.
So, all right, let's check back in on the main game. All right, we're still waiting. So, so we're not going to do. I think we're at least more or less committed to the con here because that's what we've played. So we'll see what happens here. It's interesting that like it seems like you guys hear me before you see moves reflected on the board, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't feel like I know why that would be happening. And it's a little confusing because it's all coming from my screen. which is the same. So I don't know why some of the things on my screen would be changing faster than others. Coach Uthra's name tag was bigger than other people's. I wish I could say that it was for the reason Coach Luke said, but in fact it was just because I was struggled to make them all the same size. I also wasn't sure if I should make them the same length or if I should make this font the same size, because Asa's name is only 4 letters long, Uthra's is 5, mine is 6. Coach Carissa, who might join us in a little bit, has I think 7 letters, and so I can either give someone a bigger name tag or I can give them smaller letters, but I can't do both. So Ohm has requested, how about, she recaptured. All right.
She did? Okay.
So it looks like she has taken. Are we still good with going with A6?
Yeah, I think A6 is good, stopping the knight from going to B5 or the bishop going to B5.
I feel good about playing A6 here, as good as I feel about playing any line of the Sicilian, which I don't know at all. So, all right, I'll go ahead and play pawn A5 here. Or rather, pawn A6.
A5?
No, I meant A6. I said A5 because there's a lot of chatter in the chat for pawn A5 to play the crab. But I'll play A6.
It will be very happier if you play pawn A5, but no, not here.
So, I think we should do a little bit of analysis on what it would mean to play pawn A5. So would this do a better job or a worse job of keeping the B5 square safe? If we instead played pawn A5, I feel like we might have some weaknesses here, though I haven't analyzed this position carefully. This is the study board. On the real board, I played pawn A6. So I'm not sure how she would play against this. I don't know. Do we think like she would play something like this? I don't know. There seem like there's weaknesses here.
Pawn A5, I see Pooja bad, Kotaro bad, Arav bad. Everybody's saying, don't do that.
All right. Tragically for Crab, I guess we will not play A5. So also we have a student who is a very enthusiastic proponent of the crab, which involves making a pincer maneuver with your claw, something like this. But the important part is moving your rook pawns early, and then you do a pincer. I don't think it's a good strategy. I suspect Crab will soon outgrow it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of weaknesses with A5. Knight B5 is probably gonna come very soon.
I'm not even sure if he plays it in games where he's trying to win. Yeah, so we played A6. So this is the official position. Is this one. So this is the real board. And Judith is thinking. Oh, are there 2 students who play the crab? I feel like that's a bad sign for me as a coach that multiple students are starting their games with rook pawn moves. So let's see. So she's still thinking. So probably what happens next is here. All right, I'll get us back on the analysis board to the real position, and then we can talk about it a bit. So Uthra, once we get to this position with A6, Is she gonna play? Are the main moves here knight c3? Is that the main move?
Yes, knight c3 is the main move, or like Coach Luke said, she can also play bishop d3,
Got it.
or even c4, pawn c4 straight away instead of knight c3.
So Ohm says, let's see, I'll play through the line that Ohm dropped in the chat. So Ohm says, knight c3, knight c6, knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5, d6, e takes d6, bishop takes d6, bishop c4, queen c7. I'm not sure what's going on in this position. Like how do we feel about this position? Uthra, also, what do you think?
Is it after bishop takes d6 and bishop c4? And I think it looks fine for black, but yeah, I can probably do like knight e7, castle, and rook d8. And probably put pressure on like the king side, like if white castle is king side, because there's no pieces there protecting it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes some sense. Let's see if she's moved. Nope, not yet. Would the knight go on e7 or f6?
I think f6 is probably better, actually.
Yeah, I agree. f6 is better.
Yeah, like we're kind of looking at the h2 pawn, and f6 seems like it probably keeps a good eye on it. I also like. I can't think of any reason why we would want to push our f pawn here. Or at least not very many reasons. Okay, so that seems reasonable. So let's see. Still waiting. So against knight c3, is knight c6 the main move here? That seems like the move to play, probably, right? Or So where should we go here? I'm trying to think if I guess knight c6 kind of makes the most sense here. So
she played knight c3 here?
No, we're still waiting. I'm just kind of thinking about her options.
Okay.
So if she plays knight c3, knight at c6?
Queen c7.
Queen c7, okay. I think that makes sense.
The idea of queen c7 is the rule is we should not bring the queens out early, but here we bring the queen out early. That's because they cannot attack our queen. They cannot do knight d5. They cannot do knight b5. They cannot do bishop f4.
Got it. And so it kind of gives us a chance it lets us wait a little bit to make choices about our other pieces. And if we play knight c6, we could think about taking back with the queen.
Yes, true.
Okay. So, like, what's the kind of normal developing plan with this one? Is it like something like knight c6, and then where does the bishop go here?
The light square bishop or the dark square bishop?
Both of them.
The light square bishop will be developed through b5 and bb7.
And then the dark square bishop?
It depends whether should we develop it to b4 or c5.
Okay, so we're waiting a little bit to choose with that one. And then does the other knight looks like probably it goes on e7 to avoid getting kicked by e5?
No, we should be stopping them from playing e5. That's why the queen at c7 is.
Oh, okay, got it. So that's another nice thing about queen e7 or c7 is that we can go to f6 because the queen guards here. Okay,
Yeah.
and then d6, knight bd7 for the rest of the pieces.
The dark square bishop, no, the d6, knight d7, or knight to c6. In every Sicilian defense, black will be opting for d5 breakthrough at the right point in time.
Got it. So we want to find a time to play d5.
Yeah, at the right time.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I meant to have a little box with the mainstream in the corner. Let's pop that back up there. Okay. So let's see. So that's one set of plans. And then what do we do if she plays bishop d3 here? What's the what's the line or what's the idea against bishop d3? Because this do you still like the queen c7 plan here and they wind up like transposing, or do you like to do some other sort of plan in this setup?
If she plays bishop d3 instead of knight to c3, then I have tried queen c7, but that's not that much effective.
Okay.
But bishop d3, bishop c5 is really good. That's because it's a tempo. Developing our piece with the...
Okay. So we would try bishop... got it. So we would try that to pick up a tempo, maybe. Okay, and then like knight here, if like the knight kicks the bishop, would we go back to a7?
Yes.
Interesting. I think that makes sense. Coach Luke says that somebody played this Ilya Smirin, which is a grandmaster. Okay. So somebody asked what we would do if she played the Smith-Morra Gambit against us, which sadly she did not do because I would have felt much more confident. The Smith-Morra Gambit goes here, takes, here. Uthra, Asa, they're both Sicilian players. Do you just accept the Gambit when it comes up?
First, Asa can reply and then
Go
I
for
will
it.
reply.
Which move was it? I'm waiting for the move to show up on the board.
Oh, so it's a Smith-Morra Gambit. So white plays c3.
Yeah, I just accept the gambit and then c3. I used to actually play Smith-Morra against white when I was younger, so I get kind of scared of it when people play it. But I usually just accept it and then try to play with the pawn up.
Okay. Uthra, do you accept as well?
No, I don't accept. So instead of capturing the c3 pawn, I would push d3. I would not accept two pawns. I would just accept one pawn and then give the pawn back.
Got it. So I played the Smith-Morra like I did a lesson with an international master when I was like 6 years old or something. Like I did like one lesson with him and he taught me the Smith-Morra and the French defense. And I just played them for the rest of my life basically because of that hour. And almost the rest of my life. And then one annoying thing that happened was that at some point I started trying to beat masters and like against everyone up to a rating of about 2000, I just did awesome with the Smith-Morra. I like won all my games really fast. I would get to sacrifice things and get fast checkmates. It was so fun. And then when I would play people like 2000 to 2200, the games would be a little dicey. And then anytime I played it against a master, like within 12 moves, I would just be looking at the board and be like, I'm just down a pawn here. I have nothing. I'm just down a pawn. So I don't think that that grandmasters are that into the Smith Mora generally. I would have felt much better about our chances if she had played that, even though I've never played it as black. All right, so let's see.
So, as I was telling, she is very afraid of Smith Mora. The same goes for me also. That's why I didn't want to reply first. Smith Mora is really dangerous, and like Coach Daniel said, like it will work with like till 2000, but after that, then the Grandmaster will surely figure it out how to beat it.
Yeah, if you don't know how to play it against black, it can be like very tricky, I think.
It's true.
So black.
I mean, the other thing about it that's not that fun as white is if black wants to in this position, there's like a bunch of good ways to decline it. Like they can play g6, they can play d5, they can play knight f6, they can play d3, and like all of those ways are good, and you just get kind of like boring positions as white that aren't very good. And so there's like, I don't know, there's some negatives to the Smith Mora. So let's see. Let's see if she's gotten to back to our board yet. Oops. She is still thinking. What did Caruana do against the Smith Mora? Coach Luke, do you want to join for a minute to talk about that game? All right, you don't need to. All right, so let's see. So it looks like in some of the other games, just based on the main broadcast, like she might have played d4 in some of them. So Judith is still thinking on our game. Let's see. I guess what they said about us only having 2 minutes per move may have been, I may have misunderstood something. Or maybe we have 2 minutes per move and Judith has a little longer. While we're here, we might just look at some of my greatest hits in the Smith Mora. So there's a well-known trap here that I actually got to do in a game against like an 1800. And afterwards, I asked him like what happened, and he was like, "It's the first time I ever played against that as black, and I had no idea what to do." And I bet some of you guys know the trap. So it goes knight c6, white plays bishop c4, and then black plays knight f6. So does anyone know the tactic here for white?
Let's see.
The tactic here for white. Does anyone in the chat know the tactic here for white? All right. I believe that Will knows this one, which is you play e5. And there are two very fun lines here, which are if black takes with the knight, you take, pawn takes, and then there's a final tactic that basically just ends the game in this position. Who sees what the final game-ending tactic is?
Okay, so I see happy moon knight g5. Pooja, Samuel.
Oh, maybe the chat is delayed for me. All right. Uthra, I might need you reading the chat. So,
So yeah, just now they are telling the move, like what it should be done after they capture at e5.
got it.
So Samuel got it, Sampada got it, Will got it, Pooja got it.
Kataro.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah, it's bishop takes pawn. So it's check, and then the king has to take, and then you pick up the queen for free. And in my game, that's not what happened. My opponent got here, and after I pushed e5, he looked, I'll say, very frightened for a moment and confused. And then he thought for a couple minutes, and he played pawn takes, which is in fact a better move. But it still gets into terrible trouble because you can trade queens. And if black plays knight takes, so that they keep the right to castle, there's just like an incredibly fun way to proceed here as white. Does anyone know what the next step here as white is? There's a great tactic here. They're kind of a series of good tactics. So where would we go here? Asa, Uthra, do you both know this trap? Okay, you know this one. Let's see. I'm just going to tab back over to the main game.
I think someone said
the move.
All right, so the move, it's knight b5. So you could take the e-pawn if you want, but that's not that good. Knight b5 is like, it's pretty rough for black here. So you're threatening to fork on c7, and there isn't a good way for black to stop it. So like if black plays knight e6 to guard, you can just take, pawn takes, and then do the fork anyways. The most fun way that black can try unsuccessfully to stop it is with king d7, which guards it, and gives up something much worse, which I'll give you 10 or 15 seconds to figure out. Let's see. Okay. And the tactic is, let's see, Judith has not yet moved against us. So the tactic here for us is going to be all right, since I'm a minute behind on the all right. Ohm and Jack and Natalie and Kataru and ABC and Will all have knight takes. And then the point is that after the check, you have your bishop and knight just covering all these squares, and the king has to go back and walk into checkmate. I don't remember exactly what happened, but when we got here, I think that my opponent did something like knight b5, rook b8, and then black winds up in a terrible position anyways after like knight takes, e6 to avoid getting checkmated, bishop f4, and then you have all these discoveries to go pick up this rook, and then ultimately I wound up winning. All right, let's see what happened. Judith played bishop d3.
Bishop d3. All right.
So what are the options we should consider here? Queen c7?
Queen c7 is one option. Bishop c5 is one more option. Knight f6, knight c6. These are the options we have. Let's see.
So knight f6, knight...
What do you all think?
Yeah, what do you guys think? What should we do here? So Ohm likes the knight f6 line, I think.
Okay.
Hmm.
Knight f6, knight c6, queen c7, bishop c5.
All right. So Pooja's thinking knight f6. EB3 or EBC likes bishop d3.
Mm-hmm.
Ohm likes knight c6.
Some
Pooja
problem.
likes knight f6. Hmm.
Knight c6.
So the idea of bishop c5 is that we, I'll go back to our analysis board here. We, well, I'll get there in a different order. Takes here, bishop d3. So the idea of bishop c5 is that we get a tempo on the knight and then hide the bishop on c7, on a7.
Yes.
Knight c6, we kind of force a trade here.
Yes, knight c6, they trade and we capture it back with the b pawn. I think let's not trade immediately and let's keep the tension on the board. So,
Okay. So let's see. So, and then knight f6. Does knight f6 run into getting kicked right away?
knight f6, they cannot kick right away. That's because of queen to a5.
Oh, got it. There's a fork. Okay. So what do you guys think? Knight f6, knight c6, bishop c5. I'll let you all vote, and then we'll move. All right. I'll give you guys 30 seconds to vote, and then we will choose. Asa, do you have a preference?
I think I like bishop c5, just developing the bishop and attacking the knight.
I kind of like bishop c5 too. It's also like this is a pretty good diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
It does look well. All right, guys. Also, only put your vote move once in the chat, so that we don't count you 4 times. All right.
Mul, Mary, Will, Pooja, Shoya, Samuel. Okay.
So it looks like counting about like I think bishop c5 probably has a narrow plurality, which is where you get the most votes but not a majority of the votes. All right, bishop c5 is our official move. Okay, so does she have options after bishop c5 besides knight b3? Like, do we have to worry about bishop e3 or c3 or anything?
I think if she plays bishop e3, we would do queen to c7.
Got it.
So your bishop will not be hanging in case if they try to do a discovered attack.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. And then, so bishop e3 maybe isn't that serious of a move. Wait, could we play queen
No, I don't
b6?
think so. Queen b6, interesting.
Like, I sort of don't see great options for her. Am I missing stuff?
Yeah, I think if they do bishop e3, queen b6, and the b2 pawn, and the d4 knight, both are under attack.
Right.
What will happen if they do knight to c3?
Here?
Queen b6. Oh yeah, the knight is, and the knight at d4 is lost.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think there's any
Knight a4.
I don't think there's any monkey business with like discoveries here. I think that probably we're just fine. Yeah, I don't. So maybe bishop e3 doesn't work.
Yeah.
So c3 is maybe another possible move. Is c3? I'm not quite sure what c3 does here. I mean c3 before the bishop e3 line.
Oh, c3 before bishop
Yeah,
e3.
yeah. Because I think.
Well, then they are.
Yeah.
Then they are blocking the c3 square for the knight, for the b1 knight.
Yeah, it just kind of looks clumsy. Let's see if she's she's still thinking. Yeah. So wait, is she still thinking? Yeah, she's still thinking. Okay. Yeah, c3 looks a little clumsy. So knight b3 seems like it'd be the main move, and then bishop a7.
Bishop a7. Yeah, we can go for knight b3, b a7.
Somebody earlier wanted to play bishop e7 instead. What do you two think about e7 versus a7?
I think e7 might be a little bit passive. Just like the bishop on a7 a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, like this just seems like that's the diagonal I think we want it on. Because like from e7, I don't know, none of the squares out there that you can reach seem that compelling. Whereas like this way you're just pointed at where the white king is going to castle and you're controlling the center.
And white doesn't have like any pieces on like his king side either, as of now.
Right.
So I think it'd be like really dangerous.
Yeah, like I think something like, I don't know, here, castles, I'm just going to do like fake moves. Maybe knight e7, knight c3, and then like b5 with the idea of going here. Like that looks like a pretty solid bishop pair. Alright. See? Still thinking. Okay.
I was wondering what we could do if like after b5 white might play a4.
In
If
that
they
other position?
play a4,
Like here?
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
then we would push the pawn b4.
Yeah. And then like if here, if a2, a5, and then if e2 or something here. Oh, well, I guess we can't push right away, maybe? No, we probably can. I was worried that maybe this pawn was weak, but I think we can probably just hold it.
Yeah, I think b4 should be fine.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So, I don't know. Let's go back to Smith-Morra stories for a minute. So I have one other funny Smith-Morra thing. So one of the things that really convinced me that I should stop playing it was I played it against a player who I think at the time he was pretty young, like he was in high school and he was around 2300. And I played the Smith-Morra Gambit and he declined it here. I think he did the knight f6 line. And then after the game, we were looking at the game. It was like probably one of the 5 best games I've ever played. I was winning. I'd been thrilled to beat him, but he wound up drawing because, I don't know, he was very good. And like within a year, he was like 2400 or something, so he was a lot better than me. But the game, after the game, we were looking at something, and we were looking in this trap that we were looking at a minute ago, and he was like, oh yeah, well actually black is basically fine after e5 because they can just play knight g4. And after knight g4, like, black can just like play e6 soon, and then like black is just okay, I think. And this like kind of blew my mind, and it made me think that I should stop playing the Smith-Morra Gambit, because I thought that this line was just a trap where like I would have a winning advantage. And a good player who chose to decline the Gambit basically just like practically refuted what I thought was a trap. And that was a little bit worrying for it being something where I could win games against players who were better than me. Let's see. So she's still thinking. Let's see. All right, it looks like from the mainstream, like one of the other games is in a Roy Lopez. So our position we're in is something like here now. So, Uthra, who's the best player you've beaten in the con? Is it someone as good as Judit?
Definitely not. Not as good as Judith. I don't remember suddenly, but the best player that I have make a draw is a 2500, a grandmaster. That's the best thing that I have done. Main con variation. I couldn't suddenly think of anything.
Yeah, I don't. My best win in the Smith-Morra was against a master who just missed a fork on like move 18. It was just like a 2-move fork tactic where I traded and then did a fork. And he looked like annoyed when I played the Smith-Morra, and then after the fork, he just looked like unbelievably sad. Like he was an adult. He was probably, I mean, I guess almost 40 years old, and he just looked like he was going to start crying at the board. Because I think that in his mind, as soon as I played the Smith-Morra, he was like, this is a silly game that I'm going to win. All right, it looks like Judith, in fact, has played knight b3. So, I think that we have bishop e7 and bishop a7 as potential moves here. Is there anything else we should consider?
We should definitely see what happens if we move bishop a7 and queen g4.
Okay. So if we do bishop a7 and queen g4, so I guess the point is that it's poking our g-pawn.
Should we do queen to f6? If they do queen g4?
Maybe bishop g5 after that, after queen f6.
Oh, they cannot do that because of the hanging f2 pawn.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So queen f6 would guard g7 and attack f2.
And also attack the b2 pawn.
It's true. Could we play king f8 here?
Interesting. I'm sure Magnus Carlsen would do King F8.
So, like, I guess, okay, so I'll make a defense for King F8. Beyond it's fun to move your king early in the game without castling. So, okay, so I guess Knight F6. So, like, the kind of the worry with moving with a king move like this is that your king is going to get stuck in the middle and you're not going to be able to develop. And with this position in particular, like, if she's going to castle this way, I don't mind developing the rook by pushing the h-pawn. That said, this seems pretty sketchy to me, and I don't think we should do it. Does Queen F6 work? So he would, or she would probably castle here, because she can't do this because of this pawn.
Queen F6, castle. But I was thinking, where would we develop our G8 knight? Maybe knight E7, knight G6, but then
Well, maybe
knight E7, bishop G5.
this looks a little concerning. I don't like the way this looks at all. Like, we're not going to be able to castle here because she's going to trade.
But this is the opening. I have learned the opening. So I still remember it. Knight
So is this the
B3,
line?
BA7. Yeah, BA7 is the line.
Okay.
So
So
yeah, we should also see Queen G4.
So Queen G4. Is this something where we should play like Knight F6 takes Rook G8 and then we get the G pawn?
Oh, yeah.
Does that seem reasonable?
Let me check.
Okay. And we have Coach Carissa joining us as well. So one moment. Yep. Let me get this fixed so that we can see people correctly.
Oh, yes, that's right. Queen G4, Knight F6.
Queen G4, Knight F6. So if Queen G4, Knight F6. All right, one sec. Let me get everybody in. All right, I believe that we are, I kind of have us covering up part of the board. That seems like a disadvantage. There we go. Hi, Carissa. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Did I join a bit too late?
No, you're great. You're great. We the whole event got started a little bit late here. So so we have Uthra and Asa here, and yeah, no, you're in the right spot. I'm going to get you a name tag in a second so that people can see your name. Okay. So we are playing Judit. Our position is, I think it's probably easiest if you look at the YouTube stream to see what's going on in the, but we have, we're kind of in the opening still, and we're deciding between Bishop A7 and Bishop E7. So what do people think about E7 versus A7? I think that probably we're okay with Bishop A7. I don't think I'm that scared of Queen G4 if Coach Uthra in fact remembers that there is a surviving defense there.
Did anyone see what happens after Queen G4, Knight F6? Did you see the tactic? If you see the tactic, you can post it in the chat.
Queen G4, Knight F6.
And the G7 pawn is hanging. Well, you can take the pawn. You are very welcome to take the pawn. But what will happen if they take the pawn?
Oh, there's something even better here than rook takes g2.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there's something even better there for sure, actually. So let's, so I guess the better move, has anyone shouted it out? Somebody says that there are now 2 Coach Uthras and that I don't have a head. Well, that doesn't speak well to my ability to stream this in a way that looks reasonable, but I think that there should be the right number of people. Can people see Carissa? All right, so a number of people, including RK Mule and Will and Sam, have said bishop takes f2, which would be very good because takes. If the king takes, we can play knight g4 and fork the king and the queen. So, all right, so are people good with bishop a7? Should we do a vote for bishop e7 versus bishop a7? All right, I'll give you guys 15 seconds to vote in the chat, and then Carissa, we can introduce you. Sadly, Coach Carissa is a good chess player, but she is not quite as good as Carissa Yip. Okay, so do we have votes in? Somehow the chat is slightly delayed on my screen. Have people voted? All right.
Not yet, I think.
All right. I see 1 vote, 2 votes for bishop a7, 3 votes for bishop a7, 4, 5 and 6. All right, I'm doing bishop a7. It is our official move. So, okay, so this is Coach Carissa who's joining us. She is from Maryland, I don't know where Carissa Yip is from. Massachusetts or something. Somewhere else, I think in the Northeast, but I'm not sure. So, and Carissa, you're a tournament player. You're in high school?
Yeah, I'm a junior in high school.
Okay. And you're rated like 2,000 something?
Yeah, somewhere around that, yeah.
Okay. So if you add the 4 of our ratings together, we're close to 8,100, which I think is better than Judith, who is only like 2,700 something. And I believe that that's how the math on that one works. Okay, so I have an analysis board here as well. So we play bishop a7. And like kind of the moves that we came up with as options for her here were queen g4, where we were thinking we would play knight f6. And then if she takes, we'll hit our queen like this, and then there was a tactic here. The bishop takes and then a fork. So I don't think she'll do queen g4 probably. So what other options does she have here?
Castling, knight e3.
So castling, knight c3. What else?
Maybe bishop f4.
Yeah, so this looks reasonable. So does castling. So does knight c3. All right. I am going to. I want to take a 2-minute break in a sec, but I'll also mention that basically the way it works is Judith is playing on like a Magic Harry Potter style chessboard where when we make the move on rechess, the piece moves itself on the board where she's playing the simul. And when she moves on her board, it moves itself on our board. And we are allowed to ask her for help 1 time during this game. And my goal for that is I would like to ask for help before we're like completely lost. because my main concern is that if we're playing against like Judith, by the time like I look at the board and they're like, oh, I'm in trouble here. Probably like the game is over and I should be thinking about like resigning, and if you put it in the computer it'll say -5 or something. So I want to ask before then. But let's see. So those are kind of her main options here. Oops. So, okay, so knight c3, bishop f4, castle. So what would we do against castles?
Castling, I have two options, maybe three. The first one is playing h5, a straight attack on the king side. I'm sure many of the kids will like h5. I was thinking about queen to c7 also. I want to do knight f6, but I'm so skeptical because of pawn to e5. Let's see what the kids say. h5, knight f6, queen c7. Or if you don't want to do anything up in these, you can also play pawn b5. The idea is to develop bishop b7.
Okay. Interesting. So you meant queen h4, right? I think you said queen h5, and someone is running with it in the chat as h5, h4, h3. Let's see. So she's still thinking here. This is the official board, and then we have an analysis one. So castling looks reasonable. So I guess against castling we just keep developing. Are there any moves that are like against knight c3? Does that change our options?
I didn't say queen h4. I said pawn to h5.
Oh, so you did mean the pawn move. Oh, so pawn h5, right? Does this work? We're not developing it.
The idea I have played several times, but let's see what the kid chooses. So the idea of pawn h5 is knight f6, knight g4, queen c7. Starting a kingside attack. Since the white knight at f3 is missing, so we would take this chance for attacking.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Let's see. Okay,
Yep.
coach looks
She, in fact, has made a move, and she has played knight c3. Okay, it seems like maybe they figured out whatever technical issues there were, and so things will pick up. So she's played knight c3. So what should we consider here? Like b5, knight c6, queen c7, knight e7? I don't know. What do you guys think? Of these options, what seems reasonable?
So the options you gave was b5, queen c7,
knight c6, knight e7. You can also ask you can also suggest other moves. I'm just saying what pops into my head. So Kurosawa, please chime in. Be as loud as you want to be. I want less of me talking and more of other people talking.
I think I kind of liked b5. Possibly like playing b4 to attack the knight and then developing the bishop. Yeah, I'm also worried that she might play a4 to stop like black from playing b5. I was thinking just play b5 first, but developing the knight and then trying to get castling as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think b5 is good. If we do b5, they would play a3, stopping the b4 attack, and then maybe we can continue on with queen c7. I think b5 is good, or we can also do queen c7.
Somebody's dog is suggesting
Yeah,
B5.
wait, I think that's
Yeah, I kind of like B5 kind of makes sense to me. Also, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I like b5 as well.
And Karista?
Followed by
yeah, I
d5.
like b5.
All right. Well, you have 4 coaches who like the move B5. Do people like B5? All right. I'll give you a moment to vote, and then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. All right. We have Ohm says B5. EBC is worried that we should play B5 without developing the knight to C6. Andrew wants to push the H-pawn still.
I just wanted to look into the variation of bishop takes b5. Just a quick look.
Pawn takes. Knight takes.
Knight takes. Do we have bishop takes f2? No, we don't have that. We cannot.
This is fine, right? We can push. I think this is probably okay.
Let's see. Pawn takes. Knight takes b5.
And then the other option is if she plays a4 here, I think we would just push b4, and that's totally fine, and we can play a5 to keep that pawn secure. Okay, are we set on b5? All right, b5 it is. All right, I'm going to be back in about a minute, but you guys can keep talking and keep discussing her next move if and when she makes a choice here.
So did Coach Daniel make the move pawn b5?
Yeah.
Hi, I think I'm on the audio now.
All right, I'm back. So what she castled.
Okay, good.
Okay. So do we think? I mean, probably we have to keep developing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what should we do here to keep developing?
Should we do b4 here? Maybe she overlooked the move. That will not be the case, but still.
That move as well. Because there's not that many good places for that knight.
I guess that after b4 she could go. Can she go to a4 and then c5?
Knight a4 means then we have queen c7. What
Oops, this
I
is the
was
official
thinking
board. I want to go back to our analysis board.
Oh yeah.
I almost made a move by mistake. And that would be an embarrassing way to lose. But so b4, I was thinking here, and then maybe it comes back like this. But would we play d6 to lock it out?
Mm-hmm. I was thinking if we push b4, then she would do knight e2 and then knight to g3. So stopping our h5 plan. That was also I was thinking. Okay, then let's develop the pieces.
Bishop b7 or knight. I feel like the knight. Do we have to put the knight on e7 now because of e5? Like, I guess I'm not sure in these positions now. Like, if we ever play knight c6, can she just kick us and that's a problem? Or knight f6 rather, can she kick us with e5 and that's a problem?
E5, knight g4.
This looks very. Maybe this is okay.
We are jumping into the middle game without even developing our pieces.
Yeah, I don't know. There just feels like there's a lot of holes here for us. So what do you guys think about b4? Is there any like risk of her doing one of these tactics?
Like the knight coming to d6?
Like one of these sacrifices.
Yeah, that's a plan, but I'm sure she will just note the tactics and then she'll stop it.
EBC says after bishop b7 we can play knight f6 because we control d5. So that's a good idea, is that if we, something like here, bishop b7, we can think about going here. So, I don't know, white makes a developing move. Actually, don't know what developing move white makes here.
Sam somehow got Stafford position knight g4 here into Sicilian.
All right, so what are our options here? We have b4 that we've been talking about. Should we think about like knight c6 or bishop b7 or knight e7?
So the b4 was one of the option.
Mm-hmm.
I also think of queen to c7 and then knight to c6, like you said. Knight f6, I think immediately if we do knight f6, then e5 is coming, so no, definitely so not knight to f6 because of e5.
Right. Carissa, Asa, are there any other moves we should be thinking about?
I think I just like developing, just like knight c6 and then.
Okay. Asa, what do you think?
Yeah, I was thinking of like b4, queen c7, and knight c6, and bishop b7 as well. I think queen c7 would be cool because e5 is the problem with like playing knight f6. So guarding that square could be helpful.
One thing about knight c6, if we do knight c6 now, then if you are developing the bishop to b7, so you would be blocking the bishop. And
should we be more worried about queen g4 than we have been?
Okay, that's a very good. If we do knight c6 or queen c7, queen g4.
Because now that like kind of the idea we were thinking of before with like something like this, something like this, it doesn't work anymore because she's castled and there just aren't any tactics here that work, I don't think.
Maybe if queen d4, you can just play king f8. If our plan was like to play like h5 anyway. I don't know.
This does look like the kind of thing where we could lose to a super grandmaster in 25 moves, and my goal is to last at least 30 moves before having a resignable position. But this doesn't look great. Okay, so
Does B7 look good.
So what do we do
Bishop
with
to
bishop b7 after queen g4 now?
Queen to f6. Oh no. No.
Does queen f6 run into like bishop g5? This seems like trouble, right?
Okay, so ABC says after knight c6, bishop b8 and queen c7. Okay, that would be a good plan.
After knight c6, bishop b8 and queen c7. So so the problem, I kind of feel like, but with all these, like I feel like queen g4 is just kind of an issue. All right, so Sampada says, or Om says knight f6, so does Sam. So what do we do after knight f6, e5? Like, do we have a plan here that we like?
Okay, knight f6, e5 means then the knight doesn't have a square, so it will be like a problem.
All right, Om, if you have a plan here, let me know. Otherwise, I think this looks bad for us. Sam says h5 is prophylaxis to stop queen g4.
I like h5 too.
In this position?
Actually, if queen g4 is the problem, then I think we can push the pawn to b4. If the knight goes to e2, it blocks the queen.
Sorry, I was looking at EBC's idea of bishop b7, queen g4, knight f6, takes here, with the idea that now maybe we have some real pressure on the white king.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Although, I don't know how we get rid of this pawn.
The e4 pawn.
5.
Did you say d5 also?
Yeah, and open up the center. Try to.
Like I mentioned before, at the right point, we would do d5 and break open the center.
Yeah.
I guess another question just here is like, what if we just play like knight e7 with the idea that like we'll castle? And like now if this, we can just castle.
Knight e7 is good. And what if they play e5 now? Knight e7, e5?
So knight e7, e5. Well, that seems fine. Like we could, we could play d6 and challenge if we want. We could play here. The knight still has squares. All right, I think we gotta move. It's voting time. Where should we go? I guess options that we have are b4, knight e7, bishop b7, queen c7 are kind of the moves we talked about. Also, coaches, you're welcome to give a verbal vote here as well, which it's fine if it influences the student voting. So where do you all think we should go here?
I think I like the idea of bishop b7.
Okay.
Yeah, I will also go for bishop to b7.
Okay. So we have, it looks like a vote for b4, a vote for knight e7, a vote for h5, a vote for knight c6, a vote for bishop b7, another vote for knight e7, another vote for b4, another vote for knight e7. I think Carissa, do you want to weigh in?
I feel like I would agree with you guys, but like it looks like knight e7 is the most popular option.
Yeah, most of the kids, Pataro, Happy Moon, RK Mul.
I feel like we're fairly close with bishop b7 and knight e7. Carissa? Were you on team bishop b7 here?
Yeah, bishop b7.
All right, I think bishop b7 has a, let's say, close to about half of the student votes, and it has a majority of coach votes. So bishop b7 it is. That's our official move. So let's see. So we played bishop b7. Oops, so she castled bishop b7. This is the right position, right? Okay. So, okay, so what is she, so we were a little worried about queen g4. So what will we do against queen g4?
Knight f6 looks good because since they have done a castle.
So like kind of this plan?
Yeah. Knight f6, and if they take the pawn, rook g8, queen h6, rook g6, or
something like this. So is this the kind of position that you're thinking?
yeah, I think this is good, but I'm just thinking of some other ways to bring my other pieces to join the attack.
Yeah. Like,
Queen c7, knight g4.
wait, can we just win the e-pawn?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Like
rook g4?
Yeah, we have like some combination of b4 and rook g4 to win the pawn.
Yeah.
Like that. Because like if the e4 pawn like just vanished and we could just like take it off the board, all of a sudden it looks really scary for white here.
Yeah, I think I like b4. The knight kind of has to move, and then you can just take the e4 pawn with your knight, probably.
Okay. So do we like the plan against queen g4 of sacrificing the pawn? Like, I guess the other option is like, there's a suggestion for queen f6, but I feel like this is like how to lose your queen practically. Like, I don't know if exactly the sequence, but like, I don't think the queen gets out of here alive. So I think we probably can't. I think queen f6 would work. So like the other options would be, oh, she moved. She played queen f3.
f3, okay.
Okay. Queen f3. All right. I think she's going faster now. So queen f3. So let's see. So Jack wants to try f5 with a like kind of a direct play on the pinned pawn.
I was thinking, f5 means then our king is in the center, and they might do rook to e1. They might even at some point sacrifice the e pawn and then make the rook give a rook open file.
Yeah, I I don't love the way f5 looks. So what other move should we be considering here? I don't know. Carissa,
Knight
Asa,
f6
ideas?
means knight f6, then bishop to g5 is coming.
Right, knight f6, bishop g5 looks a little scary.
Maybe e7.
Knight e7.
Yeah.
So I think knight e7 makes sense. Maybe d6, maybe? Well, we probably want to play d5 at some point, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so knight e7 looks like an option. D6 looks like maybe an option.
Does queen c7, knight c6, the idea of knight to d4 or knight to e5? When you play knight c6, you also have the option of bishop to b8 and then having the bishop in an alternative diagonal.
Then you're targeting the h2 pawn. Okay, so knight c6, queen c7, knight e7 look like kind of the moves. EBC says queen c7 to protect g7. Then knight c6 threatens knight e5. I don't think queen c7 protects g7. Ohm wants to try b4, which I think is a reasonable idea here. So it looks like we have kind of 3 candidates here. Maybe 3.5. All right. Uthra, Asa, Carissa, votes for moves. I think we got to pick up our pace a little bit, so I'm leaning on you now before you have a full time for a full think.
I'd say I'd prefer like knight e7.
Okay.
I think I like knight e7 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me think. Knight e. And what if they do bishop to g5?
We can play f6 there.
Yeah. I don't know if that looks too scary.
Yeah, 6.
Oops, not f5. F6. We can do that. I guess the idea I have is that the shifting path says doesn't see any good reply to queen g3. I think that if queen g3, can't we castle?
Knight e7, queen g3?
Yeah.
And bishop h6?
Knight g6.
Okay.
All right, it's voting time. What do you guys want to do?
I would vote for knight c6.
Okay, we have 2 coach votes for knight e7, 1 for knight c6.
Okay, coach Luke says queen to c7. I would also try queen c7. I like queen c7.
Queen c7, queen g3, what do we do? Oh, I guess we just trade queens. That'd be fine. I actually kind of like queen g7 too. Or queen c7 as well, actually. All right, so votes in. What should we do? Looks like a couple knight c6, a couple knight e7s, one enthusiastic king f8. We're not going to play king f8 yet. We should at least wait until something is threatened before we wildly move our king.
b4 is a very good idea, but I think we would just hold the b4 until we get the right time to push b4.
All right. It's fun time. I got you. I see that you want to play King F8, but you can stop doing that, or we will, I guess, restrict your ability to send messages. All right. Okay. It seems like there was no clear winner in the chat. I kind of think knight e7 had the most votes.
Okay.
All right. Knight e7 is our official move. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so knight e7. So I feel like some of the other boards look like they've had more moves made than ours, but I don't know. Maybe she's going a little faster on some of them. So let's see. Okay. So I guess moves that we're thinking about for her here are Queen G3, Queen G4. Those feel a little bit interchangeable to me now. I guess Queen G3 is actually maybe a little scarier, but it wouldn't make sense for her to go to G4 now, because like, why do it in 2 turns?
Yeah, she could have done it in the first turn itself.
Mm-hmm. So probably she's going to do... Might she be thinking about like Bishop E3?
Yes, Bishop E3 is a very good option. In case if we capture, she would be planning for F takes E3.
Oh, you think she would take with the F pawn?
Yeah, I think so. To open up the rook file and then bring the rook.
I don't know, but I think we would castle there. And I guess I was thinking that one of my ideas would maybe with Queen F3 would be that the idea is to recapture with the Queen. To keep the pawn structure okay, but I don't know that it, So maybe Bishop E3, and then we have a choice of trading or maybe castling.
Bishop E3, I think we don't have to trade the bishops and then just do knight B C6. That was one of my plans.
Oh, that's a good idea. So if Bishop E3
well,
would just evolve.
Yeah. If she doesn't capture the bishop, then we can slide our bishop to B8 and then save our bishop.
Mm-hmm. And we've got some ideas against the H2 pawn there. Okay. What if she... Okay, what else could she try here? I guess she could think about A4. Like, that always seems reasonable. And then we would just push B4, right?
Yeah. And after doing a castle, do we have the D5 pawn breakthrough or do we have the F5 pawn breakthrough? That is castling on the queen side. Okay, that's a good idea.
I don't think we're castling queenside here. It just looks like this is going to collapse as soon as she plays like A4. So what other plans? So like if something like A4 push, that seems fine for us. So if Bishop E3, like knight C6 or castles makes sense probably. Are there any other moves here that like we should consider for her? Anything that I'm overlooking is like an option for black in this position? Or rather for white?
I don't think.
Did we look at Queen G3?
We did not really. I kind of mentioned it and then was like, she probably doesn't want to do that. If she'd wanted to go here, she would have done it in one move. It does kind of make sense, though, because it takes away C7 and it threatens here. But I assume we would just castle, right?
Mm-hmm. Castling is fine.
And then, like... Because, like, if... yeah. Okay, so another possibility is bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5. And did we say f6 when they do bishop g5, or shall we do a castle?
We can think about f6. We could think about castling. We might be able to think about knight c6.
Oh yeah, knight b6 is
Yeah.
also there. e6, e5.
Okay. Let's see if she's she's played bishop e3. So I guess main options here are knight c6 and castles. Did we have any other moves we wanted to consider?
Okay, so Coach Luke said in the Smirn game they didn't take the bishop on e3 and then they waited for.
Did she win the Smirn game or lose the Smirn game? Or was it a draw?
I think Smirn won.
Okay. So, do we think we should do knight c6 or should we try something else?
I would go for knight c6, but if they capture, how are we capturing back, with the knight or with the rook?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Asa, Carissa?
Maybe with the rook so that the knight can like still be in the game. I think if you take it with the knight, like the knight will probably have to come back to c6 at one point. Or maybe b4, knight b5, but I like the knight on c6 more, I think. So maybe rook takes a7.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys want to vote? Where should we go? Where should we go? Knight c6 or knight or castles?
Knight c6.
Yeah, I'll go for knight c6.
All right, so we have a vote for knight c6, several votes for knight c6. Y'all can vote in the chat. All right, we have a knight c6, a bishop f2, which isn't legal. We have a vote for takes and then castles. All right, I believe that knight c6 is our official move.
Hey guys, check it out.
Okay, so knight c6. So, so she played bishop e3, knight c6. So her options here would be, so she could trade, and then we would take back with the rook, we think? Okay. If she, okay, so if we trade, she takes back with the, or we would take back with the rook. So what else could she try here? She could try
Bringing the rook out.
something like rook e1 or rook d1. So if she just plays like a developing move like that, would we just castle here?
Yes. And then knight e5, d5.
Knight e5, d5.
And then, or straight away d5. I was just thinking that opens up the d3 bishop. Maybe knight e5 and get rid of the d3 bishop and then play d5.
Okay. So we have the idea of trying to trade off her bishop here. And then playing d5. I think that makes sense. But can we get in trouble here because we haven't castled? Are there like tricks here that we should be watching out for with that?
If we are doing a castle, I was thinking if we after castling, if we play d5, then the bishop is open, or after doing a castle, we can go for f5.
Okay. So I guess okay. So if, I don't know, just random moves. I'm on the analysis board, which is good. So if rook over. So if we castle now, maybe we want to be a little careful about playing d5 because whatever random move. Because when she takes, this bishop all of a sudden is involved in the game.
Okay, so EBC says, what if she plays knight to c5? No.
Oh, that's a good question. So we play knight c6, so she could play knight c5 here. Probably queen c7?
Let me see.
Like, I think if we're going to keep one bishop, we want it to be our a7 bishop, right? Asa, Carissa, thoughts? We're keeping one bishop. Which one? It would be the a7 one, right?
Yeah, probably the a7 bishop. But, like, after queen c7, like, if white just takes, knight takes b7, queen takes b7, and then bishop takes a7, we lose both the bishops, right?
Yeah,
if we don't... Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
I was just going to say, like, I don't feel like our bishops are that... I don't feel like the bishop on d3 here is such a prize that it is like a problem for us to not have it. Like after takes, and then I don't know. Like, you could think about knight e5.
Maybe knight d4, knight c6, too.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Should we consider knight c5, queen c7, and the bishop to b5? Should we consider that?
Wait, knight c5. What was that sequence again?
Knight c5, queen c7, and the bishop b5. I'm just making sure nothing bad happens.
Oh, like a sacrifice there?
Yeah.
I don't think that that's bad because after we take, she takes, we could go to b8, right? And that would cover everything, I think.
And then knight to b7.
Okay, it absolutely would not cover everything and we would lose. It's a good point. So knight takes b7. Oh, maybe it's okay. No, it's not okay at all. Queen takes and then we get forked and lose our queen. So that's a problem. So maybe, okay, so another potential option is after bishop takes b5, maybe we can take the knight?
Oh, yeah. Bishop takes b5, bishop takes c5, yes.
And then if bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, queen back, and we actually... I mean, this probably loses too, actually. This seems terrible. Check. This seems like the game is over. Okay.
Maybe after bishop takes c5, d6.
She just moved.
Oh, so she took on a7. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about that particular thing. So after knight c6, she played bishop takes bishop. So we have two options here. We could take back with the knight or the rook.
I think this is easy, so...
You think it's
She
rook takes?
just made knight c5. Okay, so I'm happy with that.
All right, so Uthra likes rook takes. Asa, Carissa, rook takes?
Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
All right, students, I throw the door is open to you to vote on whatever move you want. But I will play. I would also vote for rook takes here. Sam suggested this is the moment we use to ask Judith for help. Huh, interesting. So, I would do that, but they just told me they're having a little bit of a technical issue there. And so we may not get the chance to ask her for help in the way that I've been thinking. So it looks like everybody is basically voting for rook takes a7. I will play rook takes a7 on the official board. Okay. So she played bishop takes, I played rook takes. So what do we think she'll do next?
Okay. Knight c5 is one move. Rook d1 is another. Rook a d1 is another move.
Okay. Wait, so you said knight c5, rook a d1.
Queen g3.
So queen g3. Okay.
Because I think I am planning to do knight e5 and then take the d3 bishop.
Mm-hmm. So she wants to play against that plan.
Yeah. If she plays knight c5, should we do knight e5 immediately?
I mean, I more or less like that plan. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this works, but like is bishop takes b5, a takes b5, and knight takes b5 something to be worried about?
Her doing the sacrifice now?
Yeah.
You mean immediately, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to look into it.
Yeah, we 100% lose. Seems like a problem. So the threat here is if we save our rook, she checks us and then we get checkmated, huh?
Oh yeah, going f7 checkmate is dead.
That seems like a problem. Oh man, are we just like dead here? That would be a bummer.
I mean, could we just castle and give up that rook, but then we'll have like two pieces for the rook, but she'll have two pawns, right?
How about knight takes b5 and d5?
And then
Knight
takes. I mean, this looks like at least a chess game. So we would have two pieces for a rook and two pawns. Another possibility that occurs to me is there like a possible timing with us playing knight e5 here?
Okay, let's do knight e5.
Maybe knight e6, king f8, like queen f4. After, after knight e5.
Wait, what was that suggestion?
Like after knight e5, knight d6 check, king f8, and then queen f4. But you might, I think you can do knight EG6, right?
Um,
7G6.
One moment. I'm bringing Coach Luke onto the team. All right, Luke is with us now. So, what move did you say again? Sorry.
So after knight e5, knight d6 check, king f8, and then I was looking at queen f4, but I think black can do knight 7g6.
So knight e5 means I'm not going to do knight d6 check, but instead queen to g3, and then attacking the e5 knight and also attacking the a7 rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Hi
everyone.
Hey Luke.
Hey, I'm happy to join. I'm sorry to lower the average rating of our team by joining, but
By like 35 points or something. It shouldn't be a fatal issue. I'm getting increasingly polished, so you'll notice Coach Luke joined immediately with a name tag. So let's see. So we okay. So this does seem challenging. So So if bishop takes, I wonder. So it seems like knight takes, knight e5 doesn't work that well. Just because of she has like queen g3 and queen e7, which are both problems. So, So after bishop takes, we do have the option of just giving up 2 pawns and the rook for the 2 pieces. That makes some sense. So I believe that we have lost the ability to ask Judith for help because of technical issues rather than because of anything on our end. Let me see what they said about that. I can double check.
Yeah, I think if she is capturing bishop takes b5, then we would go for the help.
You know, the kind of problem after bishop takes b5 where it's like, by the time we realize we're in trouble, it's like really bad trouble is what I was trying to avoid. So I guess, I mean, I don't think that like this position, for instance, is that terrible. Like this looks like a chance. Like that doesn't look like the end of the world. I do wonder if there's anything better. So we don't. Knight e5 doesn't seem good. Could we do pawn takes, knight e5?
Yeah, actually that's what Asa was telling. Pawn takes, knight e5.
But then queen e3.
Queen to g3.
Well, the queen could go either to e3 or g3. I think they're both problems.
Queen e3 means it's just attacking, both the pieces are attacking one rook.
Okay.
So we can move the rook to a6.
Yeah, okay. a6. And then I guess
Oh,
this...
yeah, the b7 bishop is hanging.
Oh, no, but the rook covers a6. Or rather covers d6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
After rook a6, maybe knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 and we're busted, I think. Nah, yeah, this is just a... Oops.
Okay, so Samuel says what knight e5, then take the bishop. Knight e5 covers f7, so we don't get mated. Okay.
So somebody was suggesting, what if we play... Let's see if she's moved. She is not. She's still thinking. So somebody suggested knight e5, and then after queen wherever, we take the bishop. Well, queen... I mean, I think we have the same problems, though, right? Where if the queen goes to e3, if we recapture the bishop, we run into knight takes, and there's the fork on d6, and our rook is in danger. Um,
This B5 move has really come back to haunt us.
So Arav says after knight takes b5, we should do queen b8. So Arav, do you mean after knight takes b5, pawn takes, or bishop takes b5, pawn takes bishop, knight takes pawn, queen b8?
I think Arav has the plan of knight g5 and then, sorry, knight g4, attacking the h2 and the queen, but wait, no.
All right, she's still thinking. Let's see. She is
I think after knight b5 we can even simply do a castle.
Wait, in this position we just castle? Yeah, this is kind of what I think Asa said earlier, where we get to a position like this, where it's two pieces and for rook and two pawns, which like this position doesn't
seem bad.
Yeah, this seems okay, I guess. Like I don't like these pawns might be challenging, but I don't know if she would want this in a simul. Maybe. I have no idea.
It doesn't lose, and I would like to survive longer than 23 moves.
Look, my goal is to get to 30 moves, so it's a respectable lost game instead of a sad lost miniature. So I think if bishop takes, like I'm fine with the plan of just taking the bishop, knight takes back, and castling. So what if she doesn't? Are there like other options for her? Like I assume that she has many choices here. Is there anything she can do to prepare bishop takes?
So I see a couple of chats where what if we don't take the bishop and then go for some counter attack? We will also see if that works.
So like takes, but I don't know what the counterattack would be. like if we just castle and she just retreats, this just seems like a really bad position. Like we're just down a pawn here for nothing.
Yeah. And what if she bishop takes b5 and knight to e5? Did we see that variation?
What do you Oh, she played a different move. She played queen g3.
Oh, good.
I mean, probably she has better judgment about this than we do. So maybe she. So queen g3. So I guess the only things I can think of are like castling and knight g6. Well, okay, so she's probably the plan here is f4, f5, right?
Yes. And even pawn to e5.
Right. So I guess knight g6 feels like it runs into f4, f5. So castling, maybe?
Yeah, my move, I was thinking about doing a castle and pawn to b4 now, because I think they would push the pawn to e5 and then bring the knight to e4. So the d6 square will be a hole and the c5 square will be a hole. The g5 square would be a hole. And also the knight at e4 would be covering the f6 square.
So the concern is something like castles, e5, and then the knight's going to hop in and do terrible, terrible things because from e4 it's looking at f6, d6, and c5, which seems quite problematic, I think.
Knight g6 is looking good, but f4, queen b6 check, king moves.
Do you mean in the position after e5?
No,
You mean
before.
immediately?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't particularly like the way this looks. Wait a second. So after queen g3, so you were thinking about maybe playing b4 immediately with the idea that it kind of chases the knight off of that plan?
Yeah. I was having b4, knight g6 also. I like knight g6. And if they play f4,
I actually just really like playing b4 immediately, if we can, because that just seems like really useful for us. I guess the only thing that's worrying is, can she take here? No, this is probably okay, right?
b4, knight a4 and knight c5 means. Oh wait, b4 means can she capture queen takes g7? She can't, right?
I don't think she can. I think that after b4, queen takes g7, we can just like do the normal kind of evasion and then get the knight.
Okay, so EBC says we can play f5 to keep the knight out of e4, or if en passant.
So that was like in the castle's e5 line, that we could try f5 right away.
I'm okay with b4, but after knight a4, what were you telling?
So I was looking at the EBC's line where we play f5. I wonder if I should do a. I might do a quick transition back to the mainstream in a minute and then reset up how we look so that you guys can see the board in live time instead of seeing it like 10 seconds behind. I think that might be better. It just occurred to me that there's an easy way to do that. Oh, Luke, you're on mute.
So I'm not a big Sicilian expert, but is it too late for d6 in this position? That's what I'd like to know. Is it too late for us to play d6 to get some control over the e5 square?
I think that right after queen g3, probably.
It just became too late?
Yeah. So I guess I really do like the idea of b4. So there was a question about what do we do after b4, knight a4?
I've been calling for b4 since the beginning of time.
It's true.
I
don't feel like I mind the knight on a4. That seems fine to me.
So knight a4, are you planning to do d6 or you're planning to give the b7 bishop? Or should we do a castle now? Knight a4.
I was thinking we could castle knight there. Like we could hide the bishop on a8. Which looks a little goofy, but all right. I'm going to transition us back to the main stream for a minute and then set this up so that the analysis team can analyze in live time with me. One moment.
Maybe not just the pandemic, but overall online gaming. Does this reduce that kind of stress because you don't look into the eyes of your opponent that much, or it has got nothing to do with the pressure level because the game is still the game?
That's a great question. Bianca, what do you think about it?
I think there's a different kind of stress. If you're over the
internet
board
connection, right?
Online. Sorry?
I was just making a joke about the other pressure is your internet connection, because it's obviously hard to win at a game if you lose connection.
That as well. But over the board, you
Daniel, I'll be
can
quickly
look
back.
your opponent into the eyes, and then you feel the tension, what you just mentioned. But online, there's a different kind of tension, I believe. It's not that you look each other in the eye, but it's the not knowing what's going to happen next, because you cannot sense anything.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Tanya?
I completely agree with you. And I also want to add, I think, you made a joke about internet connection, but that's not a joke. Bianca and I know that.
All right, and we are back more or less live. Okay, so now the people who are on our analysis team can be helping out in more or less live time, which should make things a little easier for them. Okay, so kind of Asa and Carissa, what are you thinking with regard to it says that our game is ending soon? We should move? Oh, no, never mind. Okay. So, Asa and Carissa, how are you thinking about, like, B4 versus other options here? Or B4 versus castles versus knight G6?
I think I like B4 just a little bit more, because just to kick out the knight first, and also like to prevent any like bishop takes B5 ideas. I like B4 more, and then maybe castle after, or knight G6 after.
Okay. Carissa, what do you think?
I kind of worried that like for like B4 and then knight A4, like she would start like coming after like the side. So like.
So do you think castles or knight G6 here?
I would prefer like castling or like knight G6.
Okay. So we have a G6, I guess a castles vote and a B4 vote. I think I'm on team B4. Sam wants to castle. Uthra, what do you think? Oh. All right, Uthra's back. So we have a vote for B4, or 2 votes for B4, a vote for castles. What do you guys think in the chat? All right, we've got Crisco and Sam both like castling. EBC likes B4.
I would go for B4.
Coach Uthra with B4 too. Ohm likes B4 too. Alright, I think B4 is our move. Carissa, if we get checkmated in like 7 moves, you can say I told you so.
Yeah.
If the decisive thing is that we just didn't castle here and we just get steamrolled, you'll have been the closest to seeing it coming. Ohm is excited that finally we played B4. Wally, welcome to the team. Let's see. So we think that probably here she's going to save her knight. So we looked a little bit at queen takes pawn, and after that, I think we're just like fine, and we pick up the knight. However, she saves the queen after rook g8. So the question is, what are we going to do if she moves her knight elsewhere? Where it seems like key ideas would be knight a4 and knight e2. Is there anything else we have to worry about here?
So we discussed queen takes g7, which is not going to work.
Yeah.
And
Queen takes g7. I think we just like defend normally and then get the knight. So I guess knight a4 and knight e2 are the main moves here. I sort of can't think of any other reasonable options for her. I am very curious if
Okay.
the
So
bishop
the idea of pawn to d6 and pawn e5, that totally stops the e5. Like white is trying to play e5, but d6 and e5 would stop the e5. Now it stops the e5, but then the d6 pawn has become a backward pawn, and the white would go for rook a d1, and the d6 pawn will eventually fall down. We don't have a dark square bishop to save the d6 pawn.
Right.
And
yeah. That does seem like a challenge.
I mean, I feel like the knight on a4 doesn't really have any squares, so I don't know if we can like try to move the knight on c6 and attack that a4 knight, like maybe knight a5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that concerned about the knight on a4.
Okay.
Like, maybe even after d6, maybe there's a chance for us to trap it with like queen a5.
Well, after knight a5, you mean?
Yeah, because the knight has some... Yeah.
That was actually not what I meant. I was going to throw my queen away. You know, that's why it's good to have multiple sets of eyes on it. EBC points out that we might be able to bring our rook from a7 to d7, which would probably be helpful.
Okay.
That's a good point. We can't do it yet, but I don't know, bishop a8 or something, and then rook over. See if she's still thinking. She is. Okay. So that's knight a4. So probably she goes to e2, right? This makes a little more sense. So what do we do after knight e2? Do we just castle?
Yeah, I like castling.
Yeah.
I mean, castling does seem like it would make some sense here.
I think our other option would be like knight g6.
Knight g6. Yeah, I don't particularly like knight g6 in like any of these lines because I just feel like it just runs into f4 f5 and it makes f4 f5 hit faster and harder.
Yeah, that's right.
So like castling, I feel like it can make some sense here. Okay. So let's see where she played knight a4. So do we like the d6 plan?
She went to knight a4, so d6, and how about the pawn at g7?
So if we did, so just going back, so if we did d6, queen takes g7, rook g8, queen takes h7 probably. Yeah, maybe this is no good. Okay. So we can't do d6 yet. Should we just castle here? Shifting path likes just castling.
Yeah, I like castling, and you said knight g6 means then f4 will be coming, right?
Yeah. Well, so basically what we talked about was that we were worried that if knight g6, f4 is coming, and then she's just going to play f5 anyways, and it'll just get there with like a tempo hitting the knight.
Get it. So we cannot do f5 also. But,
So if we just castle and she goes with the f4 plan.
I think we don't have any other choice other than doing a castle. I think the kids are also saying castle.
Yeah. All right, should we just castle? Carissa, any different thoughts here, or are you fine with castling as well?
Yeah. Like, what if she does like rook d1 and like knight c5 and start putting pressure on like the d pawn?
I mean, I think there's a good chance that that happens. I think maybe we try and sidestep it a little bit. I don't know. Our pieces are like a little bit tangled up here.
Yeah, then, like you said, the pieces are tangled, so we would go for a trade and then free up the pieces.
But I don't know if not castling helps with the problem of the D pawn, really. All right, should we just castle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would go for castle.
I don't think anyone suggested a move besides castling, so I'm okay with just castling here. Okay. So she is thinking. I wish I. All right, so she's thinking. Okay, so we castled. So I guess things that we should probably consider for her, like knight c5, f4, rook d1. Do those seem like the likely moves?
e5 also.
Yeah, I think those are good moves. Well, e5 somehow doesn't scare me quite as much. I don't know why, but this felt okay. But I guess you would play f4, and all of a sudden the attack is here. But now maybe f5 doesn't hit quite as hard.
Yeah, because the e5 pawn is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I think they will not do e5. e5 doesn't look good now.
Yeah.
They do rook d1 or like knight c5. Can we try pushing d5?
Yeah,
what was that
d5 is-
line?
Like if she does rook d1 or knight c5, can we try pushing d5?
Oh,
So
that's
that
a
we
good
don't
idea. I guess my concern with any of those is like that after like takes, all of a sudden this bishop is open.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just like, I mean, at least this way it feels like our pieces are coming to life too.
Yeah.
Although maybe not. I don't know. Just something like this, and all of a sudden it doesn't look great. Yep, looks like she moved already. Okay, so she did hop into to c5. Okay, so she, in fact, so this is our new official position. Let me double check. Okay. So she has gone to c5. So, what do we think?
The plan now is she is trying for the a6 pawn by capturing knight takes b7.
So takes, and then she gets the b6. It's a good point. Should we just play a5?
Yes, I think a5 is good. Bishop a8. So before we were talking about dragging the bishop back,
Yeah,
but
but
that's
it's just
not
losing the
possible
pawn.
now. Yeah. A5 is good.
I guess
Planning
a5,
to push
a3. I don't really like the way this looks.
Could you play queen d6 at any point?
Could we? Like here?
Queen d6 for her.
Oh, so a5, queen d6. Or something.
Yeah, like attacking the pawn. I think we have to move the bishop to protect that pawn, right?
Oh, the d7.
Yeah, d7 pawn is hanging.
Bishop to a8.
Mm-hmm.
And then my plan would be playing f5.
Maybe rook d1 here.
This looks pretty rough. Don't feel great about how things look here. Let me see. So, okay, so she's hopped her knight in. So I guess the question is like, so we don't want to lose our a pawn.
Okay. ABC said queen c8 is one option that we can consider.
Yeah, it's a good. So, right. So I guess I kind of wanted to see if we could play like queen b8 to trade queens, but it loses. So I guess that's that. So queen c8 does kind of keep everything together.
Queen c8 and queen to d6, and our c6 knight is kind of trapped. That's because the c6 knight cannot move because of the e7 knight.
Man, this is just miserable. Like our pieces are so bad.
Okay, so
Carissa, any ideas? So queen d6 is potentially an issue. We're just like so passive here. Coach Luke says that he thinks that we should look carefully at whether a6 is really hanging, because maybe taking it is risky. Okay, so like let's just think about a line where we do kind of ignore a6 for now. So let's say something like d5.
Shifting. Okay.
That's a question. If you have, well, I was just thinking something like d5 takes, rook over, bishop saves itself. I don't know, like takes, and then like, can we try pressuring the a pawn or something? Maybe not exactly like this.
Like we want to play
Or what if we
d6?
play d6 right away?
Okay, if she takes it to the knight, then knight e.
I could play d5 maybe.
No, the d6 pawn is hanging.
Well,
Yeah.
So, one of the student, like shifting path, has told a variation like bishop a8. Like we were talking about the queen at white queen comes to d6 at one point, right?
yeah. So
So
bishop
he
a8.
tells the queen at d6 might get trapped by knight to c8. Like after they play e5.
Could we also take the pawn on d6 here?
So I guess white takes on. Yeah, I mean my concern with the bishop move is we just lose our a pawn.
Yeah, that's right. So that doesn't work.
So another suggestion maybe from Shifting Path is we should just play a5. It doesn't look that bad. So I guess the reason we
Yeah, I
didn't like
think
this was
a5 is
Alessa's
good.
idea of queen d6.
Yeah, we could play
Bishop to a8.
Maybe we can even play knight c8 and like kick off that queen.
I think this makes sense.
Or pawn a4 and then kick the knight out. So that also is there. That is one of the plan.
Okay. So does anyone have any moves that we should consider besides a5? So d6, something like knight takes, bishop, queen takes, and then I feel like we're just down a pawn here. So I don't think that's a good option. So I think, do we have any other ideas besides a5 that we should think about here?
I go with a5.
So Arav wants to think about queen b6, but queen b6 is going to run into knight takes e7, and we lose a pawn and get forked.
Okay, Wally says d6. Well, that's what we saw now.
Yeah, so I don't particularly like this line because it's like we lose the pawn, but it's not like we fixed all the problems.
Yeah.
I guess one other idea was possibly to play bishop a8 first, but I don't like...
Do we have d6 now? Like if the bishop captures a6?
That's a good question.
I think they would not capture the a6 pawn with the bishop. They would capture the a6 pawn with the knight.
Well, d6 anyways. Maybe a3.
Bishop b7, knight b4.
I think this feels like just down a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have, it seems like two possibilities, which are a5, trying to hang on to the pawn, and or bishop a8, sacrificing the pawn, and a5, trying to hang on to it. Vote away. And Carissa, Uther, Asa, do you want to put in your votes as well?
Yeah, probably just a5.
Okay.
Yeah, I would go for a5.
All right. The coaches are deeply materialistic, as I am myself, and just want to hang on to my pawn. So we have a few, okay, so votes right now. We have vote for a5, a vote for bishop a8, another vote for a5. All right, I think we're going to do a5. A5 is the official move on the board. So let's see how, let's see. They told me that we are allowed to pre-move if we're ready. I have not felt like we were in a position, we haven't had any like automatic easy recaptures yet, so pre-moving hasn't really come up. Okay, so Coach Luke was on team sack, keep the bishop and sack the a pawn, but he was outvoted. Okay, so I guess what we are kind of expecting at this point is queen d6. Are there other things that we... I guess you might do something like trade here and then queen d, and then knight here and then queen d6. I don't know if this position is better for her than the position where she keeps that knight and the bishop on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Wally wants us to pre-move h5. So what do we do against queen d6? Like that seems like the kind of the thing we should consider first.
Okay.
What do you guys think are our options here?
The first idea is they are trying to capture the d7 with the queen or with the knight. Definitely not with the knight, but they would go for the queen.
Whose dog is Carissa? Is that your dog?
Oh yeah, sorry, that's my dog.
What's its name?
Penny.
All right. I think it's an important rule that if there's an animal that interrupts, we at least have to know their name.
Yeah.
All right. So it seems like Penny isn't a big fan of queen c8. So the ABC likes bishop a8. So if we're going to defend here, it feels like bishop a8 seems reasonable to me. Like I guess the other options are like bishop c8, which feels like deathly passive, at least on
Does,
bishop a8, were useful.
Can we play
does
A4?
A4 work?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she played rook d1.
Okay.
So
Oh,
she
good.
played rook ed1. Okay, that sort of suggests that she's thinking about playing a3 and opening the a file.
B6 means then she is probably going to move the bishop back, right?
Yeah. Well, or she's thinking about e5.
Oh, yeah.
How about D5 here?
Okay, so Soya wants to try queen b8. So I think the problem with queen b8 is that it just, like, we just get hit with a fork. Maybe it just loses a pawn because, like, we could trade queens here. But it does just lose a pawn for nothing. So I don't think we can play that.
Can we look into D5?
Yeah, d5 seems interesting at least. Well, no, d5 is... Okay, so if takes, we take with our knight.
Yeah.
T4 means then we can do an en passant, right?
Yeah. Because now we have to be very careful that we don't get hit with like a bishop takes pawn, rook takes queen. So c4 would kick our knight out, but we could take en passant and then takes and then get off the diagonal.
Yeah.
Oh no, that not like that because that's going to walk into another fork. Maybe to e7.
Queen,
Oh,
if
this
they
is
do
like
queen
more like
takes-
this is terrible. This just feels like so bad, man. No, maybe it's not that bad. We do have like some potential, like we can push and then go here. Maybe this isn't as bad as I was thinking.
You maybe even knight before there. Attack the bishop and activate our bishop.
Oh, wait, sorry. So,
Like
takes
after queen e7, knight f6.
queen e7. Here, we go to b4.
Or even like we can play knight f6 and then use our other knight to go to b4.
Oh, okay, got it. So knight f6.
I think A4 is coming, so the knight at C5 would be.
Right. Maybe it becomes a target.
Okay.
Mhm. Oh, can we go back to
Yeah, let's go
the
back.
B5? Mhm.
So d5.
Let's see if we have any other idea other than D5. So, like A4 now, does it work? The knight has to go back to. I think she will probably go back to C1 to go for E2. Or maybe to D2 and then C4.
D2 c4 looks kind of strong.
Uh,
Knight to d2.
Wally suggested if a4, knight takes b7, rook takes b7, knight c5.
Rook A7.
This sort of seems okay to me, relatively. I don't know. Hmm.
A4.
Maybe she plays e5 here.
Yeah, and then the knight again jumps back to E4. Oh, I'm so afraid of when the knight goes back to E4.
There's just like problem squares for her pieces. Okay. Okay, what else can we try here? So that's a4. Like that didn't look like the worst position that we've looked at. So d5, I think we wound up being kind of out on that.
Okay.
What about f5?
What was the idea?
Oh,
I was thinking of f5.
oh, I was just now thinking, but then we lose our d7 pawn. After they capture, you capture it back, and then the d7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, that would be a problem. I mean, yeah, and also g7 is hanging too.
I mean, this position is like our bishop is hanging, checkmate is hanging, our queen is hanging. This feels like one where we don't have to spend too much time analyzing. Is there anything we can try that would make this like better? Like, I don't think f5 is going to work.
Yeah, not
right
f5.
away. Cool.
Also,
Okay. What if we play d6 here?
These.
Basically, the idea is like we're just getting rid of this square for the knights.
What if I do e5?
Well, they gotta save. Oh, okay, I see. So if takes wins the queen.
Well, you don't have to take the knight, but then they are going to take the pawn at d6.
This is good for us. We're up material.
Yeah.
Because if she sacrifices a piece and then a second piece and then a rook to get the queen, that's like fine.
But her king is safe, so we don't have any attack over her king. If her king is open, then
So, should we try d6 here? So what would we like? That like line felt okay for us, I think. I think.
Okay, bishop takes h7, king takes. Let's see that. Like, how many pieces are we getting?
I mean, we have a rook and a knight and a bishop for a queen and a pawn, so like that's winning. And like now her attack is, well, I guess she gets another pawn here, but like her attack is like a little bit fizzled. Like this seems fine. I don't know. Like this would be, yeah, this is good. So d6. Okay, so another possibility is what if she just like moves her bishop somewhere? Or what if she... takes, and I don't know.
If she takes the bishop at b7, it's equal. Even though the d6 pawn kinds of look backward, then this position is fine, but she will not take the bishop.
She's not going to take. So d6. So ABC says, what about she just moves the bishop instead of e5? Like, let's say she goes to c4, b5, I don't know which square. One of these guys. Or even f1, maybe. Yeah, probably, let's say, b5. So that now we're pinned. But this seems fine. Like, we just, like, save our queen?
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
the
because we're
d6
losing
pawn
our
is
d pawn.
hanging.
This is bad.
You can save the d6 pawn by knight to c8, but then again the position is getting passive. Oh no, we can't do that. Knight to b7, the c6 knight is hanging.
Then we lose a knight. Okay, so that's no good.
Like queen b6 here.
Here?
Yeah.
I think she just takes. And then if we take here, she gets our d pawn. But we could take here. Actually, this looks bad.
Yeah, I like this.
No, I think like bishop takes, rook takes.
Wait, this.
Like, I don't think this works.
Queen c7, maybe?
Okay. Queen c7. The rooks are getting doubled up on the d5. So at one point, there is no way we are going to challenge the rook. Otherwise, the position is really good.
Maybe rook b6. Try to
Here?
trade off real, yeah.
Oh, nah, she goes there now.
Queen takes g3.
Takes.
Oh, the c5, yeah. No, this isn't
Everything's hanging. So somebody pointed out bishop c4 is maybe better because there might be sacrifices here. But against this, we might be able to play knight here. Right?
Yeah.
How about bishop e6? Oh, this is good. You will get checkmated.
Yeah,
at
we're getting
g7.
checkmated, huh? Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, so d6 runs into bishop c4. If we play d5 there, this seems probably bad. Right?
How about the first move instead of d6, d5? We saw that, but once again, I wanted to check on that variation.
Okay, so after takes,
Knight takes d5.
knight takes, c4.
I would do en passant. Capturing. Queen to e7. Oh no, wait. I would go for queen to c7 instead. I would ask for a trade. Then probably the queen is going to go to h3.
One of these squares, I think. Okay, let's, with the option of changing our mind and seeing the queens on h3 later. Then we stop the checkmate with g6 probably? Or knight f6?
H6.
Oh, and then it's
H6, queen e4, knight f6. I will tell my plan. Let's see if that works. My plan is to knight e5 and then do a discovered attack to the c5 knight. I'm planning to do a4, attack the b3 knight, and I'm also planning for opening up the light square bishop to g2.
I think this makes sense. All right, are there tactics we're missing here?
So I think if she plays c4, she will be getting isolated pawn. Before she turns that isolated into a passed pawn, we should be focusing on capturing it.
I wonder if she might do like takes first on h7 and then after king takes play c4.
And we still do en passant.
No, what am I talking about? Okay. That's less bad than when I wanted to move my queen to a5 where it would get captured by a knight, but not that much less bad. So, okay. So d5 seems like a reasonable move. Do we have other suggestions? So my guess would be that we have about another hour, but it'll last until we win the game. Okay, do we have any serious moves we should consider besides d5? Does anyone else have a move that they want? Because I think it's about time to move.
a4, did anybody think of a4?
I think we are out on a4 because of... all right.
Because,
so...
Oh yeah, knight d2, knight c4. Did we talk about that?
Yeah, I think we did.
I didn't like it, but we can have a4 be the second move option. All right, so a4 or d5. All right, so Sam wants to play a4.
Okay.
think I like d5 out of like all the options we looked at. I thought that was the best choice.
Okay. I kind of like d5 the most too. Arav likes d6.
Okay, so like you all said, let's have A4 as a backup plan in case later on we can have that as a threat.
Okay. So votes are in. I'll give you guys like 10 or 15 seconds to put in your votes, and then we will go.
I think I need to like leave now.
Fine. Thanks, Carissa.
Thank you for having me.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll send you the final result.
Yes, please. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. I also have to head out. I have another event at 1:30.
Okay. Thanks, Asa.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Oops. Coach Uthra is in fact not visible. Let me fix that.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. So let's see. So our official move is, I guess, d5. Which got a critical mass of votes while I was shifting the videos. All right, checking in on the other games, it looks like in one of them she is up a pawn and about to be up 2 pawns. So I feel like we're doing a little better than that one.
In which game?
I don't know. One of the games she's playing against someone else.
Okay.
So, that's somebody we've outlasted. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I will be back. And Uthra, you can keep an eye on things and answer questions that come up.
Okay, sure.
Let's see.
You can't say if our average rating just dropped. Yeah, true. But you guys are all helping us. It's definitely helpful to get a different point of view from the kids. Okay, so definitely not Carlson. Who is that? C5, he takes, knight takes, queen h3. Attacking the h7 pawn, you have a checkmate, but I would do h6. What if they don't capture the pawn at all and then play bishop c4 here?
All right. So how's it going?
Oh, Agadmeter, he has a huge fan following, right? He lost.
I
Okay,
did.
good.
I don't know how good he is at chess though. Like I don't think he's like better than. Is he? Maybe he might be like an FM or something.
Yeah, he's here FM.
I don't think he's an FM.
Okay.
Let's see. So she's still thinking against us. So we'll basically play until our game ends. They said that it could go up to, I think, 4 hours. But we started a bit late. So my guess would be we probably have up to another hour or something. Generally in simuls it goes faster as things get further. All right, so apparently he's about 2,000 feet A, which is ballpark the same as the two of us.
Yeah.
So, all right, so if she takes, we're taking back with the knight, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, are there other moves that she... I feel like we haven't done a great job predicting her moves. But if she doesn't take, what else could she do? So what if she pushes here?
So if she pushes knight to g6 now,
that looks totally
and attacking the e5 pawn.
Yeah, I would feel totally fine about that. Well, all right. Maybe I would feel somewhat fine.
h4, queen takes h4.
That's a good point. Maybe f4.
Okay, so, well, you cannot do f5 as long as you don't protect the e5 pawn. So I would take this time to play probably a4. Or I can also play...
Yeah, a4 is good here.
Queen to...
Yeah, I just like
Queen
a4.
c7 or queen e7.
Okay, so maybe e5 isn't a problem. So what else could she do?
I was thinking about what if she captures pawn takes and we capture it with the knight and then bishop to bishop to e4.
Wait, what was that sequence again?
She takes the pawn now and we capture it back with the knight. Before we were calculating c4, but what if she does bishop e4?
Okay. What's the threat?
Could we do knight c e7? Or
how about
a4?
Yeah, I was thinking a4 here.
a4 is looking good. Actually, you're pushing the knight back.
Yeah, if she just goes back and we play queen e7. Well, I guess this drops a pawn.
Oh
no, it doesn't drop a pawn. There's a back rank checkmate.
Yeah.
Definitely not Carlson says, how about the simple a3 after knight takes d5? Yep, looks like she moved. She took. Okay, are we good? I'll give you guys 10 seconds to say any moves besides knight takes d5. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. It's knight takes d5.
Yes, we can do it.
There.
Definitely not queen takes d5, so I'm sure about it.
Coach Lucas said that if we win, we all get ice cream. So let's see. Okay. So what do we think? So we talked about c4. We weren't terribly scared after we take en passant there, right? Mm-hmm. So a3 seems like a reasonable thing to think about here.
A3. I'm not going to capture on a3. That's because they capture it back with the rook and our a5 pawn will be isolated. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can take this time to do something to improve our position.
Can we just play a4?
Interesting.
Like, I guess I'm thinking knight back, queen e7, something like this. I don't know if exactly this, but maybe this, with the idea that we don't mind recapturing with the knight.
The thing is, the a4 pawn is under attack. So a4 looks good. Maybe we can just defend the a4 pawn.
Oh, you mean after like takes?
Yeah.
Well, takes, and then no, because if rook takes, we can play queen takes knight.
And if
she already
knight
moved.
takes, are you planning
So
on...
she played bishop
Okay.
e4 already.
Okay.
So
We were talking about a4 and then knight c e7.
So we were, okay, let's get back to the position. So we were talking about a4 and then, so is there...
Or knight c e7. These two options we were talking about.
Right, so a4.
Knight d4 means?
I don't think that's scary. We can just trade and...
Yeah. And then...
Maybe it's a little scary. No, I think it's fine.
No, it's fine.
No, this isn't.
Oh, now the back rank is not there. Back rank checkmate is not.
So a4 knight here. So there's a suggestion that maybe she's threatening queen h3 and then a sacrifice here.
Oh, to go for the d5 knight, okay.
So I guess a4 we didn't like this.
We cannot do queen b6, we cannot do queen f6 because of knight d7.
Right.
How about queen to c7? Well, they escape with...
So like
Okay.
trade and then queen c7.
Oh, no, that's bad. The b4 pawn is lost.
Well, no, because we're hitting the knight.
Oh, no, after they trade the queens.
Okay, so they trade queens, take here, takes, and we're just down a pawn.
Yeah.
So a suggestion from Arav for maybe we play queen e7, threatening a4.
And if they capture on the d5 pawn? Do we have a4? Wish they could go back to c1.
Maybe she'll miss it and she'll go back to c1. I suspect she will not, and that she would either trade on b7 and then hop in, or that she would go to here.
Yeah.
So now in this position, we're just down a pawn. Do we have any tricks, any garbage, any luck?
No, can we go back? Okay. How about knight c e7? The idea is to give support to the d5 and opening up the bishop. I know it doesn't look good, but we can just save the pawn. Oh yeah, queen h3.
Does it run into this problem?
Queen h3. h6 means knight e6. Can we do h6 here? Is knight e6 really a problem here? Knight e6?
So, well, h6 is kind of forced no matter how threatening knight e6 is. Takes. I mean, this, let me see.
3 pieces attacking, 3 pieces defending.
So maybe this is okay.
We do have queen b6 threatening f2 pawn.
Okay, what about,
We also have rook a6 or rook f6.
oh, there's a suggestion for maybe we can play knight g6 here instead. No, that makes this worse.
Yeah.
So maybe that sacrifice isn't so bad. So should we think about knight e7 here?
Okay, so let's keep that at bay, and we can also think of anything other than knight e7, a4.
So Arav thinks that we should try queen e7. And then
And after takes,
rook e8 with a
Takes
back
time.
rank checkmate. But I just don't, I don't know that that goes anywhere for us. Like, I don't know how she stops it, but there's... Actually, maybe this isn't so bad. Let's say she plays h3, just choosing a move. We do have some discovered ideas maybe here, right? Like knight leaves and then we're hitting the rook. I don't know if it does anything.
The bishop. No. Discovered attack, unfortunately, is
Oh, it
not
doesn't work 'cause
working
the
here
knight
because
is
the
division.
bishop at
So, okay, so queen e7 probably doesn't work. So do we have any other candidates besides knight ce7? Like, is there anything else we should try here?
Sam says queen b6, unfortunately, no, knight d7. It's a
Yeah,
fork.
so queen b6 is just going to run into a fork.
Mhm.
Same thing if we tried like a queen b8. Well, maybe queen b8's not quite
Yeah.
the same, but it's going to lose a pawn here.
Queen b8 means they will first threaten a checkmate at h3 and then go for knight to d7. Okay. Anything else? What are we missing?
Jack thinks we should resign. Okay, so any moves besides knight e7. All right, I'm going to open up voting. I think we got to go.
Should we do bishop to a8? Bishop.
Oh, that's a good idea.
The plan is whenever we do queen f6 or queen b6, the knight is popping on to d7. So if we do bishop a8, the c5 knight is practically useless, and we also can play queen f6 or queen b6.
I think that makes sense. Okay, so bishop a8. So we have bishop a8 and knight ce7. I'll give you guys like 10 seconds to vote.
Actually, bishop a8 looks good.
I kind of like bishop a8 too. All right. Final votes are coming in.
Bishop a8, queen h. Bishop a8, queen h3.
Bishop a8, queen h3. So if we play bishop a8, queen h3.
Should we do f5 here? No. f5 means knight e6.
h6, knight takes, pawn takes, and we are completely busted. All right, so I guess we're still at knight e7. I don't have anything to offer besides knight e7 here. All right, we got some votes. Knight e7 seems to have the most. I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'm not feeling great about how things are going right now. It seems like we have some challenges. Not going great right now, but we're hanging on. We've made it. How many moves into the game are we? We've made 17 moves. Wait, people are saying that this is terrible and suspicious now in the chat. I think it's terrible and suspicious now too. I feel like things are about to fall apart. So people are suggesting Queen E7, but the problem with Queen E7 is it just loses a pawn. And then, there's nothing good that happens afterwards. We just still have a bad position, but with less pawns. So, alright, so knight CE7. So it takes bishop here, knight CE7. Okay, so this is our position. So I don't... I don't know what we should do here. So do we think that kind of the most likely plan for her is this one? Oh, I guess she can just win a pawn here if she wants. She could just play knight takes, rook takes, knight takes pawn.
Oh, well, she can't. The queen.
Oh, the queen.
Take the A.
I'm having a lot of trouble with the A5 square. Most of my worst ideas involve that square this game. Perhaps there's a curse on it. Interesting. Okay. Hi, Coach Adarsh. Thanks for joining. We can use your help.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's see. Okay, it looks like she already moved. She played C4. Okay. I think the only move here that isn't immediately resigning is en passant, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna give people.
And we don't have any counter attack.
I'm gonna give people 4 seconds to think about en passant before we play it.
The good thing about en passant is she has isolated pawn, but the bad thing is that is a passed pawn. So before she promotes it into it.
All right, I've taken en passant. So she's gonna take back. And what do we do after she takes back? Wait, do we have a nifty tactic? Oh gosh, all right. I was thinking that we could play knight takes pawn, rook takes queen, knight e7, and then scoop up her queen with check. But it doesn't work because after knight takes pawn, after knight takes pawn, she just takes our knight with her queen.
The queen is going to take. Otherwise, that would be knight takes pawn, queen takes. No, it's not working. But it was a very good line.
It doesn't work at all. So she takes back. So what do we do after she takes back? We must just play, what, queen c7?
Queen c7 after she takes rook d7. Oh, well, she can even capture the b7 bishop.
Well, no, queen c7. Oh, so you're saying takes.
No. First she will take, and then when we capture.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We just lose the bishop.
Yeah. So how about queen to c8?
Coach Adar says queen c8 or queen a8.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So originally they said that we could ask Judith for help once during the game. We've lost that offer because I believe they're having technical difficulties on the other side of things.
So do a4 work here?
For her? Or for
No,
us?
before queen a8, a4.
I takes here. This seems bad. Maybe not. I don't know. It all seems kind of bad, but like if we protect the pawn.
c4. Play c4.
Yeah, she's just gonna play c4 and we're busted.
Queen to no, not busted yet. c4, queen to c8.
Takes.
Probably attacking on f2. But it's definitely not looking good.
I'm sure that there's other options here for white, though. So the official position still is, so she did recapture. So this is the official position
Okay,
now.
recaptured.
Right? She moved. Okay. So our ideas now are basically a4 and queen a8.
No, a4, yeah, a4, queen a8, queen c8. Yeah.
Is there any possibility we can do queen b8? I remember thinking that didn't work, but I don't remember why.
Queen b8 doesn't work because queen h3
Got
and then
it,
knight
got it,
d7.
Okay. So she plays. So if we try queen here, she goes for a checkmate. When we avoid it, she then plays the fork. Okay. Okay.
So
So queen c8 is another idea.
c4?
c4. And I think we're just kind of busted, right?
Is a4 an option?
a4 might be an option here.
Okay, so Will has a good idea.
All right, what's Will's idea?
Queen to b8, right? The first move.
Okay.
What we thought is queen h3, threatening a checkmate, and then now he says knight f6.
But doesn't that just drop material on b7?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still okay with a4. Can we look at that?
Yeah, let's look at a4. So a4. So I guess her options here are either takes and then knight here.
Mm-hmm.
Saving her knight somehow feels like it would be okay for us.
Yeah, that would be okay. That's because our queen can escape.
Yeah.
Where does queen a5? I think queen a5 is looking good.
And then the idea is if takes here, we take here.
Yes, that is also looking fine.
Okay. So what if she does this trick where she trades and then saves her knight, and then we still have the problems. So we save the rook to whatever, the a file.
Yeah, rook a7. c4. Queen to
c7.
a5.
Or a5. Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah. Gotta be. Actually, it could be either of those, maybe.
Queen C7. Mhm. Knight E6. But still, it's going to be equal, right? No?
Knight e6, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, check, king here, down a pawn.
Yeah, down a pawn.
But like
Which
not that much
obviously-
stuff on the board.
But one pawn is a huge thing for Judith.
Yeah, it's like if we could have that position, but like the queens and the minor pieces, and then this stuff on the a file is gone, I'd be like, great, we can get a draw, but I don't think we can. So Arav thinks we should just play queen c8, but I think we can't play an immediate queen c8 here. Right? There's some problem with this.
Yeah, why Queen C8 didn't work?
Oh, it's just
Oh yeah.
no, this
Captures,
is okay.
rook takes.
This is okay.
But knight takes a5 means then the rook is under attack. So are you telling that we have to attack the rook and then go for attack the knight and then go for c3 pawn?
Well, but the this is okay.
Bishop takes d5. Bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, rook takes d5.
Nah, we
oh,
can. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay, so queen c8 feels like our most promising suggestion so far. Anything wrong with queen c8 or any alternative suggestions we should consider here?
How about c4? Yeah, that's what we saw. C4.
Oh, with c4, is this the problem? And then when we move the knight, we just lose our bishop. c4, a4.
Yeah, so that's why we a4.
Then like takes.
If they take the b7 bishop, we would be taking it with the queen.
We might even push here.
Queen take. Oh, yeah, that's.
No, because then we would have to take this way.
And we would take it with the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This still looks challenging, like queen here.
And then they will take the pawn.
Yeah, we're kind of lost here, I think. All right, so are there other moves besides... so takes. So maybe pushing is bad here, but could we just take...
Yeah, I think we can take it with the queen. And if they do queen h4, we have a knight g6.
Then takes. Trades. You know what? I would live with this. All right, queen c8 is fine. Do we have any suggestions besides queen c8? I think we're close to locking it in.
Yeah, I think we can go, but I'm not entirely sure. Can we go 2 moves back? Like.
Oops, sorry. I went too far. There we go. This is our official position.
Okay.
All right, so queen c8 is, I believe, our move. Wally says our pawns are so bad, which... All right, I'll give it a couple seconds and then I will lock in queen c8 as our official move. 3. All right, queen c8, official move. locked in.
Okay.
All right. Is there an easy way to see what's going on the other boards?
I will go and try the Twitch.
Sam wants me to pre-move the whole sequence. So if I just look at, I guess I can just look at their, so there are 6 games. Okay, so she beat, oh, these are games that were resigned previously. Oh, maybe they have a different, they have a different account for each of the games. So Coach Adar says, oh wait, is there a knight takes b7, rook takes b7, c4, queen takes c4, and knight takes a5? Uh-oh. There does seem to be that as a problem. I think we... So knight takes... I mean, we... that is a problem. Rook takes c4. Nope, she already moved. Uh-oh.
She took?
She took it. Uh-oh. Coach Adarsh might have found a problem, but one move late. So knight takes. So I guess our options here are rook takes or...
Queen takes.
Queen takes. Could we
Queen
be like
takes means
creative with
c4.
like a4 here?
Can we?
Oh no, Coach Luke made a good point, which is after rook takes, push, queen takes, fork, queen takes bishop, knight takes.
No.
Yeah?
Queen b3. Oh, we cannot do queen. She cannot do queen b3. Queen g2 checkmate.
Yeah, so we're hitting here, here, and here. But she could probably play queen f3.
Yeah, we cannot capture the knight because of the f4 knight hanging.
Oh, wait. Oh, man. Look at this tactics. No. I was thinking knight h3, and then if pawn takes, queen takes. But I guess queen just takes, and we're down in exchange. Bummer. Oh, man. I was so excited. I even had more tactics there that don't matter. So if rook takes...
Is there anything... Rook b4? Can we do rook b4? No, right? They do queen to h4.
No, queen h4 is okay.
Oh, yeah.
We have an escape there. Rook b4 maybe is a trick. Well, no, I mean, but it's kind of a trick, but like after whatever. Takes...
They capture.
We're down a pawn now, but I bet we could get it back.
How about queen to c5 now? The knight is under attack. The knight cannot be protected. So in case if she moves the knight, then the c4 pawn can be taken.
So Jack wants to try, I think in this position, playing knight c3. Maybe it was in a later position, but I think that's going to run into bishop takes rook.
Oh, this is cool.
Oh, check, king move, takes.
And we capture with the queen, so yeah.
Wait, so knight... Oh, that's a good tactic.
But knight c3 and queen takes c3.
Oh, that's a bad problem.
Yeah.
Wait, let me make sure this is the official position. Oh, it's not yet. It's not yet. So this is the official position. So I guess we have to take back with the rook. Is there anything to queen takes or push?
Queen takes c4. I think that is what we analyzed earlier.
Yeah.
Like a queen captures c4, a4, and knight to c5. Or we even calculated queen to h4 here.
Right, we looked at queen h4 here, and this is okay because of knight f6.
No, not knight f6. The queen
Oh,
will
sorry.
be hanging.
Choosing? This just looks losing, right? Maybe not.
No, we did analyze this. The plan is if they capture the knight, we are going to capture the knight at b3. And we also analyzed that the e6 pawn would be very terrible.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't think queen takes works. Okay, so I guess the choices here are queen takes knight and rook takes. Wait, could we play knight takes c3 now? Does this work? This would be incredible if this worked.
Yeah, queen h4, knight to e4, and then we can take on the b7 knight, right? But we have to be very sure, otherwise we'd be losing the material.
Okay, knight c3. Does she have any... Alright, so I think this might have been the place where Jack meant knight c3. So knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is fine. Does this just work?
Yeah. Are we winning the game?
we're not winning. Settle down. There's a long ways from like, the game is over and we lost, but like... Alright, I think knight c3 is like, I think we should play knight c3, but I'll give you guys a bit to vote. There's like about a...
Okay. Wally says knight c3 and queen to f3.
So queen f3. But I think that if queen f3, we can just trade on e4 and then get back recapture on b7 and we're fine.
Can't we just capture the rook at d1?
Well, I think if we take the rook...
Then should be happy to take the knight.
The knight's going to save itself.
I think she'll just capture rook takes d1.
You think she'll just take?
And
oh yeah,
yeah,
you're
she'll
right,
be having two pieces.
Yeah, so I don't think this is a problem. All right, I think we are settled on knight takes c3.
Okay.
All right.
That's true.
Good tactics. Let's see.
Could we consider bishop takes h7 check? Well, it's too late now.
You're not allowed to come up with ideas after the fact. They have to happen sooner. Okay, so bishop takes... What's the idea of bishop takes h7? King takes...
No. Let's ignore bishop takes h7.
I don't think that that causes problems. Yeah. What if she just like... I wonder if there's a way to reduce... Like, we're on like a little bit of a delay, and I wonder if there's a good way to reduce that.
If she goes bishop f3, then we can simply take the knight at b7, right?
Yeah, I think we could take either one. Or, yeah, I guess taking the knight.
Yeah, we can take the knight. Because they cannot capture the rook back because of knight e2.
Mm-hmm. So if rook takes... Oops, not rook there. So if rook takes... I guess what I was worried about was, like, rook here?
Yeah, we have to consider this.
And then...
Rook c7.
Rook c7. Yeah, maybe this is okay.
The plan is to push pawn a4, attack the knight, and then go for knight e2.
Hmm. Right, and if she... Wait, what happens if she just takes? Like, takes, check...
We captured the queen with
the
the
check.
check.
Point is it takes with check. Okay, I think that's right. Okay. So bishop f3 probably isn't an option. Yep, Sam says she moved. Where did she go? She played bishop takes h7. Okay. Do I have to think before I recapture on h7?
But what's the plan of bishop takes h7?
I don't know. Oh, it might be king takes bishop, queen h4, queen takes knight.
But still,
no, that's
the
fine.
rook at d1 is hanging.
Right. Okay, so should I just play king takes bishop?
I think yes. I don't see any. The bishop was actually defending the b7 knight, but she moved the bishop and yeah.
Well, so she's up a piece in this position, so...
Okay.
Alright, I guess I'll just recapture.
Okay.
Okay. So bishop takes, king takes. So let's say queen h5 check, king moves, queen takes knight.
Knight
I mean, this can't be it. We're
d1.
winning, right? Like we take here with tempo.
Yeah, and then we also take the d1 rook.
Yeah, and then we get that. So that can't be the plan. So what's the plan after? Like, what does she do next? Is there another check she could try? Oh, can she play queen d3 check? Well, what would that even do? I feel like I'm missing. Alright, so king takes. Check here. So material right now is even, but these are both under attack, and so is this.
Rook d3.
And then if we take the knight,
If you
let's
take
say?
it, no, if you take it with the queen, then she's going to take the c3 knight. Rook h3.
Let's play maximally greedy chess. Rook h3. Oh, she played. Oh no, she didn't.
Pawn f6.
Well, I don't think we get checkmated here, do we? I think we can run.
Yeah, we are not getting checkmated. Even the knight at c3 can escape. Like knight e2.
Okay. So what else could she try? So Luke was thinking maybe she plays knight d6 here. Sam reports that we outlasted the comedian from India who I'd never heard of. Well, as long as we beat the person who I don't think has ever played in a chess tournament, maybe he has, I don't know. I feel good about this. So what if she plays knight d6 here? Like after check, king move, knight d6. I mean, this doesn't... Is this... How bad is this? So material's even.
Maybe her plan is rook d3 and rook h3 because the knight at d6 is controlling the f7 square.
So the knight at
But
d6.
we can do queen a6, right? If something bad happens, queen a6 and control the rook d3 plan.
So we're fighting against rook d3. That makes sense. Yeah, and it does help that we're hitting this rook, so it's got to do something. Oh, she moved. So she checked. Okay, can I go ahead and play king g8?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not even going to wait for a vote. If people want to move me to to g6, I will override their will. Okay, so knight d6 is an option, but I think queen a6 looks okay. Coach Adarsh thinks maybe we can do knight g6 too. Okay. So, and we weren't scared of this because of just rook takes, right?
Yeah. Rook takes, and we are also going to capture the d1 rook.
So that's not a threat. Okay. So what else could she try here? So like in this position, material's even, but she's kind of hit with a double attack. And what's the problem with rook h3? Oh, the problem with rook h3.
Rook d3 means we can gladly take the b7 knight. We will be a piece up.
Right, because there's no checkmate there.
So I think she is going to escape through knight d6.
And then we save our queen. So where would we save our queen to here? Queen...
Yeah, that's what I told, right? Queen a6. The plan is to play knight e2 check.
Queen a6 with the
and stopping rook d3.
I guess the other square...
Queen a,
I don't think queen a8 is good now, though.
Yeah. Queen a6, knight c5 means... Should we do queen e2?
Okay, so she did knight d6, so this is the official position. So queen a6. Is there anything else we should consider besides queen a6? Oops.
Queen a6 looks good.
Like, I don't even... There aren't even very many other squares where, like, we don't lose the queen right away. So Coach Adarsh thinks maybe queen c7?
Okay, queen c7.
I guess queen c7...
They cannot play rook c1 because of knight e2.
Right.
But rook d3. Rook h3.
And then we get checkmated.
Is it a forced checkmate? Yeah, it's forced. We cannot stop it. Okay. So that's the plan.
Does that work against... Oh, so it doesn't... So queen a6 stops that.
It stops only momentarily, but the knight c5 is coming.
So here.
Queen to c6. Rook d3. Knight g6.
No. Doesn't work.
Yeah. I think this is good.
So
I guess we don't have any other move other than queen a6.
all right,
Because
I think
she
it's
is
time that we
defending the
do.
checkmate.
Well, okay. So Adar says queen c7. Oh my gosh! I just moved on the real board.
Okay. Okay. We will try to see queen c7, rook to. Well, it's not that much a bad move.
Okay,
It's not
I could have made a worse choice.
Yeah.
Okay, and she's
And she
already
moved.
played rook d3. Oops. Okay, so queen c7, rook d3. Sorry guys. All right, so Coach Adarsh's idea was queen c7, rook d3, rook d8. Rook h3, knight g6, and we don't get checkmated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna see if I can ask for a take back.
But she played the move, right? She didn't even.
All right, I have asked if we can do a take back. I don't know if it is possible. So, okay. So let's assume that we can't do a take back. Do we have anything to consider here besides rook c8 or rook d8 to avoid getting checkmated?
Okay.
So Adarsh pointed out rook here,
Knight g6.
knight g6, that she has a hard time defending her knight. So maybe this position is fine. Rook c7 was, I'll just say never mind about the take back. So knight g6. So I guess the other possibility is, can we play an immediate knight g6?
Queen h5 they cannot do. Queen h3 they cannot do because of knight f4.
Maybe this is just fine. Maybe we can just play knight g6.
Queen to d4. Oh no, they cannot. Okay.
Maybe knight g6 is just fine. All right, should we just play knight g6?
Okay, just a minute. I'll just double check. Queen G3 they cannot do because of knight E2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think knight G6 is good.
Okay. I don't know if I should count people who are spamming the chat for knight G6 before as their official votes, but I'll give you guys a second to vote. All right, knight G6 is our official move, I think.
Yeah, it's good. Actually,
Seems
much
excellent.
better than rook d8.
I mean, there was a suggestion that I played this as a psychological trick from Coach Luke, which sadly I don't think worked because it wasn't like I asked Judith directly. I asked somebody and was like, hey, can we potentially take back a move? And then she said like, I can ask, give me a few minutes. So I don't think that we got to the Judith phase. All right, so knight G6. Judith has already moved, I guess. Oh no, she hasn't. So knight G6. So what are her options here? So she can play... Okay, so... Like these squares...
Queen G5?
all either get captured immediately or just run into a fork.
Yeah.
So, if I want to be really thorough with highlighting things. So I guess the only options for her are basically here, here, and here.
If she goes to c4, then I think we will just take... No, we cannot.
Okay.
Then she can go for queen g5, attacking the a5 pawn. That's one weak pawn we have.
I mean, we would push, right?
Knight to d4, knight to c5. She cannot do knight d4. That's because the d6 knight. Well, she can. Then she can queen d6, rook c3.
You said queen d6, rook c3?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I
that's
see. You're
not
saying
happening.
here takes. Well, then we get here.
Yeah, okay. I think in the actual teach, Sagar Shah. Yeah.
Oh, so she played queen c4.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, so we could trade queens. It'd be really nice if we could do the fork, but we obviously, I guess obviously can't.
Knight e5, queen captures queen. Rook captures and no, they cannot do that because they cannot do knight a5.
Oh yeah, we're hitting the rook even simpler.
Yeah, but they will try rook e3, attacking the a5 pawn, attacking the e5 knight.
Okay, so maybe not knight e5. There's a suggestion for knight f4. Oh, that is super tricksy. Okay, so knight f4. What a move.
Oh yeah, knight f4. It's really looking good.
Arav and Wally like knight f4. So...
They cannot take queen takes c3. They cannot take rook takes c3.
Takes check and we get the queen.
Okay.
What if she trades queens?
And
I mean, I guess this is fine if we trade queens.
Yeah.
So knight f4.
I think knight f4 is good. And what if she captures rook takes c3?
We have a...
No, we cannot do that. Maybe we should just simply take queen takes d6 and then
It's just a
position
trade.
is, yeah,
And we're...
and it's simplified.
I guess we're not thinking about a fork here because the queen covers it. Okay, I think knight f4 looks pretty strong. Is there anything else we should consider here? Like, should we think about... Soya wanted to check first, and then king moves, then knight f4. Wait. Oh, no. Then knight f4.
Then the queens are getting traded.
Then we trade queens.
I think even this is better.
No, because we lose a pawn.
No, the d3 rook is
I don't know why I'm like blind to that rook hanging. Yeah, this looks... Okay, so I guess we actually do have two candidates here of knight f4 immediately or knight check and then knight f4. So should we play knight f4?
I would go for knight f4. But only thing is knight f4, rook c3. Yeah, that should be fine. We can just take the d6 and then they don't have rook d1, they don't have rook d3. If they are having an open c file, we are having an open d file. And yeah, that is good. Maybe if we do knight f4, we also threatening g2 pawn. In future, we can also go for a checkmate at g2. We can threaten.
Do you mean with the immediate knight f4 or the check first? Immediate? Okay. All right, guys. So what should we do? Knight f4 or knight e2 check? So Arav and Wally like knight f4. Give you guys a couple more seconds to think. Sam and Arav are also on team knight f4.
Knight e5, queen takes c7, rook takes c7, rook e3. Attacking the knight at e5 and then attacking the pawn at a5.
All right, we have officially homed in. Coach Luke says no question. Knight f4 is much cooler. Knight f4 is the official move on the board.
Okay, good.
All right. Let's see. It's like on the main broadcast. I don't know whose game they're showing now.
Maybe they'll be talking about our game.
I assume at some point they have. They just asked me if we can make moves faster now, so I guess we're going to have to pick up the pace of it. All right. So what are the moves that she could... So assuming that she makes a good move here... So I'm assuming she doesn't take a knight. So if she takes our queen, we just recapture right away. What else might she do? Oh, she played rook takes c3. Did we miss this?
Yeah, no.
Oh, no. So it's queen takes d6, right?
Does knight e2 really don't work?
I think knight e2 runs into queen takes, and then even though you get the rook, it's 2 knights for a rook.
Yeah, that's right. So let's not do knight e2.
Yeah, I think
And
we gotta
yes,
do queen takes, right?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Arav is pretty proud of knight f4. All right, so I'm going to give people a couple seconds to vote against queen takes knight, and then I'm going to take the knight. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. Takes. Okay. So now, what are her options here? So she's. What is she gonna do?
Maybe knight to d4. She might try. No, she cannot do that. Queen takes d4.
Yeah. I mean, there's some fun mistakes she can make. Like she can play knight here and get hit by this, where we take and then there's a fork, pick up a knight.
Maybe she can attack the a5 pawn because it's kind of isolated. Well, we can even focus on g2.
Yep, it looks like she moved. She played rook
e1. Okay, now she is on defending side and we are attacking. Good.
I mean, kind of. We don't have that many more threats, but so I guess a4 looks reasonable.
Should we trade queens, queen d5?
Queen d5.
Oh no, we cannot do that. Queen takes f4.
Oh, that's a good point.
Rook d8.
Okay, that looks like a very reasonable move. We're like pretty close. Like if her queen was somewhere else, we would have like stuff like knight e2 check with takes and then a back rank mate.
Okay.
However, her queen is overprotecting e2 right now.
Okay, let's see then if we can make the queen move.
I don't think we can.
Yeah, we cannot. What will happen if we play a4? Where will the knight move?
c5?
Then rook to c7. I think they can capture queen takes a4. No.
Yeah, she could do queen takes a4.
No, she cannot. Knight to.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. No. Knight e2.
Oh no, because the queen stops me.
Yeah.
Rook takes. Check. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay. So rook c7, I guess, doesn't work because of knight takes. Sam says we should do rook d8 because we're supposed to be going a little faster. All right, so final moves are rook d8 and a4. I'm going to take a fast bathroom break, and then when I come back, whatever the chat has voted for, I will go with.
I think rook to d8. But I don't want to miss a move such as pawn to a4. Pawn a4, knight c5. Okay, rook d8 is better.
All right, I'm back. I guess it's basically rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 is good.
Oops, that was the study. All right, so rook d8, so we're waiting for her. She's thinking. I feel like this position is probably like close to equal. Maybe I'm wrong. But it...
Yeah, it is equal.
Like, it doesn't feel terrible here. Yeah, we may start losing some teammates soon as we get late in the day. Let's see. On the main broadcast, I believe that somebody else has lost.
Is it Grandmaster Peep some...
I'm not sure if he's a grandmaster.
Peep Kuyenka. Kuyenka.
Judith's still thinking. All right, let's see. Judith. She played G3. Okay. So G3. That seems like a good move.
The knight is not trapped. Well, knight d5, knight h3, knight g6. Knight d5 means then she is going to do rook d3, putting our knight in pin.
We might have a tactic. Oh no, that doesn't work. That loses.
So
yeah, I don't like that.
yeah, knight d5 doesn't look good.
So
knight h3 check looking good. Knight h3, king g2. knight g5.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay, so they are telling queen d1.
Queen d1. Well,
Rook takes,
interesting.
rook takes.
So rook
queen
takes is
f1.
checkmate, or is so something like rook takes, queen f1,
No, actually knight
check
e.
and wins.
Yeah, knight e2. The king has to move,
Hmm.
and yeah. Okay.
Hmm.
Queen d1. But what if?
What if she plays?
Rook f1? No, she will not do that. Knight e2.
Yeah, rook f1 gets. Well, no, knight e2. She can.
Move the king, right?
And then like knight takes is okay because of rook takes queen.
Okay, so I think queen d1 is looking good. Can we go back?
Mm-hmm.
What if she doesn't play rook to...
Like, what else would she do here? So she's got a guard thing, so... Alright, like, I guess other reasonable tries would be queen f1 and rook e3.
Yeah. And then our queen will be under attack, our knight will be under attack, so... We have to be very sure before playing queen d1.
Queen takes knight. Queen takes rook and wins, okay. Coach Adarsh says king f1 is a little worrying. Seems like a good point.
Attack, knight is under attack.
And the knight is basically trapped. Because basically the threat is just to take the knight, and if the knight leaves, we lose our queen. Yeah, I think we probably can't do it.
Yeah. But very good idea, queen d1.
Okay. So now we're back to the boring retreat move. So I don't really like knight g6 because I feel like the knight is just kind of like, it's sort of locked out of the game here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I just don't think this is... So I guess and we don't like here because then we get pinned.
Pin.
And we don't like here, I guess, because we get pinned too.
Yeah.
Maybe knight d5, rook d3. Coach Adarsh likes queen b4 here.
Really.
This looks reasonable.
Yeah, this looks good. So if the queens get traded, we are going to capture it back with the pawn attacking the a2.
Okay. So are we good with Are we good with knight d5?
Yeah, I think it's good. Knight d5.
Okay. I'm gonna make the official move.
I think they are in our position. They are looking at our move. Okay, they are thinking whether knight g6 or...
Yeah, so I'm gonna pick up the pace a little bit because of the delay. It's a little bit hard for me to do the voting, and I need us to go a little bit faster.
Okay.
So let's see.
Yeah, they are talking about our knight f4 move, which was like a...
Okay, so knight d5, so she's thinking.
Oh, she played.
Rook d3. Okay, so queen b4.
Okay, sounds good. Queen b4.
All right, queen b4 in yeah, queen b4 also hits the rook on e1, so I think it like almost forces a queen trade. All right, I'm gonna lock it in.
Okay.
Okay. All right, queen b4. So the game, I'll catch up our study board, rook d3, queen b4. So does she have to trade queens here?
She can go back to queen c1, but it's like retreating back, and we can even try a4.
Yeah, I don't think she can do that. So, all right, if she trades queens, I will, we can recapture the pawn. I think that's basically required.
Yeah.
So let's say, I guess she could also, could she play rook here?
Yes. She can do that. And should we play rook b8? No.
The idea is we're getting out of the pin here. Sam has been waiting all day for us to push our pawn to a4. The moment might come. We also might never push a4 if... oh, so she moved. So she played a different move. She played rook here. Okay.
Let's first see the possibility of trading the queens. Is it really that bad? After trading the queens, can't we do rook b8, threatening pawn a4?
I feel great about trading queens here.
And what if they do knight to d4? Knight d4, give a check in the back.
We could play like g6 here.
How about knight c6? They are trying to
well, no, we're fine. Check, king out,
okay.
Rook over. Nah, maybe dicey.
No. I think the question is good. We will not lose very soon.
Wally likes rook d7. Doesn't like rook d7 just lose our a pawn though? Oh, he says after knight c6. So he was thinking rook takes was our move here was rook b8, knight d4, g6, knight c6, rook d7. That can't be what he meant.
What's the point of g6?
I guess I was worried that we were going to get into back rank trouble.
Okay.
Oh, he was thinking check here, then rook d. Oops. Analysis lines. Then he was thinking here, fork, check, king here, rook d7.
Rook d7. Oh, yeah, I see the trick.
So there's a tactic. And I'm not sure we need to do this. I was just thinking like that might be an issue, but we could also just check right away. Like I don't think that there's any threats on the back rank really.
Yeah, I don't want to go into defensive state once again. Just know we bounced back from defensive and we are in attacking position.
Alright, so we could try trading queens here?
Yeah, let's go for trading queens.
Alright. Oh, Wally was thinking rook d7 in the current position. That actually is a good idea.
The plan? What if they don't take the queen?
Yeah, that might be the question. Is like, what if white just does? I mean, it's not like it's easy for her to find moves here, really, though. All right. Well, so pretty confident she's going to take back. So what will we do after she recaptures? Do we still like what was the line we analyzed? Do we like rook b8 here?
Yes, so we have to get our rook out from the pin. That is one point.
Is there anything else we should
Maybe
consider besides rook b8?
a4, that also we can consider. But a4 means knight c5.
Yeah, or d4. Maybe knight c5.
Knight c5, and the a4 pawn is actually lost. Oops, that's it.
Soya thinks maybe we should consider. Well, so I don't think we can try knight b6 because of this pin.
Yeah.
So the only other thing I can really think of is rook d7, Wally's idea. But I think that just loses our a pawn here.
Yeah, we don't have immediate knight f4 threat.
I think we got to do like rook b8. All right, I will lock in rook b8 once she recaptures.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Rook b8. Yeah, I think rook b8 is fine.
If we play rook b8, is she going to play rook a4?
Rook b5.
Reasonable. Okay. Rook b8 it is. Okay. ABC says this is long. Agree. This is definitely on the long end for a game. Normally when you play a chess game this long, like, you're just totally quiet for like 4 or 5 hours. So it feels very different talking about all the moves.
Yeah.
In some ways it's less stressful because I'm not necessarily expecting to win here, and also because I'm a little less worried that I'm just going to overlook something because we have a full team keeping an eye on stuff. Okay. So she's still thinking here. So if she goes after our pawn, we would play rook b5, right?
Rook b5. Yeah.
Okay.
I think at one point even we can lose the a5 pawn and go for the a2 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so what else could she do here? Could she play like a4 or something?
Oh, a4 is definitely a bad move. I'm sure she'll not do that.
You don't think so? Well, but why? Because it's not like our knight has to stay here, right?
Yeah, she can move the knight.
Like I guess I don't. It's like in some sense it gives our knight like a new outpost, but I don't know that it goes anywhere.
Knight a4 means I was thinking about rook b4. And if she captures, we capture it back with the a pawn, and then the a4 pawn will be like a... Oh, you are planning to push? Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
So Coach Adarsh is telling rook a4, rook b4.
So Coach Adarsh likes rook a4, rook b4.
No, rook a4, rook b4.
Wait, so here Oh, rook a4, rook b4.
Rook into a5, rook b3.
Oh, rook takes here.
But it's still good. Like, even if they capture rook takes d5, it's going to be a draw. A draw is fine.
This looks like a hard draw to hold. I don't feel great about my chances to hold the...
A4.
Yeah, like, I don't love the I'm down a pawn against a grandmaster in this endgame. Like, maybe Stockfish feels good about defending this. I do not feel great about defending this.
Yeah.
She just... Okay, so she actually just played a4.
Oh, okay. Good.
So a4. See, that made me think that I had there was a better idea than we got credit for. So she plays a4. So do we like this rook b4 plan, where we just kind of trade some stuff off?
Rook b4. Yeah, I think I like the rook b4 plan, but let's also ask the others.
Okay. All right, guys, what do you think about this plan with playing?
That's knight
rook b4.
b6 work. Knight b6 means simply they are going to move the rook
You mean
back,
for us?
right? Yeah. They can even do knight rook to d4. Yeah. No. Okay, this doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Okay. So,
I think rook b4 is. Oh, wait. Rook b4, knight a5 means. Oh, we can give a check in the back and then take them.
oh, is there some? Oh, yeah. We could check and then pick up the knight. That's even better. Jack wants to play rook here, but I think that just drops the a pawn. Yeah, all right. Rook b4 is the official move. Knight takes, rook takes. All right, it's
Rook
locked in. Jack, did you mean rook a b7 or rook b b7? Okay. So a4, rook b4. All right, so if she takes, we obviously recapture with the pawn. So it's not like that obvious, but I think probably I would recapture with the pawn. So takes, push. And then probably we walk our king to the middle. This feels like it would be hard for anyone to make progress.
Yeah, we can take our king.
Mm-hmm. If okay, so if she plays, okay, what if she doesn't play rook takes? Let's say she checks. I don't think this is a problem.
Yeah, now the pawn at a4 is under attack. So she might save it by knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b6.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Knight b6 looks solid.
Should we offer a draw?
I think we probably have to do a little bit more work before we can offer the draw.
Yeah.
Look, guys, if we get to a position where I think we can get a draw, I'll figure out how we offer a draw. there is an offer draw button here, but since she's playing on like a wizard chess set, I'm not sure that it will work. All right, so she's thinking. All right, are there other things we should consider that she might do?
Okay, so taking with the pawn looks right to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I don't know if any of her. Is there like, I don't know, some sort of silly detonation sequence of like rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes? Is there something like that?
Yeah, but we do have an escape like rook b1 check and then
Okay,
take the
there you
knight.
go. Rook takes and then we have rook b1. Okay. Oh, she took. All right, I'm just gonna recapture.
Okay.
So takes, takes.
We can easily bring the king, so
Mhm.
I guess I think she should face some trouble in bringing her king, but it's fine for us.
Does she have any? I guess I'm trying to think what move she could try here. She could push, or she could play knight here.
Knight c5, rook to a5, and then the pawn. Yeah, it is lost, I think.
Okay. So pushing is probably kind of forced, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what can we do after pushing?
Does rook c7, rook c3 plan work? It's risky, right?
I don't think I want to trade rooks because she has the outside pass pawn. Rook pawns are just really hard for
Knight to block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I think then we will just the b3 knight is actually stalemated, like Coach Luke said. She cannot move the knight and she cannot attack our knight, so we will just make the king walk.
Okay. I think the king getting to e7. I guess like let me just make sure she hasn't moved. Okay, so like if we just think about something like king f8.
Bring the king to a4 square.
Well, I guess we can't go through there, but something like this is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
a4, yeah, c4.
I guess the issue potentially is like, is she going to be able to make an outside pass around the king side?
Okay.
I don't know what we can.
So Daniel, I'll just quickly take a break and come.
Go for it. I've taken many. You haven't taken any, so go for it. All right. Coach Adarsh is very aggressive and wants us to walk our king all the way out there and sacrifice our rook for the knight and the pawn and then try and promote. I might be okay with playing this a little bit safer, you know, and just kind of keeping my king in the middle. Let's see where she... All right, she's still thinking. But I do think that putting the king on e7 makes a lot of sense. It's a square that it's hard for the rook and the knight to get added on, and yeah, let's see. Okay, she pushed. All right, I'm going to go forward with the king f8 maneuver. Okay. So king f8, so this is the official position. So Coach Luke thinks that we should be trying to get our king to c4 and then our rook to take on a5. I don't know if that quite works though, because like even if you imagine that like we magically could get our pieces into position, like the rook just goes to h3. Maybe it works. I don't know. Let's have let's play some moves to see how that would work. So let's say h5, king over, h4, king here, push, king here, push, king here, push, something like this. And then her pawn's getting there before my king gets into position, I think. So king f8. So I don't think we can play quite so directly. She also has the opportunity to not play quite so directly herself and to bring her king somewhere towards the middle. I don't know exactly where, and she has to be a little careful about the order. Like she could do something silly with like push king here, here, and then walk into a fork, but I suspect we won't get that lucky, but it is like that could slow her down a move or two. So I guess I don't like. My guess would be that she'll do either something like activating her king or racing these pawns, and so like I don't necessarily want to sell out everything. Yeah.
I think if the king side pawns are going to become a passed pawn, we can push f5 and then slide the rook from a7 to h7 to stop the pawn.
So like I'm just making moves to get there to show what you mean. You mean something like whatever. No. Alright, so we're like doing the really aggressive plan. Takes, and then like f5 with the idea that we're guarding here.
Yeah. Or we also have knight to f6. And if...
No, I think that makes sense. I guess the... Sort of my concern is that if we do something like this... Well, I guess it would be her turn here. So let's say she goes there to support.
Knight f6, the pawn is stopped, so maybe we can just move the rook. Our a7 rook is free now. It doesn't have to sit at a7 to stop the a pawn.
Well, but it can't leave this square.
Yeah, rook h7, knight to g8 or knight to g4, and then we can take the h6 pawn also. But it's not the case for the white knight. The white knight has to stay there to protect the a5 pawn, or the white knight has to stay there to block the b pawn.
She could like...
Yeah, at one point should be...
So like maybe have to go here first. I don't know. King here. Let's see if she's moved. Nope, still thinking. I wonder what she's saying on the mate broadcast.
Lunch break before the game. So for those things, it was very important to have a very standard way of living. Some questions about why should new people come into chess? I can...
All right, let's go back to our thing. I think it's a recording of her answering questions from earlier in the day. So there's okay, so let's say we're just kind of passive in this endgame, which I'm not going to say that I would be entirely satisfied with a draw and would be totally fine if we just kind of sat around and were like, I don't think she can beat us here. What would we... how would she win? I don't...
Maybe we can flip the board one time and then see what will be her plan. She can do knight d4.
Well, I guess it's black's turn here.
Oh yeah, instead of g4, she can do knight d4.
All right, so let's say we play... I don't know. I'm just doing passive moves. So a couple of people have said, I just don't know if she can get a breakthrough if our king stays home.
Yeah.
I just don't know how it would happen. So a couple of people wanted to play f5. I don't know, like this position or something. And I'm not super duper into f5 because I don't really like leaving this pawn weak. Where all of a sudden it's we're... I don't know. I don't love leaving that pawn weak. Right, still waiting. Judith's still thinking.
Maybe she'll offer a draw for us.
That'd be nice. I'm starting to get hungry.
Yeah.
Let me see. So, Wally asked about f6. I just kind of don't like things that leave this pawn weak because, to some extent, I feel good about our position because we have this knight. So, I guess the version of this where maybe it would make sense would be, if we are putting our king on f7.
Oh, then they would push a6. If they push a6, then our rook is,
right.
It's bad. Yeah.
It's just, and it's not easy for white to make progress there either, but I just, I don't love pushing. Okay. She's still thinking. Jack thinks we should ask her to resign. Yeah, so Coach Adarsh thinks if white can get their king to d4, maybe there's a winning plan for Judith there. So that is a good question. So how would she get there? So let's say f4, king e7, king up.
I think she would even try f5, f4, f5.
You think she might? Oh yeah, f5 is a good point. So let's just say super passive moves, king here, f5. All of a sudden this looks like we're kind of losing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so let's flip the board then.
So, okay, one moment. I'm being summoned back to the other broadcast. So Uthra, you are taking the lead. I'm not sure if it's our turn. I'll just leave it in the official possession. Yeah. So 1 moment.
To get to a certain move number without things going too wrong, it also gives a lot of motivation and energy to your community to keep going and keep thinking.
And a lot of hope for that chapter bar also, right? And you know what I love about this situation? That you are actually contemplating your chances. I can see it in your face that for you, this is not a settled situation, which means we are going to see a lot of heat on this board.
Katie, you know, before I let you get back to your board, I know it's a big position for you, as you mentioned, and you're running the entire show with your community. I have to ask you, when are we having that promised prop night stream?
Oh my god, I'm so into this. I'm so into this. It's a lot of fun. I've seen some of your streams with also with Samai and Dimitri, and I was like, okay, let's go. But funny, you know that I have some computers. We're going to fix this and joining from nights.
Katie, you know you've got a lot of fans in India as well, so we're all waiting for you to get that fixed. But meanwhile, there's a lot of action on your board, so good luck to the game and have fun.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
To the C to the A. They have coached over 100,000 kids. I can't get my head around that number. And there we have Daniel. Let me also quickly bring up this position, how they are doing. Oh my god, what a game by Daniel's community. Daniel, can you believe what you're seeing on your board right now?
You know, there was a long time at the start of the game where we were just looking and we were like, this is terrible, we're losing. It feels like the game's practically over. And then at some point, we found a couple of good tactics and it looks kind of even. I sort of can't believe it.
And I want to ask you, Daniel, because the MCA, you train so many kids. Give us an idea of how old are the participants of the community today? Just give the approximate age that they're playing in.
So I'm hearing an echo. Can you guys hear an echo? Oh, okay, great. So basically, we work with kids starting around age 4 or 5 and up to 13, 14 years old. So most of our crowd is in the kind of the primary school, elementary school age range.
And are they participating in this event right now, playing for your board?
I think that most of the students and coaches helping us out are either at the older end of that or are in fact coaches. So we've had 4 or 5 coaches helping at various points who are adult ages.
Daniel, if you had to, I mean, you've seen how the game has progressed and the position that you have on the board right now. If you had to predict an outcome, a result on your board, given the current form and the position you have, what would you say how it's going to end?
I think we have an excellent chance at a draw here. For a while I thought we were losing, but now I think we have a good chance at a draw.
You know what? I would agree with Daniel. I mean, I'm looking at the position, and it's been impressive play by the Magnus Chess Academy so far, Daniel. We're definitely going to be glued to this game. Thank you so much for joining us, Greg.
Thank you.
Can you just give us a peek about what you guys are thinking right now? Like, what is the dilemma right now? Where we're at right now? Can you just,
Oops. Oh. Sorry, guys. I thought I was asked to go. So what are we thinking? I guess I think that there's a fair amount of chatter hoping that we get a draw, and a little bit of chatter from Coach Uthra and I hoping that we can have lunch. Because it's been a long game.
It's been a long fight.
Thank you for the specifics.
Sure.
Elsa's chest right now.
Yeah, we have the same problem every now and then. The reason why we reuse some of the things is that Daniel reads we have to do progression runs that we keep the studio and
While Greg gets to make out touches and stuff like that, we all need that break. I think we're letting Daniel. It won't be in this conversation. So Daniel, thank you so much for joining us, and you're both performing incredibly well so far. But you know what? I just noticed that they took on b4 with the pawn, and I want to ask you, what do you make of that decision of this trade of recapturing with the pawn?
So.
I like it, but it gives White the opportunity to go a5.
So we basically looked, and it seemed like it would be very hard for either of us to make progress in this position, which I think we were okay with. I guess taking with the knight would have given it a much more static position, and maybe that would have been a better choice.
Knight b4 keeps things more under control, keeps the symmetry in the position on the queen side. This would have been Daniel's fake, but the community decided to take with the pawn. This kind of makes things a bit more interesting, Daniel. So we're excited to see how the game progresses. Thank you and all the best.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, we a much more static position with our chat screen.
Wow, a takes b4. I'm actually quite amazed by this decision to recapture the rook with the pawn. And simply because this gives White yes, your turn.
Yeah. Oops.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. She played f4. What should we do? Do we have a decision? All right, guys. She played f4. Do we have a decision here?
Okay. We have pawn to knight c3. Knight c3. The idea is, what if we... Right. I don't want to move the knight because the knight is actually in a very good position.
Do we have a decision?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so do we have a move? There's Jack has some votes for king e7. Sam says we should panic. Wally likes king e7 too. I also like king e7. King e7 it is. Are you good with that, Uthra?
King e7 f5 means we are not going to take it, and instead... Or should we do g6 to completely stop f5? I don't want to give her any counter attack.
I like g6.
Should we do g6? Is g6 good? Yeah, okay. Will has g6.
Wally likes
Wally
g6
g6
as well. Alright, I'm going to go g6.
Okay.
They were, I guess you guys heard on the main broadcast maybe that they were like, wow, I can't believe you guys took back with the pawn here instead of with the rook, or instead of with the knight. And after they said that, I was like, oh man, we should have taken back with the knight. Because if we take back with the knight here, it's just like an easy looking draw, right? Like it's just game over, no more play left, right?
I thought the rook c3 and rook c5, the pawn at a5 is hanging.
I don't know.
They should have seen something.
Here.
Okay, so we are in a defensive state. Oh, okay. So you said that we are happy with the draw, and they suggested this line.
Yeah, or they suggested that line anyways, maybe. So takes. All right. So where are we in the game? So we did takes push king over. Okay, and we played g6. So push king over f4, and we've played g6. Oh, and she's played king f2. Okay.
So her plan is king f3, king e4, king d4.
Right.
Yeah, or king e5.
Okay.
Shall we do king e7?
I mean, I think king e7 would be solid.
Mm-hmm.
Does she have any trick? Like, I just sort of think we should play king e7.
Yeah, that's right. King e7. So Coach Luke says, yeah, I do disagree because knight b4 means we would be playing passively, but this, yeah, I like this position much better.
I guess I kind of like the passive position with when there isn't that much play left if we're not desperate to win. But I appreciate everybody else's fighting spirit. So let's see. So king e7. Okay. Oh, did I make them? Oops, I didn't make them the official move yet.
Yeah.
There we go. King e7. Let's flip this back then. Okay, so king e7. So do we think she goes king f3?
Yeah, I think so. King f3. Do we have any tactics like, in case if she king to f6, king e4, knight c3 check? No, right?
You mean like?
Or if she plays king f3, should we completely stop everything by playing f5? Does this look good?
I mean, this kind of makes sense to me. Like, this does feel like it would make it very hard for her to make progress because, like, there isn't going to be a way for her to get to the center squares.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess the way she could try to be like, no, I mean, there's just no way in. Like, she would have to put her king where her knight is, move her knight.
Maybe she will do rook d1, rook a1, defend the a5 pawn, and then release her knight.
But she can't really, like, release her. Okay, so, like, I'm just doing nothing moves for black, but, like, here.
f5, one thing that's bothering me is the g6 pawn is getting backwarded and the e6 is getting backward pawn. But I was also thinking about if something goes wrong, rook h7, rook h2, but...
There might be some problems here, like, is she going to be able to do this, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, but... Oh, so she played king e2.
Okay.
Okay, so king e2.
The plan might be rook d4, king d3, king c4.
Mm-hmm.
King d6.
Do we have Somehow our knight is like a little bit clumsy now, where like it'd be nice if we could go after this pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do this plan.
Yeah, king d6.
All right, are we good with king d6? I think we're good with king d6. I'm going to speed up the pace at which we make moves. All right, king d6 is official. Okay, so king d6.
We might do rook d4 or rook d1.
Yes, I mean, I think probably. So rook d4, let's say, that's a reasonable thing for her to try. But she can't, I don't think she can win that. So like, okay, so like, let's say she does rook d4 and we come in like this. This seems good for us? Question mark?
It is looking good. Our plan is to attack the knight by king a4 and then capture the a5 pawn. If she defends the knight by king c2, then we have rook c7 check. Knight e3.
Yeah. Well, we got to be a little careful. We can't like really sell out going for this pawn, but maybe we can a little bit.
We also have knight to c4, doing a fork and capturing the a5 pawn.
Knight to c4, doing a fork and capturing the a5 pawn. Yeah. Okay, so knight c4, I guess, is the real threat there. So maybe the plan is just to walk the king over to b5.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's still the... So is there, like, other stuff she could do? Like, can she push the pace on the other side of the board? Like, here, 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 here. Check, here.
Wait, check means can't we capture the a5 pawn?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Still thinking.
So did we cross 35 moves?
Yes, we are officially not getting miniatured, even if we blunder now. This is like a totally respectable game. Maybe better than respectable. Like, I sort of just think the plan of, like, we walk our king over and are like, okay, what now? Is just good. What if she just goes, well, I guess now that the f-pawn is like, she's got to defend it somehow if she's, because like she can't leave with a rook, or she can't start pushing these ones now because of the f-pawn.
But I guess g6 is a good move.
Yeah, g6 is super strong.
So still 8 more boats are going on?
I don't know. Where are you checking? Wait, that would mean that only, I think, one of the games or two of the games have ended. Um, I don't. Is there like an easy way to see what's going on in the other boards?
Maybe I can. I don't know. Like.
The
So
world
this is
board
the
is still
world.
going.
Yeah. And she's 2 pawns up, so she will definitely win the game.
Definitely winning. Definitely better there. So let's see.
Mhm.
I don't know how to see what's going on the other boards.
So they also sent a Twitch link,
Mhm.
so maybe I can check that.
Hmm. All right, so she's still thinking with us. So it looks like Ray Enigma in the corner, wearing his trademark black and white. I don't know what kind of clothing that is. Is doing great. I guess it looks like he is down a pawn, but she has a bad pawn structure, so maybe it's even. That's a kind of complicated, messy game too.
I think he's trying for a perpetual check or a 3-4 repetition.
He is? I mean, that makes sense. You guys can see that one in the upper left corner of ours. All right. Thanks, Jack. Glad you had fun. Good suggestions. Knight C3 will live forever. All right, so Judith's still thinking here. Okay, still thinking. I kind of thought that we would that there would be a stream of her walking around making moves so we could see which board she's at, but that does not seem to be the case.
Yeah, that would be cool. Maybe we can, if you have a link of the Dubai Expo, then
I don't think they have one. I think that they said that there was technical difficulties with that, so they were just doing the people in the studio. Yeah, she's really taking her time on this move. I mean, it's possible that Judith also needs to take the occasional bathroom and water break, because we've just been kind of sitting here. She's been walking around for 5 hours or something. Oh, more than 5 hours, almost 6 hours now.
yeah. We are creating a world record, so
It's true. What's the world record?
Like all the
because
communities participating together.
Got it.
Yeah, I like a simul.
Hmm.
I don't know if Tanya Sachdev remembers me. Yeah. I have played the Indian Women Premier Championship. So I have played alongside her, but I didn't get the chance to play with her.
You know, we had interesting. Asa and Carissa, who were helping out earlier, I just kind of assumed that they knew each other because they're both rated a little over 2,000 and they probably live like 8 miles apart. And like, there can't be that many girls rated over 2,000 within like 8 miles of each other, or maybe they're 15 miles, but they've never met. So, all right, so she has played King E2. Are we good with continuing our plan of walking over to the queen side?
King C6, knight D4 check, so we cannot go to B5. We can go to C5.
That's fine.
King C2 means we cannot take the pawn because of knight B3 fork.
Yeah, but we could just, I think, step forward.
Is there no other trap like knight C6, knight E5?
I don't think there's any traps here.
Knight E5 check. Knight to H8 or knight E5 means we can even ignore the...
Like, this looks pretty dangerous for her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think she should let us in. So should we just keep going with our current plan? I feel good
I think the
about
only counter attack she can do is knight D4 check. But even if she does that, we still have king to C5. Yeah, I think it's good.
All right, I'm gonna give people a couple seconds to weigh in the chat, and then I will go ahead and play King C6 and continue with the plan. Let's see. They sent me a message. All right. Locked in. And are people generally okay if there's like a check, king forward, check? Actually, I guess if she went back, I would just kind of keep going and walk further in.
Instead of king, if she gives a check at B3, instead of king C4, what I think was, yeah, if we move king C4, we are blocking the C file, which is already open.
Right. And we're at the moment, we're the only ones who can use the C file. Yeah. I guess I guess my idea here was like here, and then the plan is to play knight C3.
Okay.
Because then this knight is undefended. So like So let's say like h4 is like she starts her thing, we go here, and like
King c2.
king c2 is forced, I guess.
Rook d4 check. Rook d4 check.
Yeah, maybe this doesn't work.
We will have this plan. Let's see what she does and.
King c6. So I guess maybe if she does this check, we just go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Then like here. I guess what's tricky is like I sort of don't know how to get after this pawn with our knight.
Yeah, I don't know how to get her pawn if she's not moving the knight. But one thing for sure is she cannot take any of our pawns, so that is better.
Right. Like right now she's pretty tied down as well.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Adarsh thinks that if she does something with let's go back to the official position. Coach Adarsh thinks that if she does h4, we might be able to do something with rook a8 to h8.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems like a good idea. I worry a little bit maybe about leaving the f pawn. Or like, I really like having this rook here because it just feels like we've kind of locked everything down and our only weak pawn is defended here.
I think they are having a break, so that means Judith should also take a break. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm going to take a break. Well, actually, I'll hang out for a few more minutes. It's not clear to me if Judith is taking a break or what's going on with the other streams. I'm going to see if I can check to see how many of the other people are still playing. Okay, so the Otstarva guy is still playing.
Okay, Sam is leaving.
All right, bye, Sam.
Bye, Sam.
And a Rudolph is still going, and a Kremling is still going. Alright guys, a little bit of a lull here.
Even if you hadn't mouse slipped over there, I don't know. But I think the mouse slip was actually better for us. We still got a very good position.
Yeah, I don't think the mouse slip was like that. I think it was probably the better move. It might have been lucky that I didn't finish the voting and that I just kind of randomly made a move.
Okay.
right. Anna Cramling appears to be down a pawn.
Anna Cramling is a woman fillet master, I guess.
Let's see. Anna Rudolph was watching somebody else play. Let's see how Keddy is doing. Keddy appears to be down a pawn. All right, good night, Coach Adarsh, where it must be, I don't know what time, but I'm going to guess very late there. I guess one advantage we could really press here is I think for Judith right now it's almost 9 o'clock. So like if I'm hungry and starting to think that I want food, she's probably like really hungry. I had a tournament game I played years and years ago where I had a Philidor position, which is a king, a rook, and a pawn against a king and a rook. And it was a position that I knew was a draw, but like you can play a lot of moves. And my opponent was like, it was a pretty cold room, and my opponent looked like cold and tired. And I was like, I'm just gonna keep playing moves until he cracks. He's gonna make a mistake. And it took like 50 moves or something, or 60 moves, and like an hour and a half. And at some point, he just blundered and lost. And I think that should be our plan for Judith here. All right, thanks, Coach Adarsh. Get some sleep. All right, we've got Sam helping out still, who's maybe not doing the homework he's supposed to be doing. Who else is still with us in the chat? Who's the other host on the mainstream besides Tanya?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't know who he is. They said their names, but I had a weird feedback thing on the mainstream, and I could not understand everything that was being said. Alright, Om is still with us, so's Arav. Nice. Wally's still here. Alright, oh shit, we have a move. Rook F3.
F3.
That was not on my considered list.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the point is that it gives her king the e3 square?
And also knight d4 and f5. I think she might even try for g4, f5. I think she's going for g4, f5.
Got it. So what if we just keep going with our plan?
Since we have our rook at a7, like you mentioned earlier, the rook is defending f7, so... pawn f5. We capture... Well, she cannot take it. Oh, she can? She can.
This might be winning.
King a2.
Maybe this is bad.
No, this is winning. Rook c7. The king cannot get closer.
Well, but king here, check, and then we're... Yeah, you're right, winning. All right, should we just start walking? Keep walking in.
So, king b5, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
king
okay.
b5.
This is the position. King b5. How about knight d4? Knight d4 means we cannot take the a5 pawn because of knight c6. If we go to king c4, then she will do knight c6. And is this a threat? Like
It seems okay.
knight e5 check. Or knight x f7.
Or maybe we take with the
Okay.
king.
No, with the rook is fine. I think this is fine. Even if you lose the g6 pawn, we will not, but still we have a passed pawn, and we also have rook a2, rook h2.
All right, I'm
Something-
keeping going with the plan. 3, 2, 1. They keep asking me to move faster, so I'm just going to move a little faster. We may be a little less democratic. Sorry, guys.
I think we are moving very much faster than Judith, so.
I wish I could get rid of the delay. I don't know. This must not always be the case when people stream things, that there's like a delay like this. Alright, so on our analysis board, we now match the real board. Yeah, guys, so we're looking at the actual position now. This is like the official game board.
The options that we can see is knight d4 check, pawn to g4. That's what I am saying. I don't see any other move.
Same. Well, I mean, she could play like king c2. But then maybe rook c7.
She might go for king c2 and king b2. That would totally defend her knight at b3. We cannot move the knight. We cannot capture the a5 pawn, but we can go for a draw. That is the case.
You know, in this position, like, we might actually be able to, like, if she did this check, we might actually just be able to, like, do this. Maybe this would be very risky. Like, it's just like we do have this passed pawn, so like I'm not saying we should do this, but like I don't know. It's like it wouldn't be like shocking if that turned out to be okay. I don't think.
So a rook versus knight. If, for example, in the whole chessboard there is only a rook and knight, is that going to be the person who is having a rook is going to win, or is that a draw?
Do you mean it's just like I have a rook, you have a knight, nothing else?
Yeah.
I think it's a draw, except for in like very specific situations where the knight can get trapped, or like the king is already stuck on a back row. Wally's not a fan of me just mindlessly sacrificing the exchange and saying that I think I can get away with it. Alright, a lot of people think that I should not mindlessly sacrifice the exchange because I think I can get away with it, which I understand why you guys think that, but sometimes you just want to throw away material because you're tired. I do wonder a little bit about like this position where we took with the pawn instead of the knight. Like probably if we did this, like the game would just be over and it would be a draw already.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay, so that thought is still lingering for you. Like, what if he had captured with the knight?
but I guess I'm sure there'd be stuff that she could try in that line as well. All right, is she still thinking? She's still thinking. Okay. So let me get back to the official position. So it went like here, 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 here. All right, so I'm back on the official position. She's still thinking. So if she plays knight d4, are we going to c5?
Yes, c4.
Okay. Everybody's good with knight d4, c5. Okay, so if knight d4,
I
king
think
c5,
knight
king
d-
c4.
King c5 or king c4. Even king c5 is better.
What's the
Well,
advantage of c5
we want
versus
a draw.
c4?
King c5 means there is no knight c6.
It basically just... So it gives her the choice to go back and forth.
But if we do king c4, then she has knight c6, knight to e5, knight f7.
Right, so this does kind of just force her to go back.
Mm-hmm.
Right, whereas if we go forward, things get messy. Although, like, kind of messy in a way that's probably good for us. Because, like, this trade seems like it's, like, winning for us. Yeah, she moved. Oh, she played h4. Okay.
Okay, so what's the plan of h4?
I'm sure it's g4, h5, right?
Okay.
How about king c4?
King c4, the plan is knight to c3.
So two plans. So one of them is if she plays g4, we take on f4. And then if takes, and we're winning.
Okay. If she plays king c2,
that seems more likely. Should we go the other way with our king? Maybe we should go this way.
No. King c4 is good. I think king a4 means knight c5 check. It's going to be repeating.
Well, no, because if we go here and she checks, we take there.
Okay.
So it's definitely like we're up the pawn now. So where would she go?
If she does king c2, then can we give a check?
That's what I was thinking. Maybe this isn't good.
This is good.
I don't know if this is better though.
We cannot take the b3 knight. We don't have an entry. One thing we have to be cautious is the a pawn. It can move.
So maybe
king a4.
Yeah, I kind of like c4.
Coach Luke says, yeah.
Rook c7 or rook a8.
Yeah, that is actually good. Rook c7 stops the king to going to c2 and b2.
So we're just kind of flipping the order, and then maybe we go to a4.
Yeah. And rook c7 g4 means king a4. Now king a4 work.
I think king a4 works because now we're threatening takes. takes, which is good. And
Okay,
we're
I think
threatening.
C7 is good.
Yeah. All right. Rook C7 is the move. All right. Rook C7 it is.
We must cut off.
So Arav likes the idea of knight c3. So I do think knight c3 is an important idea for us, potentially. But one thing that we have to be a little careful with is like, if we do it in the other order, like something like, let's say, here, 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 it doesn't, the knight on c3 doesn't necessarily do anything. Like, there's no next step for it, because this is pretty far from the a5 pawn. It's like 4 turns to get there. Like 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. Mm-hmm. So it's far from the pawn. It's easy for her to keep her knight safe. So maybe we're just kind of okay there. Let's see what's happening on the board. Rook c7. And one thing I really like about this rook c7 move is that it makes it a little bit hard for her to coordinate, because now if we do the same kind of plan with like king a4, she can't play king c2 to guard the knight, which was the main way that she would like do that otherwise. So it just makes it much harder for her to hold things together.
King a4, pawn a6 means then we simply come back to king to b5 and take the pawn, right?
Yeah, I don't think the pawn can run. Like, we still have the rook here.
Yeah. Yeah, at the right point we can also try pawn f5, but at the right point.
Right. Yep. She played g4. Okay. So do we like okay, so two possibilities here I can think of. f5 or king a4.
King a4, the if suppose we play king a4 and they do pawn to h5, then can we really capture knight takes f4?
I think so.
Or does the h pawn become a queen? Okay, we have f5,
Yeah,
so
I
it
think
stops
f5.
both the pawns.
And now, like, takes here, here.
Yeah, okay, we can give the rook back.
I have to think that this is like, actually maybe this is losing?
No, oh.
Is there like a...
Black is winning. Wait, what?
Or maybe... No, black is winning here. This is good. So that was like a 12 move variation or something. So I came here.
Do we have knight f6 here instead of king a4? attack the pawn. She cannot do rook to g3. So she has to push the pawn. Then we go back to knight d5. She doesn't have a chance of creating a passed pawn. Oh, this is so cool.
Knight f6 looks like a good move. I have no arguments against knight f6. I think king a4 is probably okay too, but it's certainly much messier. Knight f6, like, it seems decidedly non-messy. All right, guys, I'll give you a minute to vote in the chat, and then unless there's a chorus against knight f6, I will play knight f6. Wally thinks that my king a4 plan lost, so there are almost certainly holes in it. All right.
Did we make the move in the main
I
pair?
did not officially. I'm letting people think.
Okay. Knight f6, f5. We can just take the pawn, right? At g4.
If f5?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just take the g-pawn. All
Knight
right.
is not getting trapped.
Knight f6 is their move. All right. All right. Knight f6 had critical approval from all relevant stakeholders. Let's see. All he says knight takes c3, knight f. Okay, so she pushed her f pawn. We're good with taking the g pawn.
I think it's good. Yeah, we can take the g pawn. She takes the e6 or.
I don't think we care which one she takes, right?
Yeah, she cannot do rook to f6. She can do rook g3, but we do have rook c4. Wait a minute. What if she does knight to d4 after taking?
Check.
Yes.
Takes.
She captures the e6 pawn.
Takes.
Well, a draw is much better. I can go with draw.
I mean, this one we might be winning. We're up a pawn. I think I am good with continuing with knight takes pawn. Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
I wish we didn't have the delay on the chat. All right, I'll give people a couple seconds to vote in, and if nobody says a word against knight takes pawn, I will do knight takes pawn.
Oh, is Judith's favorite piece is knight? Oh, good. What if she does rook f4? Rook f4 means then we just take the pawn.
Well,
G takes f5.
Rook f, we take there, and we're definitely winning there. All right, knight takes pawn.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, we can do it.
It's locked in. So if she takes either pawn, we'll just take back.
Mm-hmm.
If she goes here, we just take there, and we're great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I don't know what else she would do here. Well, but like this, like just loses a pawn for her, so maybe I'm missing something. I guess it doesn't really because takes, check, takes. Check.
Either they are winning or it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, that looks totally fine. I guess I don't know what else she does here.
I think in the Twitch game that they are showing in the corner, black is exchange up. Oh, here they show our game. They are showing our game.
Mm-hmm. So if takes, check, takes, rook over. We're just like fine here. Like just kind of up a queen pawn. I don't know what else she would do though. Am I missing tactics? Could she change the order and like check here first? I don't think that matters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wally and Sam have been doing this for 7 hours. Look, it's been a long day, guys.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wally says f takes g6, rook f4.
Pawn. Wait, what?
Oh,
Will be
rook f6 maybe? Well, but f6 is covered by the knight.
if they do rook f4, we can.
Oh, so rook here. So we move the knight and then there's a fork.
But still, we are already 2 pawns up. We can
Yeah,
give
so
1
that'd be
pawn.
fine. Like we can, yeah, this is totally okay. The other possibility is we could push here. And do like
Yeah.
takes, push, and
We are having a fast pawn. I think black is winning here.
yeah. So this is the official position where she's thinking. Yeah, I think against this line, I like just this fork idea. And then even if like check here, takes, this is the same thing. We're just up some pawns here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this one's actually a little dicier than I was thinking. No, we go here and then it's fine. I was worried about like...
So Wally
Yeah.
says f3, okay. Yeah, okay.
So let's get back to the game position. So the line Wally was talking about was f takes g6, rook f4, I think knight move, and then rook f6, something like this.
Mm-hmm.
With the idea that like, I don't know what we do here, but that like maybe she can pick up this pawn and then pick up that pawn, but I think we're just okay. Let's see what else is going on. So there. Okay, so she's still thinking. Alright.
F takes e6, rook f4 means I think we can go for e5. We don't have to move the knight and we can go e5.
Yeah, I actually really like e5. It just like simplifies things.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's still thinking. I wonder what happened. Yeah, like I sort
I
of do
think,
think that you were right, and she just needed to push and just like kind of maybe accept that it was locked up. Oh, I moved the board out of the spot. There we go. Because like this all looks pretty bad. I think like push here, and it's like it just looks like it's hard for people to make progress. Let's see. On the main stream, he's waving a sign that says, "Wait, what?" But I don't know if it's a recording of that, or if it is he's waving a sign that says, "Wait, what?" in real time. I think he's waving a sign. Yep, she took. All right, I'm just going to recapture.
Okay.
I feel like that was pre-discussed enough. Okay. All right, so now we are definitively up a pawn here. Okay, so new official position. So here, push, takes. This is where we are.
I can think of knight d4. I can think of rook f4. Rook g3. No, rook g3 it's not that good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, all right, so different options. So if she plays,
what if she plays rook f4 here? What did we decide?
I think the idea against rook f4, man, we have looked at a lot of lines today. Like, I don't think I've ever had a Lee chess study with this many moves in it. Like, I'm just going to scroll down the page a little bit so that you guys can see. But, a lot of lines.
Yeah.
Oops. Like, so many lines. I'm not even, there we go. Like, an unbelievable number of lines.
Yeah.
All right, can I get back to the game position? Maybe that was a mistake.
Nope.
All right, this is looking closer. All right. So here. Here, alright, what's the game position again?
G4, no.
Somehow I'm off by a tempo.
She played G4 at one point and we played knight f6.
Oh, rook c7 is the move I'm forgetting. Rook c7, okay. G4, knight f6, push, takes.
Yeah, waiting.
Okay. So if rook f4 here, Yeah, Wally got rook c7. So if rook f4, then I think knight e5 is forced.
Knight e5.
Oh, she played rook g3.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually pretty annoying. So rook g3. So if we go knight e5, she pins us.
Oh.
Damn.
But still, we have the king a4, right? We can escape.
Oh, that's a good point. Then like rook takes, king takes, rook takes.
Oh, this is going to be tricky.
Yeah, that's super messy. Let's see if we can find something less messy. Yeah, that was a good move.
How about king? Oh no.
What if we did the immediate king entry?
Yeah, then she takes and let's see. She will take the g6 pawn and then we do king. No, we cannot. We are losing so many pawns here.
Can't we do this?
Let's see.
I think this has to be winning. I think, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, takes. Here. Maybe this is a draw.
Yeah, this should be a draw.
Wally wants to play knight e5, rook c5. Okay, let me think. So rook here, knight here, rook there, rook c5, takes.
Oh, knight f3. No, but still. No, not.
Oh my
not
goodness,
capturing.
that would be an incredible move. Knight f3, king up, knight takes.
If she takes the knight, then that would be
That's
winning for
winning.
black.
What if she pushes?
Knight is under attack. We cannot capture the
So
knight.
if
The
we
knight
take, she
goes.
queens. If we move our knight, she takes
The
here.
pawn. No, the pawn becomes a queen. No,
This feels like a draw.
no. We cannot do knight f7. She would push the pawn and it will become a queen.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Is there any check? And then we're still too slow. I don't think knight f3 works. Knight f3 would be incredible. She pushes. Yeah, because like if we go here, takes.
They take. And we cannot.
Yeah, we're just losing now. All right. I'm going to say knight f3 is the best move that doesn't work of the day, because that's an incredible move to not work. Okay, so are we? Okay, so I guess that leaves us with king a4 and rook c4 as normal moves, right?
How about knight e5, rook g5, rook d7 check, let the king move, and then rook d5. Well, they have knight d4 check. But then we can capture the
Yeah,
a
this is
pawn.
fine. Yeah, this looks takes. This looks just like a draw.
Okay.
Okay, so we have two plans: rook a4, king a4, and rook d7 to d5. Or sorry, we have two plans here: king a4, and then knight e5 with the idea of rook d7 to d5. I'm going to take another quick bathroom break. You guys can vote. I'll defer to the winning move when I get back in a sec.
Okay. So I vote for knight e5. In case she has two moves, if you do knight e5, one move is knight d4 check and another is rook g5. If she does rook g5, then we can give a check, rook d7, and when the king moves, rook to d5. I think that's really good. But knight e5, knight d4 check means so we can capture the pawn at a5. I think that is also there. Okay, Om says rook c4. Oh yeah, rook c4 is also here. So rook c4 means we don't have to be afraid of knight d4 check. We don't have to get afraid of the... Oh, rook c4 is actually good. Okay, I will keep that in mind, rook c4.
All right, officially back. It looks like we have Om likes rook c4.
Rook c4 is good. Rook c4 or knight e5, both are good. Knight e5 means then knight d4 check, king captures a5, well, we can get a draw. That is also fine. Knight e5 is also fine. Rook c4 is also fine. I like both the moves.
All right. I'm doing rook c4.
Okay. It's good.
I'm going to check to see if there's a mechanism for us to... See, now I feel like we're kind of winning, so I don't even know if I should be looking to offer a draw. I'll just ask if there's a mechanism to offer a draw.
Yeah. But if we win, then that would be creating a record in the world record.
A sub record? Well, I don't know what's happened in the other games.
Okay. Katie is playing and
she's got her
she's
alligator.
1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Katie is a pawn down, I think.
No, she's a pawn up. She's black.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's down a rook.
Okay.
Oh, but I think it's just is this a perpetual check?
I think they are analyzing one of the variations.
She looks pretty happy, so she might have gotten a perpetual check.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how she's doing. So she is thinking. All right. I was told that we can offer a draw if we want.
Oh, cool.
I asked if there was a way, and they said I can just send like a text message. So if we get to a position where we would like to offer a draw, I can do so.
Okay, they are analyzing our game
Okay.
right now. But
Interesting.
still, they are way far behind.
Oh, she moved. Okay, so she played rook back to g1.
The plan may be rook a1. So before she does rook a1, we have to do king a4, right? But what if king a4, a6?
So king a4, a6, king takes knight?
Pawn a7, rook a c8.
I mean, we get back in time.
Yes, but king a4, a6. If we go back, rook c8, the g4 knight is hanging. I think it should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can just walk in with king a4, right?
King a4, king d3 means.
Wait. Sorry, I'm getting back to the correct position. Okay, king a4, right?
Yeah.
Threat is a6. King takes a6. So you said if white plays king d3, the threat is a6. Well, but if king here, I think we can just check.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I'm worried about king c3. Like how would the knight stay here? Like I think that if this check we just get the knight and we're winning.
Yeah.
Like no problem stopping it. So the official position is here after rook g1.
Okay.
So king a4. Like what would she do? Like how does she even keep her knight here? I guess
Maybe rook. No, rook c1.
well, rook c1 is fine. We just trade rooks and then get the pawn.
Yes.
Oops. All right, guys. They asked me to rejoin the mainstream. One moment.
Okay.
Daniel, I think there's summoning you to the mainstream.
Hey guys. Oops, I got to unmute this. There we go.
Daniel, do you hear us?
I do. Yes, I had this laptop on mute.
Awesome. Daniel, a very different structure and a position from when we spoke to you last week. It was around the point when the b4 rook was captured by the pawn. A lot has happened. Before I ask you about the position, can you just get us up to date with the move? Because we've got a little bit of a lag with it. What happened after Judith took on g6?
After she took on g6, we played f takes g6. Then she played rook g3.
As we were discussing, yes.
Then rook c4 and rook g1.
And this is the current position.
I believe so. Let me yeah, and then she's played rook g1 and that's where we are.
Alright, so actually rook c4 is a really nice move that I missed as well in my analysis, which actually defends the knight and makes sure that the g6 pawn is still alive. Daniel, well you guys have an extra pawn now. How do you assess your chances here?
I mean, I feel like we're doing better than I would have thought possible. I'm not sure if she missed something with knight f6. That was one of Coach Uthra's ideas, and it seems like it puts her in a kind of in a tough spot because she was forced to either push g5, where she kind of is going to lose the chance to push on the king side, or sacrifice a pawn.
I think knight f6 was such a key move in this position, as you mentioned, forcing white to take a decision with the pawn, stopping h5 at a critical moment. And where do you move with the g pawn? You can't go rook g3 because that runs into a fork with knight e4, hitting the
We have been talking about King A4 mostly. And I am not sure if there are other moves that have been discussed when I turned away.
And how, Daniel, because this is such a long game and it's been a long day of chess, have you been able to get a break at all, or you've just been glued to the game the whole while?
I would say that we have mostly been glued to the game. I think that Coach Uthra and I are slightly wearing down. I'll speak for myself. I'm wearing down a little bit. She seems like she's hanging tough. So.
I can imagine. I mean, this is, and also playing against so many players, and it's been a tough fight. But Daniel, you must be super proud of the way the community has played so far this game.
You know, they've the kids have found a bunch of great tactics. They've found some great moves that worked. We found some great moves that when we analyzed turned out not to work. But you know, that's part of it. Is we had a really fun tactic where one of the students wanted to, after Rook G3, play Knight E5 and allow Rook G5 pinning the knight to the king.
We were discussing this line actually.
Yeah.
We were looking at it, that Rook G5, and this might be trouble for black.
So his idea was Rook C5, letting the knight take the rook, and then playing Knight F3 check to pick up the white rook. But when we looked at it, it seemed like it might not work. And so we played Rook C4 instead, which I would say is less spectacular, but also seemed a lot safer.
Very pragmatic decision, but also so impressive that a student actually found this tactic.
And he's tough.
Beauty of a young mind, coming up with amazing solutions.
Yeah. Shout out to, that was Wally. So.
I mean, Daniel, what do you think? I mean, you've got an extra pawn. Is that, does Judith need to be a little bit worried already with the position?
I mean, I think so. Like, I don't, like, at this point, I think we're up a pawn. And there's not a ton of stuff left on the board, but, like, our kind of kingside pawns are a little weak, but her A pawn is a little weak. So I certainly think we're pushing here.
Well, and I'm sure because it's been a long game, you guys must be getting hungry and stuff. So are there food breaks or are there planned ways to, you know, sort of keep the game going but also not lose focus and keep the energy going? Is this something that you've discussed before the game started?
There are no plans.
No plans?
Not at this point, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel. Well, you've got to get back to this one. It is a very, very interesting moment because MCA has got an extra pawn against Judith, as Daniel's mentioning. The kids are super sharp at this point, finding all these amazing tactics. Daniel, all the best for this endgame.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for checking in with us.
Sure.
See you later.
See you guys soon. All right, guys. I'm back. What did we decide? Do we have a final move?
Coach Luke was telling about pawn to e5, pawn e4, and then going for the faster pawn. That looks good, but the only thing I'm afraid of, what if she plays rook a1?
A1?
Yeah, rook a1, trying for a6 and a7.
I mean, we can play king a6.
Yeah. King a6 stopping the pawn. King a6, king d3. No, king d3 is not possible because of rook c3. Okay.
All right. So are we doing e5? Is that the move?
Yeah, let's do e5 and
All
make
right.
it aggressive.
All right, we're going for it, I guess. Let me see what I missed while I was gone. Sam wanted me to tell them about Wally's almost crazy almost defense. I did. I said that we had a lot of good ideas and then some ideas that were really good but turned out not to quite work. And I shouted out that in particular as a very good idea that doesn't work, because sometimes good ideas don't. Okay, so let me get back to the analysis board. So push. Okay. So if she plays rook a1, I guess we just play rook a6.
Oh, yeah. Rook a1, rook c6. That's what Coach Luke said, rook c6.
Rook
I
c6.
thought, yeah, instead of king a6, rook c6.
Coach Luke just loves having the king on b5. I guess if we went rook a1, rook c6, what if the rook came back?
Then we again go back to c4.
In some sense, I feel like we're pushing for a win here, but also
so what you say is rook a1, rook c6, rook to g1, and then I think we can even go knight to h6.
Sorry, rook a. What was that again?
Rook a1, rook c6.
Okay, rook a1. Oh, she played rook a1.
Okay.
Rook
c6.
Okay, so rook c6 with the idea of shutting that down.
If she goes back to rook g1, then we have knight h6. We can simply move the knight, or we can also find a better move. But I think rook c6 now is good.
I don't know about rook c, because I don't like with rook c6 that if we push our e-pawn, we walk into a fork.
We can stop that by giving a check, rook d6 check, and then we can push the pawn.
All right, so do people like rook c6 here? How do people feel about rook c6 here? I feel good about rook c6.
Yeah.
All right.
It's looking good.
Rook c6 locked in.
We are a pawn up.
Sam says she can push now. I don't think she can push now, right? Push. Takes.
Take.
Is there a trick at the end?
No, she cannot push.
I don't think there's a trick. Okay. Okay. So what is she going to do here? She went back.
Okay, she goes back. I was thinking about knight h6 because, but I was also like knight h6 means rook g5. Rook g5.
How about knight f6?
Then you will be. Oh.
Very tricksy. So knight f6 with the idea that if she takes here, we can play knight e5 with a discovered attack.
Knight f6, rook g5.
Knight f6, rook g5. Knight e5 forks the king and the rook again.
Can we do king a4 now?
What? King a4, rook takes knight, king takes knight. I guess knight f6 maybe isn't the bad. Well, it's actually been kind of hard for her to find stuff to do because, like, if she moves her king down, we do have this fork.
So I was like, we didn't. If we are moving knight f6, we are not attacking anything, and she would go rook to g. No, she cannot do.
She can't
rook
do g5 because of the same check.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe it would go knight f6, king. Actually, I don't know. I just don't know what she does after knight f6.
Okay, then that's good. And
EBC says cute, but then what? But I don't know. I mean, but like we, after knight f6, we have like useful moves. We can go play king a4. Okay, maybe like knight here. Like it's actually like, she's almost in zugzwang there.
knight f6, what if she moves the king to e2? Now the g6 pawn is under attack.
I mean, we go after her knight.
Okay.
Says knight h2. Knight h2, I worry we're getting a little closer to getting trapped there. Like knight h2, king here, and we're starting to run low on squares for our knight, maybe.
Yeah. Knight h2 has the plan of doing a family fork, but king e2 means then the knight might get stuck, so we don't want to get into it.
All right, I think I'm ready to lock in knight f6.
Okay.
Let me see. I have more messages. I don't think I actually have more messages. Okay, knight f6.
Okay.
Official. Let me see if why does this say that I have messages? Okay. Alright, so knight f6 has been locked in. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and close my study board. I think we're just living in the moment now. Okay, so knight f6. So, okay, rook over. So if we push, we get hit by the fork. Damn it.
Yeah.
Dang. That was a good move.
King a4.
King a4 is a good idea. So if we play king a4, she takes, we take. Obviously, that's great. King a4. Her knight doesn't have anything to do.
Rook e3. King a4, rook e3.
Rook e3.
Do we have any tactics there?
Well, in that position, we could go ahead and push the pawn. Wally misses the study board, but Wally, we're flying solo here. It's just what we can calculate in our head. So I feel like king a4. So Ohm said rook d6, which does have the idea of going to d5. EBC says king a4 runs into rook a1, but I don't think it does because we can take. And then if pawn push, we have no problem getting back in time. All right, so we've got two options here: king a4 and rook d6 to d5. King a4 or rook d6 to d5. We're calculating on our own now.
I think king a4 is good.
I kind of like king a4 too. It's a little more direct, but I think it's pretty reasonable.
Rook d6 check means the king is going towards the knight. All of till now we have done a cutoff to separate the king and knight. So
Sam pointed out that we've been thinking about king a4 forever. So Wally says so Arav is king a4, Sam is rook d6, Ohm is rook d6. Luke never wants his king to leave b5, maybe ever in any chess game he ever plays for the rest of his life. So what is that? 2, 3 rook d6s, and 1, 2 king a4s. Well, Sam flipped from rook d6 to king a4. All right, I think we're on rook d6. I think that's the winning move. So rook d6 check. So she's got to move her king somewhere, right? So rook d6. Okay, so she's going to move somewhere. Probably one of these two squares. And then is the idea we do...
I think she would go king c2.
I actually don't like rook d6. I regret making this move.
Yeah.
I think this was a bad move. Because, oh man, we were doing such a good job keeping her king off of the queen side, so that, yeah, this was a mistake. Alright, so I think she's going to go to c2. So where do we go after king c2? Do we push?
Yeah, we pushed the pawn.
Okay, so if king c2 push... Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to consider, really. Okay, so if she plays king c2, we'll just push. If she goes... I think that if king c2, e5 is super strong, and I think that even if her king goes to the e file, e5 is super strong. So...
Yeah, I think we are winning here, so...
I think e5 is just the move.
King a4 was also winning. Okay. Anyhow, we are a pawn up, so however we do, we are going to win. I think so. So in almost all the boards, Judith will be white, right?
Yeah, she was white on all the boards.
Okay. Then with Anna Rudolph, she's a pawn up, I think. No, she's...
Yeah, white's up a pawn there.
Okay. Anna Rudolph is a woman FIDE master.
I think she's kind of in our range in terms of skill. But she has a less strong community. Let's see.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. All right, so she played king c2. I'm going to go ahead and push through on e5. All right.
Yeah, e4, e4.
All right. Um, okay, so what is she going to do here?
Okay. I see Coach Asa is with us.
Okay, so what is she going to do here? Hey, Asa, you're back.
Yeah, I realized that the game was still going on. So I was like, why not join?
We've I'm
Yeah.
running out of juice a little bit, and it's been a long day. But we are, in fact, we're kind of winning now.
Yeah, I realized you guys were up for pawn, so.
What is she gonna do here? Let me see. So let's see. I'm gonna.
I realized that the game was still going on. So I was like, why not join?
I think there is a
Yeah, there's a
lag
feedback
or
thing.
echo.
Also, do you want to mute the YouTube
I
video on your
think I just
computer?
muted it, I realized.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to change this so that we can bring everybody back in the frame.
Oh, she moved.
Oh, she moved. So she went rook over. Should we, I don't know, push again?
The G6 pawn is under attack.
And then we push again? No, probably that's too fast.
Yeah.
Knight somewhere? Question mark?
Knight h5. The plan of knight h5 is knight f4, or knight d7 is also good. Knight d5. Oh no, knight d5 means knight d4 check is there.
Mm-hmm. We probably want to avoid that. So knight h5. Knight d7. All right, guys, I'm going straight to a vote. We got to play faster.
Knight h5, rook g5 check. Then if we go for king c4, rook c5 checkmate.
What?
Yeah. Knight h5, rook g5 check. No, yeah, it's the, yeah.
All right, I'm not saying we should walk ourselves into a checkmate. We should find things to do that don't involve walking into a checkmate. Yeah, I don't particularly love knight h5 here. Should we do knight d7? Or
Yes,
Rob likes knight d7.
Knight d7 is fine. Rook g5 check, king to c4. Even rook c5 is not possible. Or what if she does knight d2? Wait. Knight d2 check.
Would pushing e3 work? Rook takes g6, e2, rook g1.
I think it's little too early. Knight d7, rook g5 check. Then
Sam asked why not king a4?
king a4.
Wait, what
yeah,
does
it
that
should
do?
be fine.
Wouldn't she just take?
Okay, I see RL knight d7.
I think knight d7. All right, quick votes on knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7. It stops the c5 square.
All right, 3, 2, 1. I know that I'm on enough of a delay that the move will have already happened, but knight d7. You know, we've moved beyond the study board at this point. We're just kind of playing chess. We're doing our best. All right. Pretty long chat history today, huh? We've been here since like 10 a.m., something like that. All right. Okay. All right, so we're still thinking.
So if she gives a check at g5, are we going to play king a4?
Well, we could walk forward now.
Knight d2 check.
King d5.
King d5 is not possible. Are you telling king d4?
Yeah. King d4. King d4.
Rook to g4.
Yeah.
Oh, she did. Okay. I think she's trying. If we push e3, she does knight to d4 check. She's trying to get the knight back to e2.
Well, but then we take here.
Yes, so now we are, since we are going for a win.
Can we push our pawn?
E3, rook e4 means? Yeah, the pawn is lost. We cannot do rook e6 because of knight d4. We cannot do knight f6 because of, okay, we can do knight c5.
Well, she trades.
Yeah. And then we will lose the pawn.
She then goes here, and then we would pick up this pawn.
Should we use the check here, rook c6 and...
Arab wants to play e3.
e3, rook e4.
I don't think e3, rook e4 works. I think we lose the pawn.
What about e3, rook e4, rook c6 check, and then rook c3?
Check.
Rook c3, then knight d4 check.
Wait, so rook here, king over, rook c3, knight d4 check. Well, then we get to walk in. I think e3 works. All right. All right. I think e3 is our official move.
I think we don't have any other choice.
Okay. Oh, well, let's see. I have a message from the main. Okay, there's a message for us to end our game as fast as we can. All right, guys. I'm going to accelerate the pace at which we play, and we might not have voting time because it's been. I believe the event was originally scheduled for about 4 hours, and it's been about 7. And we've gone a little longer than expected, and it's time to kind of make things to push through. All right, it looks like on another board.
Rook e4.
All right, so for rook e4, I'm going to go ahead with the check plan. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Rook e4, rook c6, and then rook c3 means won't the rook and pawn get stuck there forever? Like we cannot push the pawn, we cannot move the rook.
Wait, which sequence was that?
Rook e4, rook c6 check, king moves, rook c3 means. The rook is getting stuck there. So do you have any other plan after rook c3?
Well, our knight isn't doing anything at that point. So we can, we can do knight stuff. I don't know exactly what knight stuff means here, but like, maybe we could go here and try and pick up that pawn by going to b1. We could try,
Maybe even like knight f6, knight d5.
yeah,
protecting-
we could
and
try
then-
hopping in there.
Mhm.
Like, she's also in a position where after rook c3, like, she's practically in Zugzwang. Sam says that now I'm a dictator, and I think the trick is I was always a dictator. I just pretended otherwise for a while. And it was never as democratic as it seemed. Okay, so I guess that's the plan. What else can we, I'm trying to think if there's like trick, like can she play like knight d4 here? Is that like a thing we have to worry about? No, we would just take.
Yeah, we would take.
Maybe she can do like after rook e4, rook c3 check, king b2, rook c3, and then knight d4, and then come back to knight e2. That would also attack our rook.
So knight d4?
Then we might take the pawn
I
at
think we just get the
d5.
pawn.
Yeah.
And then if she comes back.
Yeah, that looks fine actually.
Alright, I guess we have a plan for the next couple moves. Just trying to think if there's other tricks here. Like, if she checks, does that matter?
If she gives a check, we can go king to a4 also.
Coach Luke would be sad if we move the king off of b5, where Coach Luke thinks all kings belong in every game, and he's just, anytime the king is, we discuss the king leaving b5, it's like b5 is where that king lives. That might be the rare situation where even Coach Luke would agree the king needs to leave b5. Like, I guess the other thing is if she does put her rook on g5, there's no longer a way for her to get behind our pawn, so like, we're just really just kind of pushing to queen.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Yeah, alright, we'll see what she does.
Rook e4, rook c6 check, king b2, rook c3, and rook e6.
What was that?
Rook e4, rook
Okay.
c6, king to b2,
B2.
rook c3, rook e6, attacking the g6 pawn. Oh no, you can. I cannot do that. Rook b3 is there. Okay.
Oh, smart. So we would be able to sacrifice for the knight, and then when the king takes, we have a fork.
Even when the rook is on e4, I think that's another threat. Like rook b3, king b3, knight c5.
Yes.
In general, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because the knight forks hits all these squares.
I think it's good. After the rook goes to c3, we have knight c5, and then if the knight is not trading, we can either go for knight d3 or knight a4 check. So we have that plan also. I'll just be quickly back.
Okay. Wants me to draw. Me too, kind of, me too. Alright, so she moved. I'm going to go with our plan, and we're going. Alright, so check, king move. Does she have any other king? Oh, what if she goes to e3? No, we go get the knight. Okay, so that's not, or d3, that's not an option. And if she goes to b, we just keep going with rook c3. I wonder how many games are still going. Sam, you are mistaken. We are officially the Magnus Chess Club, or the Magnus Chess Academy. We've thrilled about the new name. Thrilled that Magnus came. Did you guys come when? Did you guys watch Magnus?
Okay, I'm back. So she played rook e4 and we gave a check. Okay.
Alright. So Ara thinks king b2 is likely. I think if with that, we'll play rook c3. If king d1, I think we should play rook c3 anyways. I think the rook is still there. Sam still has a silver knight shirt. Sam, I still have a lot of silver knight shirts. Like, I have like an endless supply of, I have like a 15-year supply of silver knight shirts. No, Magnus was, okay, I'm just going to keep going. So she moved over, I'm going to push. Magnus was like really good. Like, he answered a bunch of questions. He solved everybody's tactics. He won the simul. I'll say fairly easily. He got many good questions of all sorts. Wally had a chance to draw him in the simul. It looked to me like an even endgame, but I said that to Magnus, and he was like, I had an advantage still. And I was like, all right, like, probably you did. Also, it was like a knight and 5 pawns against a bishop and 5 pawns, and like, Magnus grinds down grandmasters in positions like that, so Wally, while tough, is, I don't know, that would be a hard one to hold. So, let's see, so where is, so what do we do next? So, she doesn't have, like, a ton of reasonable moves here, right?
What did we discuss for rook e6 if she plays rook e6? Did we say knight c5?
No, that's when we have the sacrifice on
Oh, yeah,
d3.
yeah.
So, like, this pawn can't move, this pawn can't move. The knight can't move. The
Knight
rook...
d4 check is one possibility.
Well, but then we just get a free pawn.
Okay.
So, like, I don't know. Like, it's like almost hard to find moves for her. So, rook there. Okay. Should we try knight c5 to trade knights?
Knight c5, knight to b4 check. King takes pawn.
So here, check takes.
Rook a7.
Rook a7, king b6 would be fine.
If she captures knight takes knight, how are we going to take it?
Probably with the king, right? Oh, but then does she push and run? Oh, that all of a sudden is pretty hairy. Okay, we should not do that. That would be a way to lose. Can we just make like a normal knight move?
Rook d3, will that work? Stopping knight d4, a6 cannot be done. King c2 means then...
If king c2, like, we could go back. Okay, they're telling me that I need to move as fast as I can, so I'm going to go to d3.
Okay. If king c2, then we would go queen, rook c3 check and then think later.
Yeah. Okay, so if king over, we'll check, king back.
Maybe king c6 after that.
Oh, but then that pawn starts making progress, maybe. So another possibility is if king here, check, king back. We could finally try king here.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're threatened. Oh, no. We got to be... So Sam says knight f6 can't kick because... Okay, so I'm going to keep going with the check. She went back.
Okay, she for a draw. Okay.
All right, guys, should we take the draw?
Yeah, we will take the draw.
I am okay with taking the draw here. It feels like a soft decision, but it's also been 7.5 hours, and I believe it is time.
Yeah.
All right. You know, usually I like strongly oppose taking draws in positions like this, even if you're playing a legend and you're pushing for, and you should be pushing for a win. But sometimes there are situations that come up where you something bigger than the game comes up, and we've been here for a long time, and I'm really hungry.
Yeah, I haven't had breakfast. I haven't had lunch. So.
I had a small breakfast at 6:45 a.m. All right, guys. I think we did a great job. I'm counting this as a moral victory and a, in fact, draw.
If she plays King D1. If she plays King D1, we can just take
No, if she plays King D1, I'll take the knight, and then we're definitely winning.
Yeah. Okay, then it's a draw. Okay.
Like, definitely a successful experiment. Let me see. All right, it looks like Jen Shahad's game has ended in a draw. Ours will as well, likely. All right, how many? Are we at 3-move repetition yet? So rook down, rook over. Check 1, Jack 2. No, we're at 2 move.
Yeah.
All right.
I think even she will be tired, so.
I am sure that Judith has had a long day because she was. It's like after midnight there, right? Oh no, it's 10:30 there. 10:30. All right.
Okay,
there,
she repeated.
There. We have an official
Okay.
draw. All right, guys. Well done. I am going to thank you guys so much for sticking around. This was an incredible effort from Team Magnus Academy, and I'm going to turn our stream over to the main stream for a bit. Uthra, thank you an enormous amount for this. This was a super long day.
Yeah, it's really a good experience. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. A huge thank you to Coach Luke, who's still around, and to Asa, who was here in the morning, came back at the end of the day when we were still going. So thank you, Asa, and Om, ABC, Arav, Wally, Sam, EBC, everybody who's still here. Thank you guys for sticking around. This was a lot of fun. We might do something like this again someday. So I'll see you guys soon, and I'm going to turn this over to the main one so that you guys can watch. Actually, I'm just going to put the link to that in the chat, and you guys can pull that up when you're ready. All right, I'll see you guys there. Bye, everyone.
Bye.